Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everybody. Welcome back, members of the jury. Thank you so much for being here on time and ready to go. We are ready to pick back up with the state's case. And so, Ms. Charles, you may call your next witness.
We'll call Emily Bagwell.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony should give the court is the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Would you please state and spell your first and last name for the court?
Emily Bagwell, EMILYBAGWELL.
Good morning, Ms. Bagwell. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Thank you. Please tell the jury where you're currently employed.
I work at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Sciences.
And how are you employed there?
I am the technical leader of the Firearm and Toolmark section. I am also a trained firearm and toolmark examiner.
And can you describe what your responsibilities entail?
Yes, ma'am. As the technical leader of this section, I oversee our training program, our trained examiner proficiency testing program, as well as all of our analytical procedures. These are the procedures for how we handle casework on a daily basis. As an authorized firearm and toolmark examiner, whenever I have the ability and the time to work cases, I will be working cases with firearms related evidence that's submitted to the crime laboratory.
And how long have you been doing this role?
Since December of 2015.
And can you briefly describe the educational background needed to be in a role of your capacity?
Well, we require a minimum of a bachelor's degree in a hard science, such as biology or chemistry. My personal educational background, I received an Associate's of Science degree from Young Harris College, a Bachelor's of Biology degree from Kennesaw State University, and a Master's of Forensic Science degree from Stevenson University, which is in Baltimore, Maryland.
And over the course of your career, how many comparisons would you say you've performed? Or testing?
So it would be difficult to quantify, for example, the number of reports that I've issued. That would include any reports where I would have compared ammunition, as well as any reports where I would have simply notified the agency that their evidence was put onto our database. The last time I checked, it was well over 1,200. But within each of the cases where I would have done a firearms comparison of ammunition, it would have been multiple comparisons. So I've easily done hundreds of thousands of ammunition comparisons as a part of my casework, in addition to the fact that I oversee our training program. So I'm actively training people every day on ammunition comparison.
Thank you. And have you ever been admitted as an expert in the field of firearms comparison as a firearms scientist?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Approximately how many times have you testified as an expert?
As of last week, I reached 90 testimonies.
Thank you. And at this, I still would move to admit Ms. Bagwell as an expert in the field of firearms comparison and as a firearms scientist.
No objection.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Bagwell, briefly, can you detail the first steps you sort of start with your comparison that you do when you receive cases such as this?
So when I receive evidence for examination, the first thing that I'm going to do is look at the fired ammunition that's submitted. So that would be fired bullets and fired cartridge cases. I don't look at any of the submitted firearms until I am done with all of the evidence ammunition comparison. I've grouped them all together. I've determined this group of bullets was fired from one particular firearm. This group of bullets was fired from another firearm, for example. And then I do the same thing with cartridge cases. So the way that I'm able to do this is I examine them first for their agreement of class characteristics. So that's going to be the design characteristics that the firearm manufacturer decided when they were creating the firearm. So any firearm produced with the same characteristics would belong to the same class. When two things have the same class characteristics, when bullets are fired through firearms with the same class characteristics, the bullets themselves will also exhibit the same class characteristics. When they do, I will do a microscopic comparison of a bullet to determine if they have the same individual characteristics. So as the name implies, this is individual to one particular firearm. The way that these characteristics arise during the manufacturing process is that the tools that are being used during firearms manufacturing are changing from one firearm part to the next. So in addition to leaving those class characteristics on the firearm parts, they're imparting the individual characteristics as the tools are changing. And when those individual characteristics are in agreement is when I can make a statement of what we call common origin or an identification, that two things were fired from the same firearm. And when I have the opportunity in casework to have a firearm submitted, I can examine the firearm physically to see if the class characteristics of the submitted firearm or firearms are the same as the class characteristics on the fired ammunition. And if they are, then I will test fire the firearm with the same or similar ammunition to generate known test fires that I will compare to my unknown evidence to determine if that evidence was fired in the submitted firearms.
Thank you. Can you tell us briefly what the basic components of a cartridge is?
Yes, ma'am. And I do have a visual aid if that would help as well. I know that I'm on a screen, but I do have a model of a cartridge.
That would be very helpful.
Okay. A cartridge is a unit of unfired ammunition. It has four basic components. So what you see here is a case. And on this side, the darker brown is the projectile. So inside of the case, underneath the projectile in this open space is gunpowder. On the other end of the cartridge opposite the projectile, this silver component or gray component is called the primer. So when you pull the trigger of a firearm, there is an internal component called a firing pin that strikes the primer, lights the gunpowder inside of here on fire, starts a combustion reaction, and that's what sends the bullet down the barrel. And in the case of a gun such as a semi-automatic pistol, the top of the gun, called the slide, will move rearward from that force of that combustion reaction. And it will take the cartridge case with it as it's moving rearward and eventually kick it out of the firearm.
And what are the basic components of a semi-automatic handgun, and how does it operate?
A semi-automatic pistol is a type of handgun that it has a frame, which you would wrap your hand around the grip with a trigger. On top of the firearm, there's the slide, which reciprocates from the force of the combustion reaction. Internally, it has a lot of working parts. Number one being the chamber that the ammunition is inserted into for firing. The way that a semi-automatic pistol works, excuse me. The way that a semi-automatic pistol works is you would load the magazine, which is the ammunition source, with the cartridges that I just showed you, commonly referred to as bullets, but they are cartridges if they're not fired. You will load those into the magazine and insert the magazine into the grip of the firearm. You will pull back on the top of the firearm called the slide and release it because it is actually under spring tension. When the slide flies forward, that's how we describe it, it strips off the first cartridge on top of that magazine and inserts it into the chamber for firing. At this point, if there's any external safeties that are on, you can turn them off and you're ready to fire. You would fire by pulling the trigger, like that internal component that I just referenced, the firing pin will strike the ammunition. That primer crushes, that's the silver component or the gray component on the cartridge, When it crushes, it actually sparks the gunpowder, starts the combustion reaction. As the bullet's passing down the barrel, all the gas is inside of that gun, as well as the recoil of that firearm, which is the opposite action. The bullet's going forward, so the opposite action is to send the slide to the rear. An internal component called an extractor would have grabbed onto this part of the cartridge called the rim. And as the slide's moving rearward, it's going to pull the cartridge case, that would be without the bullet, pull the cartridge case to the rear. Eventually, it encounters an internal component called the ejector, which ejects it from the firearm. And then the slide will travel forward again, as long as there's ammunition in the magazine, to chamber the next round of ammunition in the magazine. And then it's ready to fire again with the pull of the trigger.
And with the pull of the trigger, how many shots are discharged or ejected?
For a semi-automatic pistol, it is one shot fired with one pull of the trigger.
Thank you. And when the firearms is discharged, does it leave any markings on the cartridge case and the bullet?
Yes, so it's a bit easier to explain the bullet itself, a bit more complex for the cartridge case because the bullet is only interacting with one firearm part called the barrel. So when a barrel is manufactured, the tools that are being used to create this barrel are putting in what's called rifling. So rifling is a set of cut or impressed grooves. And I can show you on this bullet model as well. It's the same visual aid. You can probably see it a little bit. There's grooves that are raised right here and little depressions called land impressions. Those are being picked up by the bullet from the barrel, which were put into the barrel during the manufacturing. The rifling forms a spiral pattern. So if you were to look down a firearm's barrel, and I always tell people in court not to do it, but I'm just telling you, if you to see the spiral pattern, you would look down the barrel and see it twisting either clockwise or counterclockwise. This imparts spin on the bullet as it travels, which helps improve the bullet's performance in flight. The cartridge cases are a little bit different. They're going to interact with all of the components of a firearms chamber. For example, the one that I already referenced, the firing pin, as you can see on the model, leaves a dent. So it has a dent from striking the ammunition. So it leaves an impression, the firing pin impression. The combustion reaction causes that cartridge case to slam back against the chamber called the breech face, leaves breech face marks. That extractor that pulls the cartridge case rearward may leave an extractor mark. The ejector, which hits the case and kicks it out of the gun, may leave a mark. The combustion reaction causes the case itself, this case, to expand to the shape of its chamber. It's already a pretty tight fit, but there's still room for the gases to escape during that reaction. So when the cartridge itself, the case, expands in the chamber, it can pick up marks from the inside of the chamber as well. And there are a couple of other incidental marks just from being extracted, ejected, loaded, and fired that can also appear on cartridge cases. So the bullet, you have the surface around the entire bullet for examination from the barrel. For the cartridge cases, you're looking at all available areas that may have been marked. So it has there are significantly more areas available in a cartridge case for examination from a firearm.
Thank you for that response there. And are these markings unique to each firearm?
They are called individual characteristics, and it's because those tools are experiencing change during the manufacturing process.
Thank you. And all of this process and procedures that you just explained, is it an accepted science?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need a minute?
I'm sorry, I said yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. So let's direct your attention to this specific case on September 4th of 2020. Do you recall doing a comparison analysis for this particular case?
I do.
And let's start by telling us how you receive evidence at GBI.
We receive evidence a number of ways. So we can receive it by mail. We can receive it by direct handoff to one of our evidence receiving technicians, or most commonly, we receive evidence through our secure lockbox system. So you would gather all of your evidence as a submitting agency. You would fill out a submission form detailing what you are submitting and what analyses you are requesting, and you will bring those items to the GBI, to our evidence receiving section. You will put the evidence into a secure lockbox, and an employee from evidence receiving will open it from the other side, along with your submission form, and they will put the evidence into our laboratory information, management system, and photograph it as it was received. And then they will create a DOFS, which is the Division of Forensic Sciences case number, for your case. And for each item of evidence, they will put a barcode with the DOFS, the Division of Forensic Sciences, case number, and an item number on that package. And this barcode is our chain of custody for tracking as evidence moves throughout the laboratory.
Thank you. And when you receive multiple cartridge cases, what is the first thing you do?
When I receive multiple cartridge cases, the first thing I do for my analysis is I separate them based on their calibers, if different calibers are present. If different observable class characteristics are present, then I separate them further. And then I begin my microscopic comparison of anything that has the same class characteristics to determine if they have the same or different individual characteristics.
And do you do the same if you receive multiple projectiles or multiple bullets?
I do.
Okay. And once you've completed your comparison, do you create a report?
Yes, ma'am.
And in this case, did you create a report?
I did.
I am showing you what's marked as States Exhibit 271. I'm holding it up to the screen. Can you see?
I can.
Did you have an opportunity to review your report prior to testifying today?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you reviewed your report, did it appear to be a true and accurate depiction of the report you prepared in this case on September 4th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it appear to be altered or changed in any way?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the table move to tender into evidence States 871.
Can you say that number one more time?
871.
871. Any objection to 871? It's admitted.
Publisher now States 871. I'm looking there first at States 871. Can you please read to the record the DOFS number for this case?
The DOFS, the Division of Forensic Sciences case number is 2020-1009037.
And looking at your report, can you explain who the case individuals were?
The case individuals listed on the report, which would have come from information on submission forms, or through conversation with the submitting agencies. We have it as an elimination: Dennis Scheib, subject Lamontae Deshaun Lewis, and two victims listed as Gabrielle A. Gore and Jamari Davenport.
And what evidence did you receive, and when did you receive it?
I received from the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office on March 31st of the year 2020, one package with several items inside of it. Those items were in total 9 9mm bullets, as well as some bullet jacket fragments. What you'll see in parentheses out to the side are the locations where those were recovered from the autopsy listed on the package by the medical examiner. Additionally, from the South Fulton Police Department, I received in June, on the 26th of the year 2020, a few packages. So to start, I received in one package a Springfield Armory .40 caliber pistol with magazine. In that same package, I received 90 .40 cartridges indicated from that magazine. So these would be unfired, as well as one .40 cartridge indicated from the chamber of that firearm. In another package, I received a Taurus 9mm pistol with magazine. And in that same package, 17 9mm cartridges. In another package, I received a Jimenez 9mm pistol with magazine. And in that same package was 6 9mm cartridges. In another package, I received a Taurus 40 caliber pistol with magazine. In that same package, 9 40 cartridges indicated from that magazine and 1 40 cartridge indicated from that firearms chamber. In another package, I received a 9mm caliber bullet. In another package, I received 2 items, 1 9mm caliber bullet jacket, as well as a 9mm bullet. And I can explain those differences in just a minute. And then in the final package, I received 12 9mm cartridge cases, as well as an additional 1 9mm cartridge case. I just want to specify that the difference between the bullet and the bullet jacket is the bullet would be intact. So if you, I don't know if y'all can still see me, but it would be the full bullet. Whereas, excuse me, the bullet jacket would be the metal exterior of the bullet only. And then the fragments would be parts of those, that metal exterior of the bullet. Bullets are typically composed of a lead interior with a metal overlay called a jacket.
And what, if any, conclusions did you reach during your comparison of all this evidence that you received?
One of the submitted bullets, specifically in reference to conclusion number 1, my item 3C, which was removed from the right neck during autopsy, was fired from the submitted firearm, the Taurus 9mm pistol. The other bullets from autopsy, so that would be my items 3A, 3B, 3D, 3E, 3F, 3G, and 3H from other locations of this victim's body, as well as my items 18, 19A, and 19B, which were also 9mm bullet evidence, were not fired from the submitted Taurus 9mm pistol or the Jimenez 9mm pistol. However, they were all fired from the same firearm. And based on their class characteristics, those that were determined by the manufacturer, their measurable characteristics. So I'm able to provide a list of manufacturers. So that would be the longer conclusion number 3, that they are consistent with being fired from Beretta, CZ, Diamondback, Kel-Tec, Remington, Ruger, Sig Sauer, and Taurus 9mm pistols. This list is not an all-inclusive list. It's just meant to be an investigative lead. For cartridge case examination, one of the submitted cartridge cases, my item 20B, was fired in the submitted Taurus 9mm pistol. The other 12 9mm cartridge cases were not fired in the submitted Taurus 9mm pistol or the submitted Jimenez 9mm pistol. However, all of these cartridge cases were fired from the same firearm. I am not able to provide a list of manufacturers that may have fired these cartridge cases. Those characteristics on cartridge cases are not measurable and shared by many manufacturers. So it's not unlikely that we don't provide that list for cartridge cases. And then finally, I physically examined the Taurus 9mm pistol and did a check function on that firearm to determine if it was operational. And it revealed that it was operational. We do a check function exam on any firearm that has identified to submitted evidence. So that's why you see that statement there for that firearm and not for the other firearms that were not identified to evidence.
Thank you. And Ms. Bagwell, in your expert opinion, why would 3A, 3B, 3D, 3D through 3H, 18, 19A, and 19B not fired from the firearm tested?
What, I'm sorry, did you ask why I did not test them?
No, what would it mean that they
Oh.
all come from the same gun, but not from the firearms that you tested?
So I eliminated these bullets from the submitted firearm. The Taurus specifically based on a disagreement of individual characteristics. So the class characteristics were very similar or the same. However, a microscopic comparison of all of these items together, I determined that they were different on an individual level. It means that those evidence items were fired from a different firearm that may have been manufactured under the same conditions, but it was not the same firearm. So there was a sufficient disagreement of characteristics, which led me to an elimination conclusion. And then the other 9mm pistol, the Jimenez, I eliminated them based off of, I believe, it was still individual characteristics, but my documentation is a little bit more towards, it's more towards a class elimination for the Jimenez pistol. Probably differences in manufacturing, but I did a full comparison to make sure that individually they were significantly different as well. Just means that that group of bullets has really great individual characteristics that are reproducing across all of them, where I can identify them to the same firearm. However, it's not either of the submitted 9mm pistols.
In 15A, you stated earlier you received a Taurus 9mm pistol with a magazine. Typically, how many bullets are in a magazine on a Taurus 9mm?
I do test submitted firearms for the capacity, which means that's how many the magazine can hold. And for pistols, it will have a +1 capacity. So this means this Taurus, specifically this Taurus pistol, my item 15A, can hold 17 in the magazine +1 in the chamber.
Thank you. And you also indicated that your physical examination of item 15A, it was operational. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I had no malfunctions during test firing. Okay. No issues. All safeties present were functional.
And once you've done your testing and your analysis, how do you test for accuracy, or is your report peer reviewed?
We have, I do apologize. I just need 1 second. We have a 2-step peer review process in firearms. The first step is going to be a verification process. So after I have finished all of my microscopic comparisons, the evidence is given to a second trained examiner to do an independent verification on their own instrument. If we have the same conclusions, then all of my data is put into a report, which is assigned to a third trained examiner for peer review. They will peer review all of my documentation to ensure that my data supports the conclusions I'm reporting, as well as I'm following all of our analytical procedures. So first step is verification, and the second step is peer review, and they are performed by 2 different people.
Thank you. And Ms. Bagwell, once you submitted your report on 9/4/2020, did that complete your involvement in the investigation of this case?
It did.
Thank you. Nothing further from the state.
Good. Good morning, Ms. Bagwell.
Good morning.
Now you're a scientist with the GBI, right?
I am.
You're not a part of the investigation into this case, right? Other than you're given stuff to test and you test it and then you give it back to the agency. Right?
Yes. So we've got our 2 branches, our investigative division and then our division of forensic sciences, basically. So I am the division of forensic sciences. So no, I do not take part in any investigation, just analysis.
Okay. And so the report we were shown, it had people's names. It had like elimination. It had Dennis Scheib. It had subject Lamontae Lewis. It had victim Gabrielle Gore, victim Jamari Davenport. That is information that you're just given from the agency, the police department, right?
That's correct. I don't know anyone's level of involvement in the actual incident.
Right. And all right, let's talk about everything that you received.
Okay.
Is it fair to say you received a lot of guns?
I received 4 firearms. I had 2 9mm and 2 .40 calibers.
And you don't know where those guns, those 4 guns came from?
I do not.
It's not, is it uncommon or is it's not uncommon for police to submit weapons that they may find during the course of an investigation to test, right? And they would
Yeah.
submit those weapons to your office, right?
Right, that's not uncommon.
Okay. Now, I just want to make sure, but you don't know where any of those guns come from.
I do not know today. There may be something in the case file about where they come from. The boxes might be labeled with where they were recovered from, but I don't know that truly. No, ma'am.
Is your testimony, I just want to make sure I'm understanding your report because there was a lot of stuff that you did here. There were a number of bullets that you were given and bullet jacket fragments that you were given basically after the autopsy was done from the medical examiner's office, right?
That's right.
And those basically were bullets that were found in Mr. Davenport or the victim's body, and then they were given to your office for you to test or to test, right?
That's correct. They came from the medical examiner's office. Off the top of my head, I don't have anyone's name written down,
Right.
just the locations from the packages.
Okay. And is your conclusion that some of the bullets you received were fired from one weapon and some of the bullets you received were fired from another weapon?
One of the bullets I received was fired from one weapon, and the rest of the bullets I received were fired from a second firearm.
Okay. So one bullet was fired from one weapon. And do you know what weapon that was?
Yes, ma'am. So that would be my bullet item 3C, was fired from the Taurus 9mm pistol.
Okay, so 3C is the bullet from the right neck of the victim.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
that bullet was fired from the Taurus that you had. You were able to basically compare the characteristics of that bullet from the decedent's neck and make the conclusion that that was fired from the Taurus.
Yes, I
9mm. Okay. And then every other bullet or fragment, how many others were there that you tested?
I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 9mm bullets and bullet jacket fragments from Autopsy. So 7 total items, excluding item 3C we just discussed, plus a 9mm bullet making 8, another 9mm bullet jacket making number 9, and then a 9mm bullet. Those are 18, 19A, and 19B. So though all of those items were fired from the same firearm, but it was a second firearm.
A second firearm that you didn't have.
That's correct.
And how many total were fired from that second one? Second firearm that you didn't have?
Let me just count those one more
Yes.
time.
I have 6, but then I heard you say some other number, so I just want to make sure.
There's 10 total items. So
Right.
I've got 3A, 3B, 3D through 3H. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bullets plus bullet jacket fragments from Autopsy. And then I have 2 9mm bullets and 1 9mm bullet jacket from the South Fulton Police Department that identified to those from Autopsy as well.
And the 6 bullets, they were fully intact. Is that why you call them bullets?
Yes, ma'am. They do have some damage on them, but the majority of the bullet was available to properly weigh it and have a full area for comparison.
And then the fragments, even though they're fragments or smaller portions of a bullet, you're still able to look at it microscopically and still make that determination that it was fired from the same weapon.
In this particular case, yes. Sometimes
Okay.
fragments are too small
Too small.
to see anything, but here, yes, ma'am, I was.
But you don't know whether some of those fragments could have come from some of the other bullets that you had, since you said some of those bullets may have been damaged. And I don't know, I mean, you tell me, are the fragments that you tested, are they each from a different bullet, or could they all be from the same bullet? Or you just don't know?
Based on my documentation in the case file, I do apologize. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
They all have the same spot available for me to mark to put them in a common. So it would be like marking this one spot on every bullet, and they all have the same spot marked. I would speculate, but I can't. I mean, I'd have to pull them out again with this question in mind, but I would speculate that they should all be different projectiles.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, take your time. One moment. That may be all I have. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Is it possible for some of the bullet jacket fragments to come from the same bullet?
It is possible, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all I have, Ms. Bagwell.
Any redirect?
No, you're on enough of this day. Thank you, Ms. Bagwell.
All right, can this witness be excused? All right, Ms. Bagwell, thank you. You can log off.
Thank you.
State may call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll call Melissa West.
You swear affirm that the testimony should give the court the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
My name is Melissa West. That's MELISSAWEST.
Good morning, Ms. West.
Good morning.
Please tell the jurors where you're currently employed.
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, also known as the GBI, in the State Crime Lab, the Division of Forensic Sciences.
And in what capacity are you employed there?
I am a forensic serologist.
And what does that mean for the juror? Can you describe some of your day-to-day responsibilities?
As a forensic serologist, I accept evidence from local and state agencies to be tested for the presence of bodily fluids, that's blood, semen, or saliva. I test the evidence, I generate a report on my findings, and I testify in court when necessary, as well as performing other duties that are needed to help with the workflow and to make it more efficient.
And what is the educational background that you have that qualifies you to be a forensic serologist?
I received a Bachelor of Science from Fort Valley State University in 2008. And then upon receipt of employment with the GBI, I received extensive in-house training. This in-house training had multiple tests, both written and oral. I had mock samples that I had to test with 100% accuracy. I also had mock trial, as well as an additional 8 to 16 hours of training every year to stay up to date on current forensic trends.
And how long have you been doing this role?
I've been with the GBI now for 16 years.
And during the course of your career, how many tests have you performed?
I have not kept up with an actual number of tests, but it has well into the thousands.
And have you testified in court before in your capacity as a forensic serologist at the GBI?
Yes, I have.
And how many times approximately?
Approximately 80 to 85 times.
And have you always been qualified as an expert forensic serologist?
Yes.
Thank you. And at this time, still move to tender Ms. Melissa West as an expert in forensic serology.
You may
Thank you.
proceed.
Briefly, what is forensic serology?
Forensic serology is the identification of bodily fluids, blood, semen, or saliva in conjunction with a criminal case.
And once you receive evidence for testing, what are the steps that you take to commence your testing?
Depending on what body fluid is being identified, I will perform a chemical test. Typically, these chemical tests will provide a color change in the presence of that bodily fluid. and in the absence of it, it will remain colorless.
Directing your attention to June 12th of 2020 and June 17th of 2020, did you conduct testing in a case involving Jamari Davenport?
Yes, I did.
And when you conducted those testings, did you generate a report?
Yes, I did.
How was the evidence received by you to begin your testing?
Evidence is received into the GBI through our evidence receiving area. In the evidence receiving area, it is either received through a lockbox or through the window, and a member of the evidence receiving team will physically retrieve it from the officer. Once it has made it into the lab, it gets a unique barcode. This barcode is scanned with every movement it makes, so from every person to person, as well as every person to a location. Once it gets its barcode and its imaging done downstairs, it is then sent forward to the correct location or the correct department or division within the forensic science building. For me, it is brought up by a technician, and the technician will place the evidence into a secure locker, and then I will retrieve that evidence from that secure locker.
And generally, what steps are taken to prevent contamination of the samples received?
The samples first are looked at to ensure that they're properly sealed and there's been no tampering. Proper protective equipment is worn when handling all of the evidence, as well as our lab areas are bleached, as well as sterile paper put down prior to opening the evidence. Gloves are always bleached, all utensils are bleached, and then followed up with ethanol alcohol to make sure that nothing gets contaminated.
I'm showing you now what's been marked as states 873 and 874. Please take a moment to review and tell us what you make a mark of.
These are the official reports that were generated from my testing on a blood examination for our DOFS case number 2020-1009037, as well as the saliva analysis that was asked for on the same case.
And do the reports fairly and accurately depict the testing that you conducted in this case?
Yes.
Do they appear to be altered or changed in any way?
No.
At this time, still move into evidence states to 873 and 874.
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you. Publishing first states 873. Ms. West, can you explain to the jurors what evidence you received in this case?
In this case, I received swabbings that were identified as coming from a vehicle, as well as swabbings identified coming from a pistol, and swabbings identified as coming from a casing.
And who requested this service?
These were requested by an Officer Green.
And what are the case individuals in this case?
The case individuals are Lamontae, Deshaun Lewis, and Jamari Davenport.
And on your testing of the evidence that you received, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw?
It was determined that the swabs did indicate the presence of blood.
Could you tell whose blood?
No.
What is your next step once you've determined that there is blood?
Then the samples are then submitted for DNA analysis. Once testing is completed, I will move those samples to another secure locker so that the forensic scientists that will be working them can retrieve them and do their portion of the work.
And how are your reports protected, or are they authenticated after you do your report?
All of our reports are peer-reviewed by another qualified scientist to ensure that all proper policies and procedures were followed and all conclusions are the same that they would have come up with an independent working of that evidence.
Thank you, Ms. West. Publishing now states 874. What was the requested service in this case?
This was a saliva analysis.
And did it have the same DOFS number?
Yes.
Different one?
Same DOFS number.
Thank you. And who are the case individuals in this case?
The case individuals are Lamontae, Deshaun Lewis, and Jamari Davenport.
And what evidence did you receive there?
For this For this analysis, I received swabbings from a cup.
And on what date did you receive this evidence?
This evidence was received on May 1st of 2020.
And what were your results and conclusions after you did your testing of this
Um,
evidence?
Those failed to identify any saliva on those swabbings.
And why would that happen?
It could either be the absence of saliva on that cup. It could be that there just wasn't enough on the cup. And sometimes some people, the component that we're looking for is called amylase. And some people just don't excrete a lot of amylase. And so if there wasn't enough of it there, I wouldn't have gotten the color change.
And then once you completed your testing, is it peer reviewed, just like the initial report you just described?
Yes.
And what do you do then?
With evidence that is negative, it is sent back to the agency that requested it.
And once you've completed your analysis of the evidence received, would that complete your part in the investigation of this case?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Nothing further from the state.
No questions, Judge.
This one is be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. West.
Thank you.
Statement calls next witness.
Yes, state will call Emily Hines.
Yes.
Please state, spell your first and last name from the book.
My name is Emily Hines. That's Emily, last name Heinz.
Good morning, Ms. Hines.
Good morning.
Please tell the jurors where you're currently employed.
I'm currently employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation within the Division of Forensic Sciences, also known as the State Crime Lab.
And how are you employed there? In what capacity?
I am a forensic DNA analyst.
And generally, what is some of your duties and responsibilities?
I receive evidence from state and local law enforcement agencies, and I perform DNA testing on those items and then write reports on my findings and testify as needed.
And what educational background do you have that qualifies you to be a forensic DNA analyst?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biomedical Sciences from Central Michigan University.
And outside of your formal education, do you receive ongoing training?
Yes, upon being hired, I underwent an extensive training program that was approximately 2 years, and then we do continuing education as well.
And how long have you been a DNA analyst at the GBI?
Almost 7.5 years now.
And during the course of your career, how many tests have you performed?
I've worked on over 700 cases.
And have you testified in court before?
Yes,
Approximately how many times?
it is 42 times.
And have you always been qualified as an expert?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence, tender into evidence Ms. West as an expert, as a DNA analyst.
No objection.
You may proceed.
Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. Ms. Hines, can you please tell the jurors what first steps that you take once you receive evidence in a case?
For DNA testing, when we receive evidence, we perform that testing in a series of steps. The first is called extraction, where I'll take a cutting of the evidence item, place it into a tube, and add chemicals that are going to help break open those cells and release the DNA. We then quantify or determine how much DNA was obtained from that item, make millions of copies of specific locations in the DNA, and then separate those out to create a visual representation that we call a DNA profile. Any DNA profiles that are obtained from evidence items can then be compared to DNA profiles of known individuals in the case.
Directing your attention to August 27th of 2020, did you receive evidence for DNA testing involving a Jamari Davenport?
Yes, I received evidence.
And when you received the evidence, after you tested the evidence, did you complete a report as you just described?
Yes.
I'm showing you what is marked as states 872. Please have a look at this and tell the jury how you.
This is the report I generated in this case, and I recognize it based on the unique GBI case number, as well as my signature at the bottom of the report.
And does your report appear to have been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the report you completed on the day in question?
Yes.
Thank you. At this time, still moving to evidence states exhibit 872.
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you. Publishing now states 872. Can you please read into the record the case number?
The DOFS case number is 2020-1009037.
And what was the requested service?
DNA typing.
And who were the case individuals?
The elimination individual is Dennis Scheib. So the subject is Lamontae Deshaun Lewis, victim Gabrielle A. Gore, and another victim, Jamari Davenport.
And please explain to the jurors what evidence you received and on what date did you receive it?
On March 31st, 2020, received a bloodstain card from Jamari Davenport. And then on May 1st, 2020, we received some swabs from a vehicle, swabs from a pistol, as well as buccal swabs, which are just cheek swabs, from Dennis Scheib and Lamontae Lewis.
And how, once the evidence is received, how do you guard against contamination?
We do a lot of things to guard against contamination. The evidence is stored in a secure location until it's ready to be tested. They're also assessed to ensure they're properly packaged when they come into the GBI. And then during my testing, I take a lot of measures as well. I wear personal protective equipment, so I wear a lab coat, mask, gloves, and a hairnet. I clean my workstation thoroughly before I start. After I'm done, I also clean between items. I change my gloves between each evidence item, and then I also clean my utensils or scissors that I use to cut the evidence between each item.
And is it normal to receive evidence of this nature from the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
Okay. And once you receive this evidence, what results and conclusions were you able to generate?
So if we want to go item by item.
Yes, please.
Okay. So the first item I reported on here was item 10B, which are swabs from the trigger. The DNA obtained from that contained DNA from one individual, and that DNA profile matched the profile of Lamontae Lewis, and the frequency of that profile that was obtained from the trigger would be expected to occur in a given population is approximately 1 in 30 nonillion. And so that's just a 30 with 30 zeros after it. To relay that to the world's population, it's about 8 billion, which would be an 8 with 9 zeros. So it would take multiple Earths before you saw this profile again, and that profile matched Lamontae Lewis. The next item is swabs from handle, which those were swabs from a vehicle. Item 4A contains DNA from at least 2 individuals. The major profile from that item, so the individual who left the most DNA, that matches the profile of Jamari Davenport, and the frequency of that major profile from the swabs from the handle that is 1 in 1 octillion, so that's a 1 with 27 zeros. So again, much larger than the Earth's population. The next item is swabs from pistol, item 6, and that contains DNA from at least 2 individuals. The major profile from these swabs matched the profile of Jamari Davenport, and the frequency of this profile from the pistol is 1 in 30 octillion, so 30 with 30 zeros after it. And then items 4B, which is another set of swabs from the vehicle, from the handle part, and then swabs from the pistol grip, item 10A. Those items resulted in a complex or low-level mixture, so I wasn't able to draw conclusions on who that DNA came from.
And once you completed this report, what do you do next?
After this, if there's no more testing that needs to be done, the evidence is sent back to the submitting agency.
And are your reports peer reviewed?
Yes.
And what does the peer review process entail?
Peer review means that my report and my work on this request is fully reviewed by another trained DNA analyst. So they're going to review all the paperwork that was submitted with the evidence, as well as any notes that I generate in my testing to ensure that I followed proper procedures and there's no contamination. And then they will also review the data to ensure that they come to the same conclusions that I did.
And once that's done, does that conclude your part in the investigation of this case?
Yes.
Nothing further from the state?
No questions.
Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Unless anyone needs a break, state may call us next witness.
Your Honor, state will call Samantha Gash. One moment, Your Honor.
My name is Samantha Gash, Samantha, last name Gaasch.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please tell the jury where you were employed on or around March 28th of 2020.
On March 20th of 2020, I was employed in Grand Junction, Colorado.
And where are you currently employed?
Currently, I'm employed with the City of South Fulton Police Department.
In what capacity?
Currently, I am in the technology operations section working with digital forensics.
And can you describe generally what some of your duties and responsibilities are?
I extract data from digital electronics during investigations.
Were you always in this role at South Fulton?
I was not. I was also in crime scene unit.
Okay. And do you work as part of a team or solo in your current role?
My current role is part of a team.
Do you have any professional certifications or requirements to do the role that you do now for South Fulton?
I am working through certifications. I have several classes in digital evidence and forensics.
And do you receive any additional specialized training?
I do.
Can you please explain what that training is?
I'm constantly seeking different digital forensics classes with the different softwares and equipments that we use.
And how many phone extractions would you estimate that you have performed over the course of your career yourself, Fulton, in this role?
Close to 300 cell phones or digital devices.
And in some form or fashion, do you sort of are involved in the extraction or analysis of a cell phone on a day-to-day basis?
On a day-to-day basis, yes.
Thank you. Have you ever testified in court before?
I have testified in court before, yes.
And were you qualified as an expert?
I testified as CSI. I'm not sure if that was
But not in your current role?
not in this current role, no.
However, Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Ms. Gash as an expert in the field of digital forensics based on her ongoing training and experience.
Back to that, Judge, I'm just not sure what the specialty is. I mean, digital forensics could be everything.
All right, do you want to clarify that, Ms. Charles, or
Yes,
is there
yes.
any, if you want to voir dire the witness as well, or we'll start with Ms. Charles now.
Just specifically, digital forensics, specifically cell phone extractions.
All right, cell phone extractions. Any further objection or wish to voir dire the witness on this question?
Michael Vaudier, the witness.
All right.
The detective, what's your?
Officer Gash.
Officer Gash, could you tell me about your training as it relates to, is it cell phone extraction? Cell phone extraction.
I've been working with cell phone extractions, especially with City of South Fulton for the past 2.5 years now.
Okay.
Performing 300 or so cell phone extractions in that time period. I work with it every day, and I've received extensive training over the past 2 or so years, specifically relating to cell phone extractions and data.
And can you tell me about your training that you've received in the 2.5 years?
I'm working with the software specialists that we use for our cell phone extractions. I work with the United States Secret Service, also in cell phone extractions. Not sure.
What's the software company?
Specifically Celebrite and Graykey.
And is that what you used in this case?
We did, yes.
No objection to that, Judge.
All right, state may proceed.
Yeah. Stay with, just to be clear, she's
A
now
rule on
tendered as
the
an
objection.
expert.
Yeah,
Thank
there's
you.
no objection. You may proceed.
Thank you. Yes. Ms. Gash, what does it mean to extract data from a cell phone?
We take the cell phone, and with some sort of legal access granted, I will essentially plug it into our software. Software will run and it will extract as much data as is capable within the parameters of the security settings.
And can you please detail that process for us?
In my work, I will get a request for cell phone data extraction from whatever case investigator. They will supply me with the legal access. I will hook that phone up to our software. The software will run, it extracts data specifically from that device, stores it. I'm able to upload that into Celebrite, and it takes the data that was extracted from the cell phone and puts it into a readable format for us to review.
And what is Celebrite?
Celebrite is the technology that we use, the software that specifically relates to extracting data from digital devices.
And how does Celebrite work? Is it only able to pull certain data?
Depending on the security settings, yes.
Does Celebrite alter or edit any of the data?
It does not.
Does Celebrite delete any of the data that you analyze?
It does not.
How is this data stored and where do you store the data?
We store the data under lock and key, a secure facility. It's only accessed by those doing the extractions.
What are hash values?
A hash value is essentially the digital serial number. It goes through all the data in a picture or a file or whatever you're looking at. It provides a very unique number of numbers and letters that show the exact value of that data in an alphanumerical format. It can be compared with something else. If you were to take that data today, generate a hash value, it has that data. It'll show that unique serial number. Then if you were to look at it days down the road, you can generate a hash value for that data. It will be exactly the same. If anything is altered in any way, the hash value will be different.
And how do you view the data once you get the hash values back?
So the hash value is just assigned to it as a serial number to denote that this data has this serial number, which means it has all this data in it. We then generate that we pull it into Celebrite system and confirm that that hash value is exactly the same as it was when we extracted the data. To confirm it's all in entirety the exact same data we pulled from the phone. And that's how we compare the hash values. After it's in Celebrite, it generates a readable report for us.
Directing your attention to May of 2022, were you involved in the extraction of a cell phone in the case number 2020004736 of the South Fulton Police Department?
Yes.
And how were you assigned to this case? I'm sorry, 2020. Oh, was that a?
Yes,
I
sorry.
should note it. I'm sorry. Can you speak up?
My apologies, yes.
Thank you. And how were you assigned to this case?
I was given a cell phone and asked to do a data extraction.
And what are the first steps you take when you receive the cell phone?
So I received a request for a data extraction on a black iPhone 7 in relation to this case. And I was told it was owned by the victim in this case, the decedent. There is no expectation of privacy. I was able to extract data from the cell phone.
And if there was an expectation of privacy, how would you have proceeded?
If there's an expectation of privacy, we usually obtain a search warrant.
And what information were you trying to extract from the phone?
I hooked it up to our software. It extracted any and all data that we were able to access at that time, which was not a full file system. It was partial file system. And I generated the report for whatever data we could obtain.
Was that the only cell phone that you extracted in this case?
It was not.
Okay. Under what circumstances did you come to extract a second cell phone?
I was given an additional cell phone in reference to this case. There was no passcode on it, so I had full access to it. I was able to obtain a full file system for this second cell phone. It was given to me by the Fulton County DA's office.
And do you recall the owner of that case, that phone?
Gabrielle Gore.
And was it a report generated in each case for each phone?
It was.
And once the report is generated, how is it stored to guard against any tampering or alterations?
It's stored on our secure network, closed access, so it does not operate online, so it cannot be breached that way. There's also only secure personnel allowed into that area.
I'm showing you what's been marked as it says 869 and 870. Once you had a moment to review, can you please tell the state what you recognize them to be?
This is a copy of each extraction from each of the phones.
Thank you. And when you reviewed the evidence before trial today, did it appear to be altered or changed in any way?
It did not.
Was it a fair and accurate depiction of the reports you generated in May of 2022?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, still moving to evidence, States Exhibit 869 and 870.
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you. Publishing States 870. Ms. Gash, can you please read into the record the notes in the first portion of your summary of the forensic report?
Are you referring to the state's exhibit here?
No, on the report. You can look at the screen behind you.
Oh, I see it, sorry. My apologies.
To the notes portion and the summary in the bottom. What does it say?
The notes state unknown case number, consent form signed by owner Gabrielle Gore, no passcode.
And going down to source extraction, can you explain for the jurors what that means?
This is generated by the software. It states most of the generic information just to state which versions of the software, date, time that it was extracted, identification numbers for the devices used in the extraction.
And the time zone says a UTC -4. What does that mean? Can you explain that for the juror?
So the UTC is the universal time code. So it is standard for all cell phones digitally that it has one timestamp. Similarly to another time zone, Georgia sits at -4 or -5 hours from that timestamp, depending on daylight saving time.
And what was the name of the phone or type of phone that you extracted?
Gabrielle Gore's phone is an iPhone 11 Pro Max.
And once you extracted the phone, what did you do with the physical phone itself?
The physical phone was returned to, well, in Gabrielle Gore's case, it was returned to the investigator that gave it to me.
And what about the case of Jamari Davenport, the first iPhone 7?
That phone was returned to property evidence.
Okay. And does the extraction categorize the data into sort of categories like contact logs?
It will, yes.
And did it also capture videos and that sort of thing?
I believe it did.
Okay. And is this data readable in this format?
In the Celebrate format, it is.
And how long, once you get the extraction, do you store the extraction anywhere, or is it just turned over to the agency who requested the service?
A copy is stored for our evidence. A copy was also given to the detective on the case.
And if we go down. Where it says in red deleted, if that comes up on the report that you generate, what does that mean to you?
That means that certain items were deleted from this category in calendar.
And is that information, can you recover that information?
Occasionally we can recover it. There is a digital footprint saying that something was there and has been deleted. It can also contain some of the information that was deleted.
And does the deleted sort of caption right there under the calendar type, does that appear anywhere else in the chats or contact logs or anything of that nature?
If the software does recover something that has that digital footprint saying it was deleted, it will show it in red on the Celebrate.
And in this case, does it show it?
That is shown in red.
In
Yes.
just that one category, is that correct?
In that one category.
Thank you. And do you analyze the data that you receive?
I put the extraction into the Celebrate format. I do not review the data in there. I simply turn it over to the case detective.
Okay. And once you turn it over back to the lead detective or case agent, does that conclude your part in the investigation of the case?
It does.
Thank you. Nothing further from the state.
Officer Gash again. Question, so you received basically 2 phones in this case
I did, yes.
to extract and do reports on.
Correct.
And you received those from, would it have been the lead detective or one of the detectives in this case? Do you know?
I believe it was Detective Moss that
Okay.
gave me one of the phones.
Okay. Had Detective Moss given you other phones that were found or that they thought were relevant to this case? Would it be uncommon or unexpected for them to turn those over to you to try to do extractions on?
It is not uncommon to have more than one phone in a case, and it is not uncommon for me to only extract 1 or 2 phones.
Say that first part again.
So there tend to be several phones. It's a digital age, so
Right.
everybody has a phone. It is not uncommon for me to extract only data from 1 or 2 phones, not every phone in the case.
But if Detective Moss gave you 5 phones and thought these could be relevant, Detective Moss could have given those to you and you could have done extractions on all of the phones, right?
Yes.
Basically, you do extractions on what your colleagues that are the lead detectives in a case think may be relevant, right?
Yes.
And are you the sole person in South Fulton who does that? Are you kind of the go-to cell phone person, for lack of a better word?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you said the first phone was a black iPhone 7 that belonged to Jamari Davenport.
Correct.
And you were able to get a partial report.
Correct.
And I don't know that I heard the answer to why. Why was that? Was there a password on the phone or some
I believe
reason?
there was, yes.
Okay. If there's a password, then you're not on an iPhone, you usually can't get everything from the phone.
There are possibilities where we could get almost everything. In this case, we were only able to get part of it.
Partial. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And this one is be excused.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a 5 minutes break. Y'all turn on the light when you're ready to go.
All right, the jury.
All right, unless there's anything to take up, we will be in recess, generally hold in place for about 5 minutes and be off the record.
Tamisha, what's the meeting ID for this? Do you have it, Judge?
Sorry?
The meeting? Oh, you're getting it? Oh,
Did you send me something, Judge?
Yes. It was about something different. Someone else asked for a certificate of appeal. It was on that motion hearing that you already did 2 witnesses for. So I just wanted to put that, I was just gonna say, the 2 officers, yeah. So you said you're about to kind of finishing touches on Johnson. If you can put that one as next. And-
So just skip calling.
Well, that should only take like a day or 2. You've already done it, right? Yeah, so just do that one next.
The officers.
The hearing, yeah,
Right.
that's right. After you're done with Johnson.
Okay, boy.
meeting ID number. A little bit louder.
938
938
7356
7356 5323. Okay, now it's gonna ask,
690
hold on, let me see. 690 7 what? 79?
779 double 7.
Okay. Looks like I do. It's just connecting. Okay, so this. More. Okay, now the volume's down. Testing. Okay, it's not echoing. Ah, it is. I need to.
Can you punch like mark stuff on it and then it shows back in? That would be cool.
I will test that out later
Cause you know, sometimes.
because it's totally touch screen.
Cause sometimes when they're cooking
I know.
and they're over there,
Mhm.
I had to.
I will see. I don't know. I mean, it's a touch screen monitor, so it could be that.
Not a lot because I have the conference with Athens.
And then Friday we have motions.
Friday, we have motions. Yeah, so other than, no, Tuesday through Thursday, transcript time. Monday's holiday. I'm okay. Take the day off. But Tuesday through Thursday, we can knock stuff out, right?
Okay.
Hmm?
Oh.
Michael McCarriger.
Yeah, that's really huge.
We've got Crimson Tech, the primary, and then the lead and induction. And Rosa. Oh.
Do you have these to display on your screen?
I have it, no, it's mystic, but I do have it.
Sure.
Oh, let me bring it.
Okay.
Could you email it to Jill, right? To print to you? Email it to me. Okay, let me not take it from there. I have it in my email.
I'll send it to you.
Let me find it. Yeah, that's fine. Which one?
The cycle.
Oh, they're ready? Oh, okay. Could we give a shout out to Mr. Gardner?
Just, I think, stepped out to the restroom.
Okay. And you have your next witness right here, I think,
Found
already.
us.
It's Mr. McCarriger, if I remember. Yeah, you can go ahead and come on up.
That thing's not moving.
No,
Yeah.
witnesses can just look behind themselves.
Yeah, okay, just letting you know, lunch.
I got you.
Thank you.
All right. Deputy Scott.
I'll rise for the jury.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. State may call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, still will call Michael McCarriger.
I do. Yes, my name is Michael McCarriger, McCarrier.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell the jury where you're currently employed
I'm employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
and in what capacity,
I am the manager of the Trace Evidence Section.
and how many years have you been doing that role?
I've been with the Trace Evidence Section for 17 years. I've been managing it for a little over 8.
Were you consistent with the GBI in your prior experience?
Straight out of college to the GBI.
And in what capacity did you work prior to being the trace manager? What did you do for the GBI?
Trace Evidence Scientist.
And what does that entail?
I was trained in 3 areas of testing: gunshot primer residue, hair examinations, and glass examinations.
And when you did the gunshot primer residue testing, what sort of educational background did you need to do that type of work?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the State University of New York College at Geneseo. I have a master's of science in forensic science from Marshall University. And when I was hired by the GBI, I completed a 8-month training program specific to gunshot primer residue.
And what training outside of your formal education did you have in gunshot residue?
I'm sorry,
What training did you have outside of your formal education?
The 8-month training program at the GBI.
And did you have ongoing training internally to GBI?
Yes.
Besides the 8-month training?
Yes.
And what did that look like?
We have to do about 16 hours of continued education. So usually there's online seminars that different organizations will put on. So I attend those.
And in your capacity as a gunshot primer residue tester, how many years did you do that with the GBI?
17.
Okay. And when you did that sort of testing, did you testify as an expert in cases that you worked on?
Yes, I did.
And were you qualified as an expert in those cases?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many times did you testify in that?
About 120 specific to gunshot residue.
And over the course of your career, how many cases would you say you've tested?
Probably about 1,500.
And do you conduct training now for the people that you supervise currently?
I was the acting technical leader for up until last year. So I would conduct training then. Now as just the manager, I don't conduct very much training anymore myself.
You know, this time I still would tender Mr. Michael McCarriger as an expert in GBI trace evidence review and gunshot primer residue testing.
You may
Thank
proceed.
you. Just generally, we have one quick question for you. In the field of gunshot primer testing, what does that look like? You describe that process in the jury. Why would you test a gunshot residue, and why would you not test a gunshot residue?
Gunshot primer residue originates from the ammunition cartridge. At the rear of the ammunition cartridge is what's known as the primer. It's like a little cup, and it contains 3 materials: lead, barium, and antimony, which is an initiator, an oxidizer, and a fuel. You put those things together, you can have an explosion. So if you pull the trigger of a firearm, the firing pin will hit that primer cup and cause a little explosion. That explosion is what causes the powder to begin burning. Obviously, pressure builds up, the projectile leaves the weapon. These priming materials are metals: lead, barium, and antimony. When they explode, they vaporize and they go out into the environment around the weapon. When they hit that cooler air, they condense down, almost kind of like water vapor condenses down into raindrops, and if it's cold enough, into snowflakes, like we had last week. This is gaseous lead, barium, and antimony through a liquid to a solid. And they form these little particles. They're about 1/1,000,000th of a meter in size. So you need a very high-powered microscope to see them. We look for particles that have the lead, barium, and antimony all within a single particle, and that's considered characteristic of gunshot primer residue. When the weapon's discharged, these particles are disseminated kind of all over the place. In the direction of fire, they're disseminated a great distance. Largest concentration of primer residue is usually found forward about 10 to 12 feet from the weapon. Some comes back on the person holding the gun as well. When we find primer residue, it means one of three things. You either, on someone's hands, I should say, if we find it. You either discharge the firearm yourself, you're standing close enough to someone else who discharged a firearm, or you handled an item that had residue on its surface. If I were to discharge a firearm, set it down on the table, someone else walks in and picks up that weapon, there'd be a pretty good expectation they'd have residue on their hands because they're handling a recently fired weapon. We test gunshot residue kits from individuals without gunshot wounds. We do not routinely test GSR kits that come from victims of gunshots. The reason for that is we already know they were in the presence of a firearm upon discharge as a function of being shot. And like I said, most of that residue is propelled forward. I'm aware of 22 state-level agencies around the country that do gunshot residue testing. There was a survey done a few years ago. At the time, only the state of South Carolina and Oklahoma did routine GSR testing on victims. And the survey was conducted by South Carolina because they were trying to get out of the business of doing GSR kits on victims.
You were not assigned to any case involving Jamara Davenport for testing, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
When a GSR kit is submitted to the GBI for testing, but it was not done on the deceased, why would that happen?
I'm unaware of a kit being submitted to the GBI. In this case.
Hypothetically.
Oh, hypothetically?
Yes, if a kit was submitted and the GSR testing was not done for where deceased was died by gunshot wounds, why would that happen?
It would be returned from the front office. They usually alert me. I traditionally would send an email, or nowadays I issue case status updates, which it looks like an official report, but it's not quite an official report. It's alerting our customer we received this item of evidence. We're not routine. We don't work it. We're not working it because we don't routinely do testing in this scenario.
So just to clarify, it's the policy of the GBI not to test for GSR particle incident scenarios, which we see with this defendant, the manner of his death by gunshot.
We haven't routinely worked gunshot victim GSR kits since March 1st of 2009.
So it was not tested, it either was not submitted. Is that correct? So be clear.
In this particular case, we did not receive one. If one was submitted, we very likely would not have tested it.
Nothing further from the state.
Any gross?
No good.
Ms. Witness be excused, Ms. Charles.
Yes, Your Honor?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Rosa James.
Yes. Thank you. Rosa, ROSA, James, JAMES.
Good morning, Ms. James. How are you doing today?
Good morning.
All right. Ms. James, where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed with my own LLC. It's a consulting company for domestic violence and gender-based violence.
And what is the name of your LLC?
Sinia's Place.
And how long have you owned your own LLC and worked in that capacity?
Since January of 2023.
And can you please describe to the jury some of your daily duties and responsibilities with your LLC?
Since it's a consulting company around gender-based violence, it all depends on what the client wants, is if it's training, advocacy, presentations, public speaking, and of course, that's expert witness testimony.
And do you conduct trainings and presentations?
Yes, I do upon request.
And what types of trainings do you conduct?
I conduct trainings around domestic violence for community members, healthcare workers, law enforcement, any request that's made. Also can train advocates to work with survivors and such. It's just whatever capacity I'm needed. If it's cultural humility or just straight training on how to be trauma informed. It's all about what the organization needs at that moment.
Ms. James, prior to your employment with your own LLC, where were you employed?
Fulton County District Attorney's Office, I was a senior advocate, domestic violence trainer, and also the domestic violence expert.
And what were some of your job duties and responsibilities in that capacity?
So in that capacity, I did do direct services with survivors. I also did trainings for community members, the district attorney's office, or whatever was requested of me. And I also, attorneys would consult with me about domestic violence cases or sexual violence cases or any type of gender-based violence that they wanted me to help them with.
And how long were you employed with the district attorney's office?
I started my employment July of 2019.
And during your time with the district attorney's office, did you review any police reports for the case that you are testifying for today?
No.
And prior to your employment with the district attorney's office, where were you employed?
I was employed with the Georgia Coalition Against Domestic Violence. I was the training manager, and I trained advocates throughout the state of Georgia to be certified domestic violence advocates.
And how long were you employed there?
About a year and a half. I was under a grant that ran out. So we all know how that goes, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you please tell the jurors a little bit about your educational background?
I received my undergraduate degree at University of Central Florida in legal studies. And then I went on to complete my master's in social work at University of Central Florida. It's a clinical program, so therefore we learn diagnoses and mental health. And I'm currently enrolled at Clark Atlanta University. I am a PhD candidate, which means I'm working on my dissertation so that I can complete my PhD in social work, leadership, organizational leadership, and policy.
Ms. James, during the course of your career, about how many victims of domestic violence have you worked with?
Well over 10,000, 20,000. If the capacity is training or just hotline calls, even just direct services, is so many.
And do you regularly attend trainings on domestic violence?
Yes, every year I have to get certified as a domestic violence advocate, and that takes hours. So every year I have to get 10 more hours of training to keep my certification.
And do you conduct trainings yourself?
Yes, I do.
And what types of trainings and how often do you conduct your own trainings?
As requested right now, if I receive a client and they have a request for me to come in and do a training, that's pretty much what it is right now. Or Clark Atlanta University tends to bring me in when it's time for training professors. If students want to request about training, I'm pretty much there.
Have you conducted any studies on domestic violence?
So the studies, outside of my current studies, the prior study was primary prevention, which is a public health model where we want to prevent domestic violence and sexual violence in the future. And we use that model to go into communities and attempt to saturate those communities with information about domestic violence. And also I work with the youth and the college students on that project. And that was with the CDC, and my piece on that project was Delta Focus.
Ms. James, have you testified in Georgia courts as an expert in domestic violence and intimate partner violence?
Yes.
All right. Approximately how many times?
Ooh. All right, now I'm probably at 50. It's been a while.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert in domestic violence in Fulton County?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many times, if you can recall?
it all times. I've been in Fulton County as far as expert.
Have you also testified in Florida courts?
Yes.
As an expert in domestic violence and intimate partner violence?
Yes, approximately 27 times.
And have you ever been denied expert status?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit Ms. Rosa James as an expert in the area of domestic violence and intimate partner violence.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. James, can you please define domestic violence for the jurors? What is domestic violence?
Yes, the definition of domestic violence is a pattern of coercive behaviors that are abusive to gain and maintain power and control over an intimate partner. And that is the definition that I will continue to go back to throughout my time on the stand.
And if you could tell the jurors, how widespread is domestic violence?
The last study in that the information that was put out in 2024 was 1 in every 3 women will experience domestic violence in their lifetime, and I believe men went to 1 in 4. I don't know where it's at now. It used to be 1 in 9 for men, but I guess more awareness and more people are reporting, so 1 in 4 for men in their lifetime.
And Ms. James, how familiar is the public with issues regarding domestic violence?
The public is familiar with physical abuse and what that looks like and what that is, but the science behind domestic violence as far as the definition and how to apply it in the tools we use, the public is not always familiar with that. So yes, the public is familiar with physical violence, but not all the types of violence or types of abuse that takes place.
And what are some common misconceptions?
The biggest common misconception is if the survivor leaves the relationship, the abuse will stop. Unfortunately, that is the most lethal time in a relationship because it's loss of control. Like I said, the abusive partner wants to gain and maintain that control. So when the survivor leaves, that's the most lethal time because that's when domestic homicides come into play.
Now, Ms. James, in preparation for your testimony today, do you have demonstrative aids that will help you clarify domestic violence and intimate partner violence for the jurors?
Yes.
Ms. James, I'm going to approach with State's Exhibits 876 and 877 for identification. Looking at State's Exhibits 876 and 877, do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize them to be?
The first, the cycle of abuse and the power and control wheel. And what I like about this wheel is that it's gender neutral and it's been updated.
And our State's Exhibits 876 and 877, are they a fair and accurate depiction of the demonstratives that you use to help aid in your testimony today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move to admit for demonstrative purposes State's Exhibits 876 and 877.
Admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing State's Exhibit 876. Ms. James, can you please tell the jurors broadly what is the cycle of abuse?
So the cycle of abuse is typically for the survivor and how they remain trapped in the relationship on the survivor's end or the victim's end. This cycle continues to go over and over again, and typically survivors can enter it at any moment. But as far as research and the social theories, this is what the abuse cycle looks like.
And if we can go through each stage of the cycle and how the survivor is affected, please.
So let's go to the tension building. This is where the survivor typically knows the incident's about to happen, so that we're walking on eggshells. We're trying to be very attentive to the abusive partner. We are, feelings of fear and just trying to be compliant to the power and control and just please that partner. And then we go to number 2, which always happens, no matter how how the survivor or the victim responds, the incident always happens. And the incident can look very different. It could be physical, verbal, or emotional abuse. It doesn't have to be an incident where it's a hospitalization. And this is when the big moment happens. Like the incident happens. This is where the violence starts. And then we go to the reconciliation. So that phase can look different in many ways. The survivor could feel guilt and feel as if they are being blamed for the incident, or the survivor is fearful, so they are trying to like reconcile with the abuser, or it can be the abusive partner trying to reconcile with the victim. And probably a lot of times we're trying to reduce the like impact of the incident, where the abusive partner is trying to blame the survivor or say the claims are false or it wasn't that bad. This is when we talk about jail calls, and the abusive partner is asking the survivor to put money on books, or this is where we get a lot of recanting in this phase.
And just to clarify, recanting from the victims?
Yes, I'm sorry. Recanting from the survivor and the victim. Mm-hmm. And then we go to calm. And although it's still, some people still refer to it as the honeymoon phase, we really don't refer to it as that no more. We call it the calm phase because it appears as if the incident never happened. The relationship continues, the survivor and the abusive partner just go about their lives just like it never happened. You know, it may be they're back into a loving, intimate relationship, like the incident is forgotten about. And it just continues to go like this for the survivor throughout the relationship.
Now, Ms. James, have you personally observed this cycle and its effects on victims during the course of your line of work?
Yes.
Okay. And how often would you say that the cycle of violence repeats itself, or the cycle of abuse repeats itself?
When we go back to the definition, the cycle continues because they have to maintain that power and control. Like it just keeps going. It really doesn't stop. It's always a vice to get back to, I want that power and control over you, and I'm gonna do what I need to do, whatever tactic to maintain that.
And in trying to gain power and control, as you just testified to, Ms. James, does the violence tend to escalate in your expertise?
Yes, the violence tends to escalate over time because, you know, we're using different tactics, and sometimes, you know, emotional or verbal doesn't work anymore. And then we escalate to threats of violence. Then the violence happens and firearms come into play. It really escalates over time.
Publishing States Exhibit 877. Ms. James, what are you looking at in States Exhibit 877?
So this is the current power and control wheel that I use because, like I said, it brings out more of a gender neutral factor. It focuses in on power and control and not genders. And also both of these items are evidence-based. They have been researched, they have been proven in science to be reality. And basically this one is the tactics the batterer uses to maintain that power and control in the middle. So what everyone sees is everything on the outside of the wheel and the physical violence and the sexual violence. These are things that people see, right? We see this all the time. And then in the middle, it's the spokes. These are some tactics that we may not notice as the public. And in the middle is power and control, because all of this, even on the outside, in the inside of the spokes, is about maintaining that power and control.
Ms. James, if we can go through each spoke in the power and control wheel, and if you could please explain to the jurors how abusers use power and control with each spoke of this wheel. And we could probably zoom in and go around the wheel.
So we'll start at using emotional abuse. because that's typically what we see, that typically what starts, right? The emotional abuse, where the abusive partner will humiliate, guilt, or make the survivor feel as if they're not as smart in the relationship, and that the abusive partner makes them feel as if, oh, I need this person. That's where that comes at. And the humiliation can become in personally or in front of family. And then we go to using isolation. Now we're using emotional abuse, and the survivor is not thinking that they are capable of certain things. And then now the isolation starts, right? I'm isolating you from your friends and family, your work, or anyone in the population that's going to make the survivor or the victim question their relationship with the abusive partner. And this could be as small as a survivor or victim calling their mother every day, right? That's typically what a lot of people do. We call our parents every day. But what the abusive partner will do is make the survivor feel as if that's abnormal. And so the survivor will stop calling. Eventually stop calling altogether, because why are you calling your mother every day? It's little tactics like that that creates that isolation. They will project on the survivor's friends, and to the point where the friends don't want to be around. And that's the isolation part. It's really, really like, I'm pulling you away from society, so it's just me and you.
You can keep going around though, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. So minimizing, denying, and blaming, right? That if we go back to the reconciliation part, this is really big, right? That didn't happen. You're blowing this up to be a bigger situation than it really is. Like, that is where the blaming comes from, and the jokes about it, or even when we do sexual violence in these relationships, that making them feel as if they deserved it, or embarrassing that, hey, you did this, or you made me do this. It's just shifting all the blame back to the victim. And then if there are children involved, right, that's a given, right? We're going to use the kids. I'm going to use the children to keep you here and exert power and control over you. I'm going to use these kids as a tool to keep you in, even after the intimate relationship can be over. And if they have children in common or together, the kids can be used as a tool to go back and forth to give the abusive partner information about the victim, letting them know where they live. All these children are very much manipulated in this tactic, because the abusive partner doesn't see their children as children. They are tools to gain and maintain power and control over their partner. And then using privilege. Privilege can come in multiple capacities. If the intimate relationship, let's say it is not heteronormative, it is queer, that partner may not be out to their family and friends, right? If the relationship is queer, where the one person is trans, they can use it as medical abuse and deny their partner access to like medical treatment, and say that I will out you. And it's just really using that privilege to exert yourself over that partner, like holding things on top and be like, nope, I have this fine. This is where the financial abuse too comes in, starts. Like, I have all the money in the relationship, or you have all the money and you're going to give it to me, right? Understand these tactics are very much thought about and very much planned. And going into economic abuse, the survivor, the abusive partner may decide that that person can't work anymore, ruin their credit, flatten tires, trying to make sure they can't go to work. They'll keep them up all night arguing, or like a abusive partner will keep their partner up all night. So it's like, now I can't go to work at 8 because I've been up all night and I only have an hour of sleep. And tactics like that to keep the survivor from financial freedom. And of course, using coercion and threats. Coercion and threats can look a lot like threatening family members, friends, threatening to call your job. We're talking about throwing items against the wall, we're breaking phones, sitting firearms out so it's visible, putting bullets out on the counter. These are threats. These are actual threats and coercion that keeps that person in a relationship, because ultimately there is fear there, right? If someone does physical violence and then starts saying, you know, talking about firearms or even suicidal ideations in the abusive partner. And that's been researched and proven that a lot of mass shootings or suicides come because the abusive partner wants to, what I want to say, well, I'll just say, you know, kill the family or their partner in themselves. That's a lot of that we see in the media. And I believe I went through all of them. And they're just tactics. There is so many different tactics that abusers use, the abusive partner use, and they can all fit into this wheel. And it may not look to the public as normal, but it's things we don't even think about that we need as autonomy that are used in this wheel.
Have you personally observed in your line of work the effects that the power control wheel has on victims?
Yes, this is actually one tool that I use in direct services with survivors to explain what happened to them. You know, this tool has a very effective way of having the survivor think about, like, wow, I never thought about that being that, or I never thought about that being control. It just fits in all these spokes somewhere, or even on the outside.
And what, if any, effects does it typically have on the victim when multiple spokes are used in the power control wheel? Are victims more attached to their abusers?
Yes. The whole point is the power and control, right? Exerting that power and control. So to maintain that in a relationship. So yes, they will stay in that relationship. Because when your autonomy is taken away in such a way where it's a very abusive, you don't believe that you can exert yourself anymore in this relationship, especially if there are children involved, if there are illnesses, disabilities, hard of hearing, and things of that nature, visually impaired. It's an attachment and a need for that partnership, and the abusive partner uses that.
And Ms. James, in your expert opinion, is jealousy consistent with being in a domestic violence relationship?
Yes, jealousy, and this is a part of isolation, right? The abusive partner will accuse cheating, will accuse rumors, will make the survivor feel as if they are not respecting the relationship. So tactics will be used to get that respect back, or to get the survivor to center the abusive partner again, because the jealousy factors comes in because of the centering of the abusive partner. They want to be centered in the center of the survivor's life. So that's how the jealousy comes out, right? I'm your center. You know, we're not talking to anyone else but me.
Thank you. And Ms. James, in your expert opinion, do victims of domestic violence ever get arrested during incidents of domestic abuse when they are being abused?
Yes, and this is very common in Fulton County. We are currently training Atlanta Police Department about this, right? Defining who is the perpetrator in that moment. And and survivors typically will get arrested, because by the time law enforcement gets there, mostly times the survivor is erratic, right? If someone just attempted to strangle me and then law enforcement arrives, I would probably be screaming, and I would be very active. And most times the abusive partner is calm and like, I don't know what's wrong with them. Look at these marks on me, when it's really defense marks. Like, you were attempting to strangle me. Now I have marks, and now the survivor is arrested.
Ms. James, in your expert opinion, does the violence tend to increase after a breakup is initiated?
Yes, loss of control. Like I said earlier, the loss of control in that relationship is a breakup, right? The abuser is losing that control. I'm going to get it back. I'm going to get my partner back. And violence tends to escalate, especially if there's an introduction of a firearm. that's when the abusive partner will take the survivor's life if they don't return to the relationship or the home.
And Ms. James, in your expert opinion, how often does violence turn lethal after a breakup in a domestic violent relationship?
There's no statistic about how often does it turn lethal, because each of these relationships are separate, right? That's how we separate them. But the data has proven lethality is at the highest when the survivor leaves, and lethality is at the highest when a firearm is introduced into the relationship.
Now, Ms. James, have you ever met Lamontae Lewis?
No.
Okay, and you haven't reviewed any police reports in this case today?
No.
All right. Now, were you charged a fee for your testimony today?
Yes.
And your testimony today is based solely on your education and experience in working with domestic violence during the course of your career?
Yes.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Good morning. What is your correct title? I want to make sure I'm referring to you correctly.
My current title with my LLC is CEO.
Okay. Can I call you Ms. James?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. James. My name's Sarah Flack, and I represent the defendant in this case. You were just asked on direct, I think at the end, you said you were charged a fee. I think maybe, is it true that maybe you charged the DA's office a fee for your testimony today? They didn't charge you, right?
Yes.
You got paid to be here.
I'm under invoice.
Okay, and what was that invoice for your testimony?
So I charge $250 per hour.
Okay, and were you paid a retainer by the DA's office in advance of your testimony today?
No.
And how many hours approximately will you be billing the DA's office for your testimony and work in this case?
In this particular case, 2 hours.
2 hours? Okay. And are you under a contract with the DA's office?
No.
Fulton DA's office? Okay. And how long were you working for the district attorney's office?
Since July of 2019.
July of 2019 through?
January of 2023. My last day was the 31st of January.
Okay, so July 2019 through 2023. And during your time there, you were employed by District Attorney Fonnie Willis?
I actually was hired by Mr. Howard, and also I was still employed under Madam DA.
Okay. And what unit were you assigned to when you worked at the DA's office?
The domestic violence unit.
And before you worked in the domestic violence unit at the district attorney's office, were you doing any other work in domestic violence at another office or elsewhere?
Yes, I started in the domestic violence movement in 2012.
2012, okay. And in the domestic violence unit at the Fulton County DA's office, were you a victim witness advocate?
I was a senior victim advocate.
Okay, and so that would be, that role in the DA's office is essentially you work with victims or alleged victims in that office that have cases sort of pending in the DA's office, right?
Yes, and I also train staff.
Okay, and as it relates to working with the victims, like if there's a case on trial, such as this one, and your role as the victim witness advocate, you'd come to court and sit with them in court and just kind of prepare them on what to expect as a victim in a case, right?
Yes.
And you're maybe giving them updates along the way as a case is progressing. You're calling them, you may be meeting with them, you're giving them tissue and things like that. You're being the kind of their comfort and support person, right?
Yes, in that role.
Okay. And you did that for about 3 or 4 years in the DA's office with this Fulton County DA's office, right?
Since July of 2019.
And have you ever worked a case with either of these two prosecutors here?
As an employee?
Yes.
Yes.
And who of the two have you worked with?
Maria.
Okay.
Very briefly.
Okay. And was that in a matter like this where you're testifying as an expert, or was it like a case where she was the prosecutor and you were the victim witness advocate with her case?
Victim witness advocate.
With her case?
With her case.
Okay. And, okay, so you testified, then you left the DA's office and you started your own, is it consulting company? In
Yes.
2023, and what was that, what's it called again?
Sinia's Place.
Sinia's Place. And as part of your role there, you are, you said you're doing some training with different agencies, is that what you said?
Upon request.
Okay. Who are you currently working with? What agencies, other than the Fulton DA's office?
Currently, I don't have any contracts out right now. The only other entity I'm working close with is Clark Atlanta University.
And is that as part of your PhD candidacy, or is there something else you're doing with Clark Atlanta?
It's part of my PhD candidacy.
Okay. All right, Miss James. Now you're not a medical doctor, right?
No.
And you're not a psychiatrist is a medical doctor. You're not a psychiatrist. And your role here is not to determine anybody's guilt or innocence, right?
No.
In fact, you haven't looked at any of the evidence in this case, right?
No.
Any of the police reports?
No.
Video?
No.
Cell phone?
No.
Okay. And so you don't know what happened in this case?
No.
And your role today is not to determine what happened?
No.
You'd agree that each relationship is unique, right?
Yes.
And very complex.
Yes.
Humans are complex,
Yes.
right? Behaviors are complex. And so without a detailed history of somebody's relationship, it would be speculative to apply your cycle of abuse model, for instance.
No. These models are used to educate the public as well and bring self-awareness. So no, these models have been evidence-based, they have been proven, and we use these to make the public aware, and also we use them in direct services to work with the survivors. And oftentimes these tools are used in betters intervention programs as well to inform any abusive partner who has to take those courses of what this is as well.
So my question wasn't about what society or education, that maybe that's a separate thing altogether. What my question is, and what I asked you is, without a detailed understanding and history of a specific relationship, right? It would be speculation to apply your model without understanding the complexities and details of a specific relationship, correct?
No, we do not as advocates and experts, we do not diagnose domestic violence. Domestic violence is not a diagnosis. So these tools can be used as well.
Right. So again, you can't apply your model and your cycle of abuse model to anything as it relates to this case, correct?
It's called upon I could, but I have not been asked to do that.
And you can, as you sit here today, right?
I can.
Well, you said you haven't looked at anything, have you?
No, but these tools are used universally. And if I'm asked hypotheticals, I can definitely use these tools to answer those hypotheticals, even though I do not know anything about this case.
Well, a hypothetical is different than actually looking at the evidence, correct? Those are two separate things.
Yes.
Okay, so my question to you is, as you sit here today, you have not reviewed anything in this case, correct?
No.
So you can't tell us one way or the other about anything as it relates to the dynamics in this particular relationship, correct?
My role here is an expertise. I'm not here to prove innocent or guilt or diagnose a case.
Right, or say what domestic violence happened or didn't happen or when it happened in this particular case, because you don't know, right?
I don't know anything about the case, but I can be asked hypotheticals that may apply to the case and use these tools to answer the questions.
And that's fair. And have I asked you any hypotheticals?
No.
You were asked about your testimony in the Fulton County specifically. Have you testified in any other counties in Georgia?
I have not,
expert in domestic violence?
I have not testified, but I have worked with other counties.
And, but not testifying as an expert in domestic violence, only in this county
Yes,
and in this courthouse,
yes.
and as a witness for this prosecution?
I've also been a witness for the public defender.
Okay, in Fulton County?
Yes.
One moment, ma'am. You said that you've looked at, or please let me know if I'm mischaracterizing what you said, but I think that you've worked with somewhere between 10,000 or 20,000 domestic violence cases or victims. Is that true?
Survivors since
Survivors.
2012.
Since 2012, 10,000 or 20,000. And so I'm sure, or have you seen in those 10,000 or 20,000 people instances where abuse is happening on both sides?
No,
And 20,000 people, never seen that.
no.
It's always one-sided.
Back to the definition, it is an intimate partner trying to gain and maintain power and control over the survivor or the victim. So no.
Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. Ms. James, during your time at the district attorney's office or with the domestic violence unit, did you ever have any part or touch this case involving Lamontae Lewis?
No.
Right. And I believe that you just testified that you have testified in Fulton on behalf of for the state and for the defense.
Yes.
All right. Now, is your testimony today it's not based on an invoice or a fee schedule? Is it based solely off of your education experience and expert opinion?
Yes.
And your answers earlier to the state's hypothetical questions, are those based solely off of your education experience, not from any type of police reports or any other communication in regards to this case?
Yes.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Can you redirect on those points? Or excuse me, recross. All right, can this witness be excused? Ms. Washington?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, state may call us next witness.
Your Honor, state will call Eric Green.
Eric Green, ErikGreene.
Can you pause just for a minute, Ms. Charles? All right, Ms. Charles.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Green.
Good morning.
Please tell the jurors where you're currently employed.
I'm currently employed with the U.S. Secret Service as a network intrusion forensic analyst.
And how long have you been employed in the Secret Service?
A little over 3 years.
In March of 2020, where were you employed?
I was employed with the City of South Fulton Police Department
And in what capacity?
as a crime scene technician.
And briefly explain what is a crime scene technician?
So essentially a crime scene technician, we would respond to crime scenes that we were called out to, where we would then process the scene, which entails photographing, identifying evidence, collecting that evidence, bringing that evidence back to the evidence room, and also doing some processing on that evidence. If we could not process it ourselves, we would send it off to different labs for additional processing.
And how was it when you were a crime scene technician? Did you become assigned to a case?
So we were called out by either our current supervisor or the detective that was called out to the case.
Thank you. Directing your attention to March 28th of 2020, did you respond to the location of 4660 Diane Drive here in Fulton County?
Yes, I did.
And why did you respond to the location?
I responded to that location on a report of a person dead on scene.
And who requested you to respond?
I believe it was my supervisor, Helen Weathers.
And what was your role on the scene once you dispatched?
So once I responded on scene, I met with the first responding officer as well as the multiple detectives on scene, where they explained the situation, and after that, I started processing the scene.
And what does it mean to process a scene?
So when I got on this scene, I would go around with the responding officer and the responding detective, and they would identify some of the things that they had found currently. I would then make a round myself and identify anything else of interest at the time. If I identified anything of interest, I would either mark it with a yellow evidence marker. Followed by that, I would go and photograph the scene, as well as do a 3D scan of the scene with a machine we called Faro, followed by collection of any evidence that we needed to bring back for additional processing or just evidence collection, and then report back to the detective if they needed anything else.
Prior to testimony today, did you have opportunity to review the photos that you took on the scene that day?
Yes, I did.
Were those photos contained on a disc?
Yes, they were.
I'm handing you what's been marked as states 53 for 227. Was that the disc that you reviewed?
Yes, it was.
How do you recognize it to be the disc that you reviewed?
With my initials on it.
When you reviewed those photographs, did they appear to be altered or changed in any way?
No, they did not.
Were there a fair and accurate depiction of the photos that you took on scene on March 28th of 2020 at 4660 Diane Drive?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, at this time, State will tender into evidence case 53 to 227. No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you. And we will publish a selection of those photos. Starting first with State's Exhibit 54. Can you please tell the jurors what we're looking at?
So that's a front angle of the involved house on Diane Drive.
And why do you start with that angle?
Just to give a good overview of the front of the house and the area that most of the evidence was collected at.
And then State 72, what are we looking at there?
That is the passenger side of the involved Chevy Silverado that was sitting in that driveway of the house on Diane Drive.
And proceeding to State 75?
That's a front view of the front walkway of that same house on Diane Drive.
From the front door to the Chevy Silverado, what is the distance would you estimate in your experience between that truck and that front door?
I would say about 20 feet.
Thank you. Proceeding to States 84.
So that's a view of the front of that involved Chevy Silverado that was sitting in the driveway.
And what is the purpose of the yellow markers?
So the yellow markers are identifying pieces of evidence or pieces of or items that we depicted as evidentiary value.
Thank you. Now States 91.
So that's a photo, a mid-range photo of evidence marker 1, which was a black and color pistol holster.
And do you recognize where on the location that holster was recovered?
Yes, so that was towards the front of the driveway, so closest to the roadway.
Okay. And now States 96. What are we looking at here?
So that's a mid-range photo on the passenger side of that involved Chevy Silverado, which includes items that were marked, evidence markers 3 through, I believe that's 11.
Is that the left side, or what side of the vehicle are you photographing at this
The right side, or the passenger side, as we call it.
Proceeding to States 98.
So that's a close-up photo of evidence marker number 3, which is a 9mm shell casing.
Proceeding to States 114.
So that's a mid-range photo, again, on the passenger side, which is viewing evidence markers 10 and 11.
And from that range, are you able to view the front door?
Yes, you are. That's that glass door to the right.
Okay. And you say mid-range. Are there other ranges of photos that you take?
Yeah, so the main photos that we take are overall, mid-range, and close-up.
President of the United States 120.
So that's a photo of the back of that Chevy Silverado sitting in the driveway, looking at the license plate CMS 9959.
Are there any other markings on the license plate?
Yes, it is Cobb County, Georgia, and it also has a fleet sticker in the bottom right-hand corner.
Thank you. I'm proceeding now to 128. I'm sorry, 126.
So that's a photo of the front windshield of that same white Chevy Silverado, appearing to be a suspected bullet defect.
Now states 128.
So that is a photo of the front passenger window, which is shattered, and there's also I believe there's I think it's just a shattered window.
Okay. What are we looking now in states 132?
132 is the front driver window, and the door. The door is open with the window shattered.
Okay. As a driver's side?
Yes, it is front driver.
And what are we looking at in 143?
143 is directly beneath the front driver door, with the victim on the ground on the left, and also evidence marker number 13, which included a few items down there, like the phone, the sandal, and that white cloth next to it.
And was that phone collected in evidence?
It was, yes, ma'am.
What are we looking now in 149?
So 14, that's in the front driver door compartment of that white Chevy Silverado. That was a firearm pistol that was recovered from the scene.
Was that pistol also taken into evidence?
It was.
Thank you. What are we looking next in 152?
152 is a close-up photo of the front driver door, the interior of the front driver door of that white Chevy Silverado. It is a suspected bullet projectile that we found right near the broken window.
Okay. And moving next to states 154.
So that's just an overall photo of the interior view from the front driver door of the Silverado.
I just misspoke. It's 152.
Gotcha.
Thank you. And moving now to 154.
So that's a view of the floorboard of the white Chevy Silverado. That's the front driver's side floorboard. Looking at evidence marker 16, it's a suspected bullet projectile.
Moving now to 156.
Sets again of the front driver floorboard. That is the I believe that's the right-footed Nike slide.
Okay. Moving now to 158. What are we looking at here?
So that's a view of the interior of the Chevy Silverado from the front driver door, looking towards the front center console with evidence marker 18 in the middle there.
What are we looking at in 162?
So that's going to be a suspected bullet defect. I believe that's in the front driver's seat.
And looking at states 177, can you describe that to the jurors?
So that's the interior view of the broken front passenger door of the Silverado.
And through that broken door, is the front door and the door number visible?
Is the door, sorry, can you repeat that?
Looking through the broken glass, is the door to the residence and the door number visible?
Yes, it is. 4660.
Thank you. Looking now at 182.
So that's a view of the interior of the Silverado. Looking on the front passenger side, you can see evidence markers 18, 19, 20, and 21, and then 16 in the background as well.
And what is evidence marker 21?
Evidence marker 21, I believe. Do you have a close-up or mid-range photo of that one? I believe it's a.
No, I'm gonna see.
I believe it might be a shell casing.
And next to evidence marker 21, what did you observe as well?
A pair of white tennis shoes.
Thank you. Moving on to the next 190, what do we observe here?
19, that's on the front passenger seat of the Chevy Silverado. That's another pistol holster.
And what we're looking at in 191?
191 is also on the front passenger seat. That's a shell casing.
And 196?
196 is a photo of the Silverado's ignition with the key still in it.
Looking at 214.
214 is a photo of the front left side of the house. It's a camera,
What color is the camera?
black in color.
Looking at states 216.
That is the front of the house as well, with a photo of a white camera.
Looking at states 219.
So it's a photo of the front door of the house, again with a photo of the Ring doorbell sitting to the left of the door.
And is the glass, is the front of this, is there glass in the panel?
Yes, there is.
Thank you. Looking at states 220.
So it's a side photo of that front door with an additional camera over there in the top right, looking towards the door.
And what are we looking at now in 221? And now 224.
224 is, I think that's 220. Oh, 224.
224, yes.
Gotcha. Okay. That's a photo of the decedent's wallet.
And what is
and the
captured in that
contents.
photo?
Some U.S. currency, his driver's license, his Georgia weapons carries license, and some additional various cards.
Thank you. And next slide. 227, what are we looking at? Why do you check that photo?
So I took that photo because the vehicle, the Chevy Silverado, and the decedent's body was moved. Wanted to depict what the area looked like underneath all of those items.
Thank you. And earlier you testified that as part of your role in this case, you also collect physical evidence, is that correct?
That's correct.
What is the purpose of collecting the physical evidence?
The purpose of collecting it is either it just being of evidentiary value that we need in order to present in court and for the case, or to process that evidence, whether it be for DNA, fingerprints, or anything like firearms analysis as well.
And how is the evidence stored?
So the evidence is immediately brought back from the crime scene to our property and evidence room, where it is then packaged either that day or following days, and then it's sent to one of the labs in order to be further processed and analyzed.
What is the purpose of packaging, or what information is included in the packaging of the physical evidence?
So depending on the type of evidence, it goes into either brown paper bag, plastic bag, a gun box, or something in that sort. We also put red evidence tape on it in our lab, where we then initial the evidence tape to ensure that it was us that signed it and there's no tampering with the evidence.
Prior to testimony today, did you have an opportunity to review the physical evidence you collected as part of your role in this case?
I did.
And when you reviewed the physical evidence, did they appear to be tampered or altered in any way?
No, I don't believe so.
I have handed you a box with a selection of some of the physical evidence that you collected in this case. Is that correct? Do you have the
Yes. Yes, I do.
When you reviewed the box with the handgun, was it open?
It was. Yes, it was from when I did it. So it wasn't open right now, but it was open in general.
And did you note your initials on the front of the box?
I did.
And the evidence tape?
Yes, with red evidence tape.
Your Honor, the state has handed the Mr. Green exhibits 228, 229, 230, 231, 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242, 243, 244, 245, 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, 253, 254, and 255.
Excuse me. May we see those exhibits?
And all of these exhibits are fair and accurate depiction of the evidence in this quantitative.
I don't believe I collected all the evidence, but all the ones I did, yes,
And all the evidence you just submitted for processes.
that's correct.
And at this time, the state will move to enter evidence 228 through 255.
Any objection? Admitted.
Displaying now to the jury, it's 228. What are we looking at?
Uh, 228 appears to be a Taurus gun box. Black in color.
What are we looking at in 229?
Uh, 229 is a weapons gun box, which inside should be a Taurus P2140 G2 pistol that was recovered from the scene.
What are we looking at in 230?
230 is a weapons gun box, and inside depicts that there should be a Springfield 9mm pistol inside.
What are we looking at in 231?
231 is another weapons gun box, which on the outside depicts that there should be a Taurus 9mm pistol inside.
Now, all of these boxes still sealed and appear to be intact.
They do.
What are we looking at in 232?
What would 232 be?
232 would be a pistol also.
Uh, 232 is a brown paper bag depicting that there is a black Uncle Mike's pistol holster that was marked as evidence number 1 on scene.
And what about 233?
Can you give me an idea what it might be?
Pistol holster number 2.
So it's going to be another brown and color paper bag depicting that there's a black Taguya pistol holster inside that was recovered from the white Kia Optima.
And that was also on scene
Uh,
later.
That was later. It's not on scene.
Thank you. And 234 should be 2 projectile fragments.
Yes, brown paper bag depicting that there's 2 bullet projectile fragments inside.
And was that also on scene?
Yes, that was collected on scene.
235 with the 9mm Luger.
Yes, brown paper bag depicting that there's 13 9mm Luger spent casings inside
Okay,
that were collected on scene.
thank you. 243 should be a biological swab.
Yes, 5 biological swabs collected from the Taurus TH9 pistol.
And going back to 237, should be projectiles from the ME's office.
237, you said, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, it's a plastic bag with projectiles that were reportedly recovered from the Fulton County Medical Examiner's office.
Looking at 244, should be a blood swab from a white Kia.
Yes, so this is a brown paper bag, reportedly having 2 blood swabs collected from the white Kia.
Looking at 250, should be a gunshot residue kit.
Yes, so this is a sealed gunshot residue kit that was collected from the victim at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's office.
And on what date was that gunshot residue kit collected?
According to the date of time of collection, it was March 29th, 2020 at approximately 9:30.
And who collected the kit?
I did.
And why did you collect that kit?
So I collected that kit because that was one of our standard operating procedures at the time for decedents. And at the time, the best course of action was to do it at the medical examiner's office.
Looking next at 251. Should be this cup.
Uh, 251 is a brown paper bag depicting that there's a clear plastic Zaxby's cup inside that was collected from the crime scene.
And then 254 should be a box with cell phones.
Yes, 254 is a black box with various cell phones inside.
And finally, 255, what is that? Phone 7.
255, you said? 255 is a black and color Apple iPhone 7 that was collected from the scene.
Thank you. Once you collect the evidence, it's stored and documented. Do you have any further part in the investigation of this case?
So I also processed multiple vehicles as well as sending some of the evidence to the GBI and ATF lab.
And do you receive the results or do they go to someone else?
So it usually comes to me, but I usually direct them straight to the case detective.
And then what, is there anything else that you do as part of the investigation of this particular case?
I do not believe so.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further from the state.
All right. How much time does he anticipate on cross, using on cross?
Not long.
I mean, we got about 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's really just.
Okay, let's dig into it. We'll see where we go. Break around 11:55.
Yeah, it's the one showcasing. Hello.
Good morning.
What's your correct title now? Is it agent? Secret Service?
So my title is forensic analyst.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I call you Mr. Green?
Yes, ma'am. Perfectly fine.
We are looking at States 96. You just had it up. It's okay. All right, we're looking at States 96 here. And in this photo, we see Do you know what the highest number we see back there is from your markers?
Yes, ma'am. It's 3 through 11.
3 through 11. And what are all of those markers indicating?
I believe that all of them are spent shell casings.
Okay. Were there any other spent shell casings that you found on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they in another picture that you were shown? I think, well, were they in another picture that you were shown from the prosecutor?
I believe I don't think there was any close-ups, but they were in there. There was some in the vehicle.
In the vehicle, right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And let me ask you another way. Were there any other spent shell casings that you found on the ground or yard area?
I do not believe so.
Okay. Any by the door area? The front door?
Which door?
Front door area of the
Like the front
home.
driver door?
The front door of the home.
Oh, the front door of the home.
Yes.
No.
And we can see some of the front door, right?
Right. Yes,
in
ma'am.
this photo.
Right.
And it's fair to say there are no spent shell casings over there because you would have marked them, obviously.
Yes, ma'am. That's
And
correct.
I'm assuming you would have searched over there too, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You would have searched extensively in the yard area too, right?
That's correct. I believe I used a metal detector.
Okay. And then let's walk through what you found in the Silverado, specifically in the driver door area. What was that in the driver door?
In the driver door, either the bullet projectile or the Taurus pistol.
Okay. And so yes, you. The Taurus pistol. And then you also found a holster, right?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
And where was that in the vehicle?
I believe the holster was in the front passenger seat.
And it's fair to say there wasn't a gun in the holster on the passenger seat, right?
There was not.
That's all I have.
Can you redirect on those points?
Just briefly. Can you describe where in the vehicle you located that handgun?
So it was in the front driver door compartment, the compartment right at the bottom of the front driver door.
What part of the gun could you observe when you photographed that scene?
The handle of the gun, the pistol grip,
What was it facing, upwards or downwards?
downwards.
All right, sorry, recross.
Do you know whether the gun found in the driver door would have fit in that holster that was found on the passenger seat?
I do not know. I did not test that.
Okay. Is that something you all could test or could have tested?
We could see if it fit in there, but
Not really a test. It's just more of a seeing if it fits, right?
right. So a lot of holsters can fit any
Different kinds
pistols.
of guns, right? Thank you.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break now. Let's plan to be back at 1 o'clock. And as always, please don't learn anything about this case except what happens in here with us, and don't discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. Unless I see any issues that need to be addressed, we'll see you back at 1. Thank you so much.
Yes.
All right, unless there's anything the parties need to raise, court will be in recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Where? Okay. Are you coming back down or do you want to go back that way? Are you coming back down or do you want to stay there?
Yes. Ma'am.
Okay.
This one, it's like 6 foot. In here.
I'll come back.
Ready? Ready.
Y'all probably won't eat it though. You wanna go to the room? Yeah.
Good morning. Hey, how are you? I'm good, how are you? Hey. But I know y'all are going on lunch right now. Yeah, so what? So I think we're going back up south. I'll be back. Good. Okay, are you coming back down here? Yeah, I did. You need me to do anything right now? Okay. So y'all are heading back up right now? She likes what's her opposite. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna lock the door. Cause that's in here, right?
No, she's.
More like this. Yeah.
She's coming back.
Yeah.
You put them in?
Yeah, my baby's. I know, but I have to have.
Yeah.
I got coffee.
Yes, I have a lot of them. Yes, I got that. Got them. You gonna stay up here?
Are you coming back? No, I'm just gonna come back down.
Okay.
Are you? I don't know. I don't know from the corner. Yes. If we come back, let me get back. All right, okay, I'll be right back.
I'm gonna run up there.
Okay, I'll come up. Okay, cool. I do need a cough drop. What time did y'all get started? Not. Yeah.
So from 585 L in recess, it's here, so it's gonna be about 27 here.
Double.
She said lock on the other side.
Okay, so wait, what happened, what's the current status? So did it join on its own, or did it suddenly activate and you could pull it in? No, I didn't do anything. Well, oh, for the camera, I turned the camera on. So I just turned the camera on. But when I checked before, it seemed like it was maybe on. Last time I checked, it seemed like it was turned on, but was not connected to Zoom. Okay.
So the other thing is, when it joined the meeting earlier today, it was a huge echo coming from this one. On the thing, it showed it as being muted, but it wasn't. And I came in and went to the setting and moved it to the volume down to 0.
Okay, that's not supposed to happen.
Yeah, that's why I was coming in here. Because I think there's an option there where it automatically stays at muted.
Well,
Even if I mean,
on your end, there's a way to make sure it comes in muted. If you turn the volume down before you join the meeting, which is what I did before, it's supposed to stay down.
all the way till then. Well, when I came in and I turned it down, it was like this far, let's say it was like that far up.
Okay. So this is weird because this is completely new, fresh out of the box. Should not be having issues like this. Did you join it to the meeting?
When I came in here, during the 5-minute break, I touched the screen and it was on, so that I didn't do anything with power. And then I joined the meeting from this. It was on earlier and then it went away.
I don't think there's a way for me to check if it's gonna. I can't check if it's actually.
I mean, you can remove it from the meeting. And this is where I came here and I did the join from there.
Okay, so it wasn't that it was turned off, it was that somehow it got pulled out of Zoom. The Zoom account got logged out somehow.
Yep, and yesterday while we were in there watching it, this thing went off completely and came back on. We didn't touch it or do anything while during the trial.
Like it turned off or the screen just went black for a second?
Screen went black.
Okay, that's probably the screensaver thing. That's supposed to basically it turns off if you don't do anything for a while.
Yeah, I get it.
Just tapping it brings it back up. That's supposed to stop the screen from like dying and flickering. But it confuses people, so we just leave it turned off. Gonna try and re-out this. When you added it yesterday, did it have, no, I added it yesterday. When it joined, what was the name on it? Do you remember?
The name, I paid no attention.
Okay.
I just know it joined and then it went away and then it came back without us, and maybe somebody out here touched it. I don't know.
Sorry, just to refresh my memory. Yesterday it joined, dropped out and then came back.
Uh-huh. And when I say it dropped out, it went black. And then all of a sudden it showed the witness again.
Like the camera went
The
black.
So what you said sort of sounded right, or it could have been a screensaver came on, and then somebody who came up here could have touched it.
No, because the screensaver makes this go black. It won't change what everyone else sees.
Oh, no, everyone else, no. That ain't the case then. I wonder if I muted this. I don't know that if I'm gonna go see if the podium's muted. I didn't.
I hope so.
I don't think it is. Cause I had to go pick up lunch and somebody else was doing it. And no one was in here.
The podium is not.
I'm not skipping any pages. I'm just going to just zoom, zoom, zoom in. Yeah, just zoom in.
So it's 224.
Uh-huh.
Just that here.
And I go to 10:08:241.
341.
So you want to write the pages down?
You want to order it.
I'm going in order, and then there's a couple that I skip.
Just
But it's like 10 like 2:36 to like 2:40, like just a couple.
It's good. 237. 238. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, right. So let's get to
There you go. She said, no, she left. Yeah, you know.
There's probably one copy of yours. Auto approve. I don't know when mine went.
Oh, yeah. Still
Might be
another
enough.
copy. That was this one. That's right.
Okay, I even have like multiple copies
Yeah.
running around.
This is one I usually.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Because I have some that are draft, some updated, some are like work in progress, but this one is good because it has the times, like,
Oh, perfect.
yeah. So it's like,
No, I don't have everything, but I can find.
Oh. But attended this before she comes in, but she's the business record. AT&T records. But I'm not publishing them. Deep breath. Home stretch.
Almost done. It's almost done.
Oh, no, that's a different one.
This one is,
Is it?
I don't know. You want me to see the first page? No.
I guess just a formatting, like you cut up, yes, I guess more words. No, it's the same, it's the same information. Yeah, it's the same information. It's just the way it was printed. Like mine kind of starts at the bottom, yes, that's
Yeah.
closer to the top, so. That's it.
Man, see it going out, come to order.
I heard you.
Stomping. You get it. That's gonna fall. All right, let's go back on the record. Beginning with the state, is there any reason we can't bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Gardner?
No worries.
All right, if the state could go ahead and bring in their next witness, we'll have you formally call them once the jury is here. Deputy Scott.
Yeah, just ahead of this witness testifying, the
Bring it.
state would just want to move into the record. This is 875 procedures.
Do you want to do that when the jury's in here? And when we'll formally have that read to them?
After this witness, I think too is the medical examiner judge, and we just wanted the court maybe to do some sort of before.
I agree. Do you want just a general warning that the nature of the photographic evidence you're about to see, let us know if you need a break, that sort of thing?
Also to people in the gallery to just.
That I would assume the state's going to inform if there are any members of the victim's family, alleged victim's family, who aren't going to be able to.
Physical demonstrative.
Okay.
I'll ask the jury.
That's the problem.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everybody. Welcome back, members of the jury. We're ready to renew the state's case. State may call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we'll call Lieutenant Nikita Moss. And just ahead of her testimony, the state will want to move into the record State's Exhibit 875, pursuant to State's five notice of certified business records. Home records. State.
All right, so you're moving to admit 875. Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted.
Or that testimony should get a vote.
I just.
Lieutenant Nikita, Nikkita, Moss, MOSS.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon.
Please tell the jury where you're currently employed
With the City of South Fulton Police Department
and in what capacity.
as a lieutenant in the Criminal Investigations Division,
And how long have you been a lieutenant in South Fulton?
for a year now,
And prior to that, how long have you been in South Fulton?
as a detective,
Oh, you assigned to special unit?
just criminal investigations.
And were you in the same role as a detective in March of 2020?
I was.
And please describe back in 2020 what some of your duties and responsibilities were.
Investigated multiple cases such as homicides, aggravated assaults, and robberies.
And currently, are you a post-certified law enforcement officer?
Yes, I am.
And were you post-certified back in 2020?
Yes, I was.
Generally, how do you get assigned to a case?
We have an on-call schedule. In this particular evening, I was the homicide detective on call.
And do you remember the time you received that call?
Around between 7:30 and 7:40 p.m.
I'd like to bring your attention to South Fulton case number 2020-4004736. How did you become involved in that case?
I was called out in reference to a shooting that evening. So once I responded, that's when I began my investigation.
Generally describe the nature of that investigation.
It was a death investigation after a shooting, which the decedent was pronounced dead on scene.
Who was the victim?
Jamari Davenport.
How did the defendant Lamontae relate to the case?
During the course of the investigation, I spoke with the occupants inside of the residence, LaWanda Gore and Gabrielle Gore. At that time, while speaking with Gabrielle Gore, she explained that she arrived at her residence with Mr. Davenport. Once she exited his vehicle, that's when Lamontae Lewis walked up the driveway as she was walking to her residence, and she described him as being one of her children's father.
What date was that?
March 28th, 2020.
Location.
At 4660 Diane Drive, South Fulton. Yes, it is.
What type of residence it was?
A single house dwelling.
Once you learned that initial information from Ms. Gore, what did you do next?
Ms. LaWanda Gore provided video footage. At that time, she allowed me to look at her phone. Most video cameras now, you can watch video on your phone. While watching that footage, I observed a pickup truck in the driveway. And then there was another vehicle behind the pickup truck. And then you see a white car parked behind those vehicles at the end of the driveway, blocking the cars in. Then you see a male walk up to the passenger side of the truck, which would be closest to the house, and just start shooting inside of the truck from the passenger side. Then you see him walk out of scene as if he was going to the front door of the residence. And then you see him running back down to the end of the driveway to retrieve something out of the car. Then he came back up to the residence. In between the time of the shooting, the second car that was in the driveway backed out and ran into the white car, which was Mr. Lewis's car, and left the scene.
What was the next step of your investigation when you after reviewing that video?
We did interview Ms. Gabrielle Gore, who basically did what I said. She observed Mr. Lewis walking up to the car and shooting several times. At that time, she was banging on the door for her mom to let her in. We spoke with Ms. LaWanda Gore, who stated she heard her daughter outside yelling and heard approximately 10 shots when she let her in. While crime scene was processing that area, we went to a neighboring residence who stated that they've heard several altercations verbally outside through the recent weeks between a male and a female, but they never identified who the male and the female was.
Steps that you next did to corroborate some of the information you learned from the people at the house that night.
So after that evening, I was able to find information on Mr. Lewis's address on Ebb Circle. We did another interview with Ms. Gore, who provided Mr. Lewis's cell phone numbers. With that, I obtained a search warrant to get his cell phone locations and data. And at that instance, we didn't get the information back yet. Canvassing Mr. Lewis's address, we actually observed two people leaving his residence. We pulled that car over and turns out it was his brother and his father. I obtained a search warrant for the residence, and that's when we searched Mr. Lewis's residence.
Phone number that Ms. Gore gave you that you were later able to confirm the records?
I can't off the top.
Also, did you copy for report to refresh your recollection? Would that help you?
Yes.
I don't have any copy of the report. You need to review, let me know when you're finished.
Okay. Okay.
What was the numbers associated with the defendant?
44-984-1758.
And so after the search at the Ebb Circle location, what were the next steps of your investigation?
At the Ebb Circle location, I did observe video footage that he had at his home. He had like a tablet where you could review the video. I can't remember the times on the video right off, but you did see him returning home. Once he exited his car, he walked up to his door with two firearms in his hands, went inside. The video cuts off. Not sure when he left back out, but then it shows him coming back in. And then sometime later, came to the residence. After that, I did receive his phone records. And with his phone records, reviewing them just before the shooting, it puts him in the area of Diane Drive. And it also shows that he was calling her numerous times, back to back to back. So for instance, and I would need to review the records for the exact times, but say it'll be, say, 7:41, 7:42, in that order that he continued to call.
And based on your review of his cell phone records, were you able to determine how far away his location when he lived at Ebb Circle was to the Diane Drive address?
It's about a 20-minute drive.
And while you were at the Ebb Circle location, what if any physical evidence was collected?
We collected multiple cell phones. The car that was used that evening was there as well. I can't recall what else.
And when, for the first time, did you encounter in face-to-face the defendant?
When his lawyer brought him in to turn him in for the charges that we took out on him.
How long after the incident day, 28, did that occur?
I would need to look at the report. The shooting occurred on March the 28th. He turned himself in on March the 31st.
When he turned himself in, did you collect any physical evidence?
We did at that time. His then counsel brought in two firearms.
What were the make and model of the firearms?
May I look? One was a Taurus 9mm and the other was a Springfield 40mm.
Will this handguns later tested?
Yes,
And do you recall what the conclusions of that test?
that the 9mm shell casings that was found on scene matched the Taurus 9mm firearm that he turned in.
And you mentioned earlier that on the scene there was a car.
Yes,
Was that car swapped?
from Ebb Circle. I can't speak to that, but if crime scene did it, they should have.
When speaking to the eye and ear witnesses in this case,
Mhm.
do you recall how many shots they were through?
About 10 shots.
On or around, directing attention to April 3rd of 2020, did you receive the videos directly from the security provider Defendant?
I did.
And when you reviewed the videos, what are the additional information you learned?
I don't recall.
On or around April 13th of 2020, did you have additional conversations with Gabrielle Gore?
In reference to her,
Nature of the relationship with
in reference to him being he's the child to, he's the father to her child, and that previously they lived together and they were in pretty much a domestic violence relationship. She had at least 3 reports where she's reported him putting his hands on her. I believe in one case, she was actually charged along with him.
Other evidence regarding the prior difficulties?
I did retrieve the reports. One was strangulation. The other was where he struck her in the face for talking to someone else on the phone. The other report was at their residence. She was in the bathroom with his brother's girlfriend, and he accused her of having lesbian relationships with her. There was one video that was obtained from the incident location prior to the shooting where Mr. Lewis and his mother approached Ms. Gore outside of the residence. And he had a firearm in his hand at that time. And his mother was telling her to go in the house because I can't remember the exact words, but I would have to look it up, or it was he's snapping, bitch.
When did you receive Gabrielle Gore's cell phone?
I would have to look it up. March the 30th.
What did you do with the cell phone?
We obtained the data from her cell phone, which is called the cell phone dump.
And prior to testifying today, did you have an opportunity to review some of the contents in that cell phone?
I did.
Particularly the messages between the defendant and the day of the incident, March 28th of 2020?
I did.
I am handing you an extract of what's already in evidence 870,
Okay.
which is an extract of some of the messages. I'm directing your attention first to page 108224.
Okay.
And it will be published.
Okay.
I'm sorry, screen share is disabled.
If we could re-add Ms. Charles as a host on Zoom,
Or 88 Washington.
88.
or 88 Washington.
Thank you.
Okay, on page 108224, directing attention to 4 lines down to line 124517.
Mhm.
Can you please read into the record what type of message that is?
These are instant messages through iPhone,
And it said incoming or outgoing?
incoming.
What is the date and time of that message?
March 28th, 2020 at 3:33 PM in UTC time.
What is the number associated with that call?
I believe these are Gabrielle's records, and it's coming from 404-984-1758, which is Lamontae Lewis's cell phone.
What is the name that it's saved in?
Big Woody,
What does the message say?
busy today.
Going down to the next line, 124518. What is the response?
What's happening today? And that also came from Lamontae. I'm sorry, that went to Lamontae.
What is the email address right underneath where it says to?
Gabrielle.gore@gmail.com.
And directing to the line 124520, what is the from message? And who is it going to, or what does it say?
It's from Lamontae Lewis, and it's going to Gabrielle, and it says, wanted to get the boys, but you busy.
Next line now, 124521.
Again, from Lamontae Lewis, it says,
Going to the next page, 108225. Looking at lines 124524. What is the outgoing message and what time?
It's at 4:22 PM UTC time. It's an outgoing message, and it says, he keep calling me. And I believe this message is going to Gore's mother.
Can you read the number it says to and the name associated with that?
404-326-5743, Winifred.
And the next message down 124525
Mhm.
from Winifred.
He trying to get the boys.
124528, the from message to, what does it say?
It's to Mr. Lewis from Gore. They at the house with my mama. Go get them. I'm all the way in Thompson, Georgia. Service going in and out.
When it says that two number, can you read that number and the name into the record?
Sure, it's 404-796-0319, Lamontae.
And then the next line down 124529, what is the next from message?
It's from Lamontae, you funny bruh.
And going down to line 124530,
It's a outgoing message to Lamontae. It says how.
124531,
It's another outgoing message to Winifred saying, let me know if he come or not.
124532,
It's an incoming message from Lamontae saying, your sister and mama said they don't know where you at.
what is the name saved on that or attached to that number?
Big Woody.
124534,
It's an outgoing message to Lamontae saying OTP with Apple, on the phone with Apple.
that's the next message after that.
It's an incoming message from Lamontae, send me your location.
And then 124535,
It's another incoming message from Lamontae saying, because your sister them said they don't even know where you at.
put into page 108226. On lines 124537.
It's an outgoing message to Lamontae saying, I just got off the phone with my sister to tell them you on the way to get the boys.
Line down 124538.
An incoming message from Lamontae saying they didn't answer my question. They didn't answer my question. I'm sorry, that didn't answer my question.
Next line 124539.
It's an outgoing message to Lamontae, so you not getting the boys.
124540.
An incoming message from Lamontae, send me your location.
124541.
It's an outgoing message to Lamontae, how do I send my location to an Android?
124542.
It's an incoming message from Lamontae, iPhone.
124543.
It's an outgoing message to Lamontae. You need my locations because you think I'm lying, right?
544.
An incoming message from Lamontae, trying to figure out why your sister them acting.
545.
An incoming message from Lamontae, funny.
124546.
An outgoing message to Caprice on the phone with Apple. I'm sorry, you said 56? Yeah.
108227.
Mhm,
That directly to line 124547 at the top.
mhm. It's an incoming message from Lamontae because they don't know where you at.
548.
An outgoing message from Lamontae, sister and them. An incoming message from Lamontae, just send me your location. An incoming message from Lamontae, shit sound funny, that's all.
That number there.
404-796-0319.
Going down 124554.
It's an incoming message from Lamontae or answer the FaceTime.
555.
It's an outgoing message to Lamontae, how it sound funny.
Next line down. I'm sorry, 124557.
It's an incoming message from Lamontae, just send me your location.
4558.
An incoming message from Lamontae, trust me, I'm not coming to where you are.
Heading to page 108228. Second line down, 124560.
An outgoing message to Lamontae, so you think I'm lying? I'm just waiting for you answer.
124562.
It's an incoming message from Lamontae, no.
Going down the page to 124566.
It's an outgoing message to Lamontae, I don't have service.
Going back up one to 124565.
It's an incoming message from Lamontae. Just find it weird that anytime you get around your god brother in quotations, you stop texting and answering the phone.
124567.
Incoming message from Lamontae. Plus, this is the first time I've heard of this.
4569.
Incoming message from Lamontae. So WYA, where you at?
124570 on the next page, which is 108229.
It's an outgoing message to Lamontae, Thompson, Georgia.
124571.
An incoming message from Lamontae because you clearly not sending the location.
124574.
An incoming message from Lamontae, you sending your location.
What time is that?
This is at 5:04 p.m. UTC time.
Going down the page to 124579.
It's an incoming call from Lamontae, incoming text from Lamontae. You can definitely send your location while on the phone. An incoming text from Lamontae. So what I'm really holding on for.
124581.
Incoming message from Lamontae, and you do realize I was trying to get them almost 2 hours ago, right?
Next page, 108231.
231.
Yes, next page. At the top. 124594.
Incoming message from Lamontae. I was trying to get them earlier, right after I got off.
Next line down, 124595.
Incoming message from Lamontae. The party started at 3 p.m. and ended at 5 p.m.
Next line down, 124596.
Outgoing message to Lamontae. SMH, shaking my head. You wasn't.
Now 124597.
Outgoing message to Lamontae. You called everybody an hour ago.
124598.
Incoming message from Lamontae. Yes, TF. The fuck I was.
124599.
Outgoing message to Lamontae. SMH, shaking my head. Okay, Woody.
Going to the next page of 10833232. First line, 124605.
Incoming message from Lamontae. I tell you everything, even when it's not to my benefit, so you can get TF the fuck on with that shit.
606. Next line down.
Incoming message from Lamontae, but you got it, bruh. I'm not even trying to argue with you.
4607.
Outgoing message to Lamontae, SMH, okay.
4608.
Incoming message from Lamontae, yeah, IKR, I know, right?
124609.
Incoming message from Lamontae, but I'll be in the wrong if I just up and left and didn't say nothing.
610.
Incoming message from Lamontae, way to keep the double standards.
124611.
Outgoing message to Lamontae, SMH, shaking my head.
Going down to the bottom, 124615.
Incoming message from Lamontae, what time you gonna be back?
124616. Bottom.
Outgoing message to Lamontae, I should be back before 8. You got something to do?
Next page, 108233. Looking at line 4618.
Incoming message from Lamontae, what time you left?
124619. Next line down.
Outgoing message to Lamontae, 1.
Going down a little bit to the middle, 124622.
Incoming message from Lamontae, it only take 2 hours to get there and 2 hours back.
124623.
Incoming message from Lamontae, so why you not gonna be back till 8?
Going down, 124625.
Incoming message from Lamontae, I need to meet this nigga.
124626.
Outgoing message to Lamontae, you avoided my question.
67.
Incoming message from Lamontae, I'll answer it after you agree to me meeting your god brother, in quotation marks.
4628.
Incoming message from Lamontae, point proven, night right there.
Then the next page, 108234. Top of the page, 124629.
Outgoing message to Lamontae, ain't no point proven.
Next line down, 124630.
Outgoing message to Lamontae, everybody don't forgive like I do, and everybody don't want to meet you.
24631.
Outgoing message to Lamontae, you don't even want to meet Eric. Outgoing message to Lamontae, it's cool. Incoming from Lamontae, if he got a problem with me, tell that nigga be a man about it.
Turning that page to 108225. Top of the page, 124640.
Outgoing to Lamontae, I'm not arguing with you.
124641.
Incoming from Lamontae, we talk about this so-called god brother.
124642.
Outgoing to Lamontae, this is the issues.
Next line down, 124643.
Incoming from Lamontae, SMH, you seriously expect me to get up at 3 a.m.?
4644.
Outgoing to Lamontae, you question me like we still date. You try to control my life in any situations like we still date.
124651. The bottom of the page.
Incoming from Lamontae, and you right, bro, we not together anymore.
Turn into page 108236. Next page. At the top, 124652.
Incoming from Lamontae, I'm not controlling nothing.
Next line down, 124653.
Incoming from Lamontae, you just find the need to admit the truth every time.
Next line, 124654.
Incoming from Lamontae, like, bruh, IDC, I don't care if y'all talking, fucking, or none of that. Incoming from Lamontae, I just want to meet this nigga. You been saying something about this nigga for years.
656.
Incoming from Lamontae, but bruh, you got it. I'll keep the boys till you get home.
657.
Incoming from Lamontae, after today, you don't worry about me asking questions or caring anymore.
To the next page, 108239. Midway down. 124,691.
Outgoing to Lamontae Woody, I have to turn it off.
124,692.
Incoming from Lamontae, turn what off?
124,693.
Outgoing to Lamontae, you haven't noticed it yet?
694.
Incoming from Lamontae, notice what? That you look at me differently?
124,695.
Outgoing to Lamontae, I'm still scared of you.
124,696.
Incoming from Lamontae, thanks for telling me.
Turning to the next page, 108,240. 124,697, top of the page.
Outgoing to Lamontae, yes, I'm trying to heal and erase the pain, but I can't turn it off.
124,698.
Outgoing to Lamontae, anytime you argue with me, I cry.
124,699.
Outgoing to Lamontae, if you haven't noticed.
124,700.
Incoming from Lamontae, I have reason. I try to keep conversations simple.
And turning the page to 108,241. Third line down, 124,710.
Incoming from Lamontae, I can't even touch you without it having a negative impact.
12711.
Outgoing to Lamontae, nobody protects me.
124,712.
Incoming from Lamontae, SMH, shaking my head.
124,713.
Outgoing to Lamontae, yep.
What time was that? Yep.
At 6:28 p.m. UTC time.
Thank you, Detective. Were you the one who took out warrants in this case?
I did.
And once you took out the warrants, did that conclude the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have to say.
The Lieutenant
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Moss. I'm
Good
Mark
afternoon.
Gardner, and I represent Mr. Lewis. How are you today?
I'm well. How are you?
I am well. So I want to start backwards. So I want to start actually with the phone records that we just went over. So you said that you were responsible for doing the phone dump on Gabrielle's phone?
No, I did not do the dump.
Okay.
It was provided to our crime scene tech who executed the dump.
Okay. So when you got the cell phone records back, did you look at the messages prior to March 28th, 2020?
No, I did not.
So when you investigated this case, you only looked at text messages from that day?
Yes.
Would it not have interest to you to look at any messages leading up to that day?
If I had them at that time on that day, yes.
So you didn't have them on at that time? When did you receive the phone?
We received her phone on March the 30th. I would need to look in the report to see when the dump was completed.
Is the report still in front of you?
Yes, sir. So from the crime scenes report, I don't see what day she documented it, that dump was taking place, but his phone was dumped in May.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you look at the messages before today?
No, sir.
Yeah.
No,
So
sir.
today was your first day looking at those messages?
These messages, yes, sir.
And so are the only messages that you saw is the ones that the state cherry picked?
That is correct.
I want you to turn to, you still have the call list in front of you, message list in front of you?
Mhm.
Page 107983.
That's the page number?
Yes.
I don't have that page.
Can I have a look at what you? Let me ask you something. Are those all the phone messages from March 28th, 2020?
I don't know.
Let me ask you this. Do you have page 108095?
No, I do not.
Yep, page 108148.
No, I do not.
So would it be a fair assessment to say that you did not review the complete records in this case from March 28th, 2020?
That's correct.
You can pull it up. Okay. Excuse me, Judge. Can we add Ms. Flack to the Zoom?
To the what?
To the Zoom.
And is she,
Show the exhibits.
no, as Flack, is that your username?
Yes.
All right, if we could add Flack as a co-host.
Yep.
You got it pulled up. 107983. Yes. Count it. First one. Can you see the screen from where you're sitting?
I can.
Can you read what the message is? Well, who is it from? Oh, 3/25/2020.
Which
I'm
message
sorry,
are you
wrong
looking
one.
at?
Wrong one. That's the one. Okay. Yes, that's the one. I'm sorry. Who's the message from?
Which message are you referencing
At the
to?
122089. On 3/25/2020, 5:59, 28 p.m.
From Miss Gore
Miss Gore. To who?
to Bobo, who is Mr. Davenport.
And that's the decedent in this case.
Yes.
What does the message say?
Things I want: cuddles, butt rubs, 90 days, kisses, movie nights, car rides, long talk, dates, naps, Valentine dates, movies, food, going out of town, movies to see, The Photograph, Birds of Prey, Fantasy Island, Bad Boys for Life, Jumanji Next Level, The Turning, Spies in Disguise, Like a Boss, The Grudges, Queen and Slim, 21 Bridges, Brahms, The Boys 2, Parasite, Grzecki and Hansel, movies list, The Fault in Our Stars, 5 Feet Apart, Me Before You, The Sun Is Also a Star, Everything, Paper Towns, Forever My Girl, Someone Great, To All the Boys, P.S. I Still Love You, To All the Boys, I've Loved Boys, A Series of Unfortunate Events, Stranger Things, Haven, 13 Reasons Why, Diablero, Jane the Virgin, Instructions Not Included, Lucifer, Movies I Haven't Seen, Paper Towns, 50 Shades of Freed, After, Beastly, Love, Jacked.
I'm gonna move to page 108095. Text number is looking at the first message, 3/26/2020 to 5:45:52 p.m.
Mhm.
Who is that message from?
And that's from Bobo
To whom?
to Unc CJ, which would be Mr. Askew.
And
And
to whom? It's another name listed. Or what email is listed to it? It was sent to.
Gabrielle.gore@gmail.
And it says what?
Gabby came fast last night.
Do you have, any idea what that means?
I can only assume.
Let's turn to text 123735, please. 108148.
What's the text name?
123735. Okay, and we have, this is a message, March 27, 2020, a day before the killing of Mr. Davenport. And it's 2:04:26 a.m. And who is it from? I'm sorry, who is it to?
It's an outgoing message to Lamontae.
From?
I'm assuming Miss Gore's records, if these are the same records we've been looking at.
And it says what?
All right, night. I love you.
Can we go to 1246? I'm sorry. You know what, Your Honor, can I approach? Maybe. 6-0.
About the page number.
4600. I found it here. Okay. Here.
So
That message, what's the date of that message?
March the 28th.
March 28th, and that's the day of the incident?
Correct.
And that's from whom?
It's an outgoing message from Gabrielle to Lamontae.
And what's the question? And what does it say?
Can you go get the boys till I get home?
And that was from Gabby to Lamontae, correct?
That's correct.
So let me ask you this, Detective. Did you interview Miss Gore in this case?
I did.
And did she speak of the relationship between she and Lamontae?
In the second interview, yes, she did. She said it was a domestic relationship between them two.
Is that the interview that was recorded?
Correct.
And did she tell you in that interview that Mr. Lewis didn't know that she was with Mr. Davenport at the time?
That's correct.
And that he only knew that she was with CJ, the cousin?
Correct.
Did she tell you that in December of 2019, she started talking to Mr. Davenport?
That's correct.
And in that interview, did she also tell you that in January in 2020, which would have been after she started talking to Mr. Davenport, that she and Lamontae broke up?
That's correct.
So at the time she started talking to Mr. Davenport, she was still dating Mr. Lewis?
She didn't say she was dating, but in January, she stated that they were no longer together.
Would that imply that they were together? I mean, in a relationship? Did she tell you that she told Mr. Lewis that Mr. Davenport was a brother or a friend?
She never mentioned him to Mr. Lewis.
You don't recall in that interview that she said she told Mr. Lewis that her and Mr. Davenport were just friends?
No, sir.
Okay. Did she, take that. Did she say in that interview that Mr. Lewis texted her after he dropped off the kids?
Yes.
And did she say that Mr. Lewis advised her that Haven, her young oldest son, needed a brief treatment?
Yes.
So let's get to going back to the home from Thomas and Jordan. They're headed back. Did Miss Gore in that interview, did she tell you that Mr. Davenport was supposed to drop her off at a best friend's house?
Correct.
And that he was supposed to come back after they dropped off CJ's car?
Correct.
So she said he was supposed to pull up, drop her off, but instead he pulled up in the driveway.
Correct. They were supposed to drop her off on the side of the street, but he pulled into the driveway.
And she didn't know why, correct?
Correct.
Did she say, do you recall her saying that in that interview that Mr. Lewis was not waiting on her?
I can't recall if she mentioned that or not.
Do you recall her saying that as they were driving, he had just dropped off the kids, he had passed them?
I remember her mentioning that when she was getting out the car, she seen his car ride by, and then he did a U-turn and came back around.
I know you mentioned that when Gabrielle got out the car, she got straight out the car and walked into the house.
She started walking to the house, yes, sir.
And she exited the car. When the car pulled up, did you see it? Did she get right out? You recall?
I don't recall.
She said at the time Mr. Lewis began shooting, she was banging on the door and her sister or mom let her in.
Correct. That she was let in after Mr. Lewis walked to her and said, "You're next," before going back to his car to retrieve another firearm.
Do you recall that in that interview that she stated that after he stopped shooting, that he didn't walk over to her?
No, I recall that she stated that he walked over towards her.
On direct, you stated that Mr. Lewis, after shooting, he returned back to his vehicle.
Correct.
Your exact words were he retrieved something out of the car. Do you know what that something was?
A firearm.
How do you know?
Miss Gabrielle stated that once he returned from the car, he was looking in the window and she could see another firearm.
So when he returned from the car, did he go up to her door or window?
It's a pane by the door, window pane by the door. After she's already made entry into the house, he was looking into that window.
Question, but when he ran back to the car, wasn't she already in the house?
No, sir. She was trying to get in the house.
So did you notice the lighting at her home, at the 4660 Diane Drive?
I could barely remember what the lighting was there.
You don't recall it being dark?
Vaguely, I can't remember if there were any porch lights or street lights, but it was nighttime.
So when you're talking to our witnesses about a crime, and does the time of day matter?
It can.
Because if it's dark or it's raining or whatever, it could be a possibility that maybe they didn't see what they saw. There a chance?
It's a possibility.
So you said that, let's get to the day that Lamontae turned himself in. He was escorted by an attorney.
Correct.
And it was days after the 3/28, the March 28th incident.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did his attorney, he hired an attorney, correct?
Correct.
Did his attorney set up the attorney and set up the time for him to turn himself in?
Yes, sir.
So he didn't necessarily wrong, he just took the advice of his counsel.
I'm assuming so, yes, sir.
Let's go back to, excuse me. Go back to the accident scene on 328. You searched the Silverado truck?
I did not search the truck. The truck was impounded to our Property and Evidence Division. Later, I obtained a search warrant to search it.
So you didn't look at the truck any at the time you were on scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you did.
Yes.
And there was a gun found in the driver's door?
Yes, sir, it was.
That gun wasn't tested, correct?
I'm not sure.
Let me ask you this, were you the lead detective in this case?
Yes, sir.
Would that have been any of interest to you?
In this case, it probably should have been, but at that time, no, because the shooting happened so quickly. The gun was in the door. We didn't believe that he was able to retrieve the gun to shoot.
So, next question. And there was a gun holster on the passenger side seat, correct?
I don't recall, no. I remember there was one in the driveway closer to where Lamontae was parked.
Okay. It was closer to the road, that one. Right?
Correct.
Do you recall reading a report that was authored by Mr. Green and Eric Green?
Mm-hmm.
In that report, do you recall that he stated that there was a soft black gun holster on the passenger side seat of Silverado?
No, I don't recall.
So let me ask you this, like usually, if you find a gun, the holster, usually the gun in the door and the holster on the seat?
Sometimes it could be.
Court's indulgence. No further questions. Thank you.
Can we redirect on those points?
Yes, Your Honor. Lieutenant Mars, what is the relevant dates relevant to your investigation? Please?
State that again.
What was the date of the incident in this case?
March 28th, 2020.
And when you started doing your investigations, what sort of evidence are you looking for?
Video evidence, witnesses, shell casings, firearms, cell phones.
And during the course of investigation, you also reviewed videos, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that includes the videos that were located at the defendant's location.
That's correct.
You testified on cross that there was a gun recovered from the driver's side door. What were your observations as to positioning as far as the handle versus the muzzle?
The handle is the pocket on the door. So the handle of the gun was pointed upward and the muzzle was basically facing downward.
Was the handle facing towards the driver or away from the driver?
That I can't recall. The way the pocket sits, it would just be straight up. It wouldn't lean one way or the other.
What about the muzzle? Would it be facing the driver or away from the driver? So into the cubby or
Towards the front end of the car.
into the crevice, is that correct?
Correct.
You testified on cross about the conditions that night.
Mm-hmm.
While you observed the conditions at scene, were there any obstructions between the front door and the Chevy?
There were several trees, large trees, in the front yard that would obstruct the view of what's in the roadway or part of the driveway.
But then walk directly to the front door of the Chevy.
It kind of curves around. So it's a sidewalk. So as you're walking down the sidewalk to go to the front door, it curves around. So that you probably wouldn't see what's closer to the garage from the window or the door.
Coming in the doorway, you would have a clear view of the truck, is that correct?
Yeah,
And have a clear view of the immediate area in front of that doorway.
correct.
If I may just have you look behind you, I'm sharing what's already in evidence, which is State's Exhibit 52A. Before playing the video, Lieutenant, do you recognize this scene, this location?
Yes, this is from Ebb Circles, Mr. Lewis's residence.
And is this video part of the collection of videos that you recovered from Vivian in relation to that?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Playing now from 0 seconds. And stopping at approximately 7 seconds. Who is that what comes out of that?
Mr. Lewis.
Stopping now at approximately 8 seconds. What do we now observe on that video?
2 guns in his hand.
How can you tell that?
It's apparent.
And what does he do?
He goes inside the house with the firearms.
But as he enters the firearm, what else do you see in his hands?
A cell phone.
Thank you. Nothing further from the state.
Recross.
Yes, just briefly. Clear it up. So we said that when he walked into that house, he had how many guns?
2.
So you were asked on redirect about the message in your investigation on 328 and those messages particularly. Let me ask you this. Would all the messages on that day not have been important?
With all the what?
Wouldn't have all the messages on that day been important to your investigation?
If I had it at the time, yes.
And again, before today, you didn't look at the messages?
Correct.
No further question.
All right. Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can step down, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Unless anyone needs a break, the state may call their next witness.
Your Honor, if I may, this is the witness that would need to set up the physical demonstrative.
And then how long would that take? You can just start that process as he comes in.
Yeah.
Feel free.
So we'll call Dr. Michael Henniger.
All right. Okay, so members of the jury, while Dr. Henniger is coming in and the state is getting set up, I just want to inform you that it's my understanding that the nature of Dr. Henniger's testimony may be considered, I haven't seen it, but it may be graphic. And so my instruction for you would be that at any point, if you need to take a break, or if what you're viewing prevents you from considering the evidence fully, if you can please raise your hand and let me know. We can pause, we can address that, and we can try to work through that. And I just want to emphasize that. And by that same token, I want to tell all the members of the gallery here that if you believe that this evidence may create some kind of a audible or emotional response from you, please consider that now and step out. And you can always view this testimony later on our live stream.
Yes. Okay, my name's Dr. Michael Henninger, and it's spelled Michael, and then Heninger.
Good afternoon, Dr. Henniger.
Good afternoon.
And please tell the jury what you do for work.
Okay, I am a forensic pathologist.
What does that mean?
Okay, forensic pathologist is a subspecialty in medicine. Most of what we do is apply the principles of pathology, which is branch of medicine, into a forensic setting, which in the United States, the most common forensic setting are homicides, and then we're doing death investigation and just using the tools of medicine in this specific field.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
Well, I finished my training in 1995, so it's coming up on 30 years.
And can Can you tell the Jews generally what sort of formal education and background that qualifies you to be a forensic pathologist?
Yes, I started out at Utah State University and I received a Bachelor of Science degree in biology. I went to medical school at the University of Utah, received an MD degree. Then I went into the military and I did an internship in internal medicine at Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi. After I did that year of training, I practiced primary care medicine in the military for a few years to pay back my time. And then after I completed that, I went back to Utah and I did a pathology residency at the University of Utah for 4 years. And then I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology in Minneapolis, Minnesota, at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office. And then when I finished training there, I came to Georgia and began to work here.
Now you're board certified.
Yes.
What does board certification mean?
Okay, board certification is basically a certificate that's issued by these boards. There's a bunch of them. Each medical specialty has a board. So there's the Board of Pathology, American Board of Pathology, American Board of Pediatrics, and et cetera, all of the different specialties. And this organization basically determines what is board certification, and they select institutions that have the best material available and the right what they think is the right circumstances, and they define these as credible and certify them. So you have to go to one of these institutions, which Utah was one of them, and you have to do what they say, and it's all specified. So there's 48 months or 4 years worth of training. You have to go through each one of these things, almost like classes, but it's all hands-on too. They're doing practice with the pathologist, and they evaluate you constantly, every month. When you complete all of that, then you have to take a test, and this is when I took it. It was a 3-day test. It's probably the hardest test I ever took, and I had about a 50% fail rate. So if you have to pass that test, and if you pass the test, then you're board certified. So that's what it means. So I'm board certified in anatomic and clinical pathology. There's a similar process for forensic pathology. It's not as part of a test. It's just 1 year of training. I'm also board certified in forensic pathology.
What is the difference in clinical pathology and anatomical?
Okay, so the bigger field that I spent 4 years training, there's 2 branches of that, or 2 kind of complementary portions. One is anatomic, which is looking and seeing what tissues look like. And a lot of that is like doing biopsies, and looking at fluids and looking, diagnosing diseases under the microscope or by their physical appearance. The other half of that is in the laboratory, the hospital laboratory, clinical medicine. And so there's also what are called clinical autopsies, which are done in the hospital. Not very many of them being done anymore, but they're done in the hospital, usually with the permission or request of the family, usually with the physicians that are taking care of the patient involved. And that's the main purpose of that, is to try and evaluate the care and the mechanisms of death, how they work out. Now there's the forensic pathology. We generally have separate offices, and we're dealing with a whole different set of patients or deceased individuals. And these are people who die in the community, or they are injured in the community and are brought to the hospital and then transferred to our office. Some of them aren't found very quickly. Some of them have, decomposition or other problems. So that's why they're not at the hospital. So we have our own building, and then our purpose is to try and look. We're focused on the forensic aspects. What can we learn from this body that will be useful to a jury in a courtroom setting?
Dr. Hanniger, have you testified in court before?
Yes.
How many times?
I've lost track, and I've retired a couple of years ago, and I've lost track twice now. So it's, I don't know, hundreds of times.
How many autopsies have you performed as a career?
Similar answer. I have a little bit better handle on that, but I did about 250 a year throughout my career. And, but that sounds like a lot. That when I was at Fulton County, most of that, we were associated with Emory, so we did a lot of teaching and training. So there are people who've done a lot more than this, but I did 250 a year over, 30 years. It's going to be over 7,000 autopsies.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes.
Have you been denied as an expert?
That's 2 times ago. They questioned, I was testifying on behalf of someone else. And and they were beginning to question that. And they allowed me to testify, but not they had stipulations on that. So that's the first time it was like last month. Other than that, I've always been qualified.
At this time, still would move tenders Dr. Henniger as an expert in forensic pathology? No objection.
You may proceed.
Dr. Henniger, directing attention to March 29th of 2020. Was there an autopsy performed in your office regarding Jamari Davenport?
Yes, there was.
And did you perform the autopsy?
Yes.
As part of your autopsy, did you prepare a report?
Yes, I did.
And prior to testifying, did you have a chance to review your report?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as state 721. You take a minute to review the federal report.
Okay.
What is state 721?
Okay, this is a copy of the report for Jamari Davenport, the autopsy report.
Does this report fair and accurately depict the report that you make contemporaneous to the autopsy that you performed?
Yes.
And does it appear to be altered or changed in any way?
No.
And this is still moving to the state 721. No.
Admitted.
Publishing states 271. 721. Before we review states 721, Doctor, I'm also handing you states 722, 771, 772, 787, 790, 793, 794, 797, 805, 806, 808, 809, 820, 830, 837, 832, 834, 835, 840, 854, and 859.
Okay.
Were these the photos taken during the autopsy?
Yes.
Have they been accurate representation of how the body looked during the autopsy?
Yes.
Do you appear to be altered or changed in any way?
No.
Thank you. And I guess by the category to evidence that exhibit 721.
The ones you previously described. All right. All right, they're admitted.
Dr. Henniger, first turning to the report. Can you describe to the jury what we're looking at on the first page of your report?
Okay. This is the summary page, and it has the most basic important information on it. It's got, the first thing is that case number up there, 20-584. And that is our case number. It's not case or the DAs or the police. It's a case that we gave, a number we gave to this case so that we don't mix it up with other cases. And so it should appear in most, if not all, of the pictures. And so that's the first thing on there. The second thing is his name. The next is the age and race. Okay, then those next two are very important. Those are the cause and manner of death. Okay, so cause of death is kind of whatever physical or whatever derangement in the body that happens that keeps it from continuing to live. Another way to think about it is that these are like chapters in medical textbooks. like out in the community, you might have a chapter on heart disease or, pneumonia. In the forensic, textbook, a medical textbook, there's going to be a chapter on gunshot wounds. It's one on drowning and, drug overdoses. So it's kind of that's kind of what it is. And it's kind of sort of intuitively what you think of. The manner of death is, we have hijacked that word manner for our own purposes. And we take all the deaths and we look at the autopsy stuff that we find, the circumstances that we are aware of at the time, and we try and put them into one of four categories. And this is mainly for public health reasons, but also for court reasons. Our four categories are natural deaths, which are things that happen inside the body, which is what most deaths are. The vast majority of the natural deaths we don't investigate, that they occur out in the community. And, the regular clinical doctors deal with those. Accidents, which are things that happen in the environment, including drug overdoses, is put in that group. We deal with almost all of those. And then there are intentional deaths that are due to the actions of a person, either against themselves, which is a suicide, or a homicide, and that's a death that occurs because of the actions of another person. And then sometimes, like about 5% of the time, we can't really figure that out. They're competing information. We make those undetermined. So when we say manner of death, what is the manner of death? We're taking and putting the death into one of those boxes. Well, the cause of his death was gunshot wounds, multiple of them, and almost all gunshot wounds are intentional. So they're either suicides or homicides, and there's nothing in this that would indicate this is a suicide. So it's pretty much a homicide.
Summary of your findings.
Okay.
Express to the jury what the summary of your findings were.
Okay, this is my attempt to condense the findings of the autopsy down to one page and try and be accurate about it. And this case, this has got a couple numbers are off by one. This case was done, it was done a month after shut down for COVID, and there were only two of us doing the case. I do on virtually all but some of the homicides that were done on the weekend. My partner was doing a lot of the drug overdoses and stuff. So, I did this case under a situation, where we're doing a lot of cases, and I didn't get it signed out for 5 or 6 months. And there's some of these numbers are off by one because of, mix-ups. But basically, and I've got this piece here that's got the corrections on it, but there's I divided these gunshot wounds up by where they happened on the body. Okay. And so there's the ones that are on the head and neck. There's the ones that are on the torso. And there's the ones that are on the extremities. And then there's one that's kind of on the genitalia. This is for the adult only kind of gunshot wound. But so he had 3 entrances and of graze on his head. He had, he had 3 bullets plus some fragments in his head and neck. Okay. And he had 3 exits on his head and neck. So that's pretty good. On his chest, he has actually just 5 entrances. I'm double counting the one down on the number 4, and he had 2 bullets recovered. He had 1 graze and just 1 exit. So that 6 and 2, 5 and 1 is double counted from down below. And then on his extremities, he actually had 4, well, again, double counting that one, but he has 4 entrances on his arm, 4 exits on his arm, and a projectile that was recovered in his arm. And then there's this one that's hard to, I'm mixing up, but This is a tandem gunshot wound that goes into his penis, out of his scrotum, back into his left leg, and there's a bullet at the end of that one. So, and when I add these up, I end up with 16 gunshot wounds, and I'm counting the one in his genitalia as one. Okay, if you count that as two, it becomes 17. And now the other thing that's kind of what I see. By logic, the ones in his arm, there's a couple of entrances on his chest that is near his arm, so they could also be tandem. It depends on if his arm's here or here. So there could be two less if the arm's lined up just right. So there's 14 to 16 gunshot wounds on him, probably 16. And then I had a couple other important things. All these gunshot wounds are from a distant range of fire. They're not real close. And he had he had a pretty big heart. He's a pretty big guy. And even though he's pretty young, his heart's starting to get big. You know, he probably has underlying hypertension or, you know, is going to develop it. So he's got, but I mean, he's not anywhere near, I mean, he's 24. He can live with this for decades.
You also took photos.
Yes.
Sharing now the photos that you took contemporaneous with your report. As we go through the photos, you have it before you a set of trajectory needles. Do you have the jury understand the direction of each of the images we're about to discuss as you go through?
Okay, and I'm going to have notes here so I don't get these details mixed up. So we're going to, this is photos, okay. And do you want to do each gunshot wound both, or do you want to do all the needles and all of the pictures at the same?
You can do together, you stand up, and as you're talking.
So do each one back and forth. Okay.
7.
Okay, so this is the first picture we take. The bodies come to us in these white disaster bags, which is the background. They have a zipper. There's this little plastic red seal that we put through the two handles of the zipper and seal it. So this is done by our investigator. His name was Ario. So she went out to the scene and evaluated the scene. And then she put him in this bag and sealed it so then when I get this body the next day, or if it's early in the day, I'll get it, you know, whenever I get it, that it's intact. I know that I'm dealing with, this hasn't been tampered with from the time of when my investigator was there until I got to it. They can be tampered with before the investigation starts. Can't exclude that, but that secures the body, and it secures all the evidence on the body. And then it has some of that same name, so we don't mix him up. And he's got his number up there. And the seal numbers match. And, you know, these are each unique. We got a big box full of them.
Excuse me, Your Honor. May we approach?
Going to the next picture, Dr. Henniger, 7.
Okay, this is the right side of his head. Okay, and we can see some of the entrance wounds. I numbered these things in kind of an arbitrary fashion that I thought would be easiest to remember. And I numbered them from starting at the top of his head and working down. And they're not, I don't know what order they occurred. I have no way of knowing which was first or second or last. So these are just the way they are as I going head to foot. You can see on his, I guess I'll do these one at a time. Okay, so what I call gunshot wound number 1 is the entrance here. There's an exit, and we'll see on another picture on the other side of this space.
Your Honor, excuse me, it's time.
All right. Okay, members of the jury, let's take a moment here. And I would ask you all to step in the back. Dr. Henry, you can have a seat. All right, counsel, I'm going to bring in juror number 5 in just a moment. She does appear to be the only one that is a visual reaction. Just we've only shown one picture so far that I would consider somewhat graphic. I'm sure it might be more so of what's to come. I want to lay out my understanding of what the purpose of the voir dire would be and what the standard is, what I'm trying to figure out here. So under OCGA 15-12-172, a juror can be removed for good cause. And the core inquiry is just if we can determine if the juror is unable to perform their duty to consider, which would include to consider all the evidence. We want to be able to give that juror an opportunity to explain and talk through her with some of these things. I didn't find anything along the lines of what we're experiencing here. Most of them were all the prior cases were about falling asleep, but I think that's what we can glean from it. So, I mean, thinking through this, what I would plan to tell her is that, and my understanding of the law would be, the standard is not that someone has a reaction. A juror can be emotional. A juror can make audible outcries. That's not going to be grounds for removal. The fact that a juror is crying isn't going to be grounds for removal, and I can't direct her where her eyeballs need to be at all times. I think the standard just needs to be an inquiry of, is she going to be able to sufficiently view the evidence and consider all the evidence in this case? And also knowing that during deliberations, she'll have a copy of these photos. And so that if it's a material issue, during deliberation, she'd be willing to consult those photos. That's what I plan to ask her.
That's fair.
All right. If we could bring in juror number 5. And I'll give counsel an opportunity to further question her as well.
This one. Your Honor, can we approach?
I mean, we don't need.
You might be okay. We'll still bring that one around.
No, it is. Okay.
Taking Mr. Lewis back. All right. I mean, I think she's on her way out. Can we just, let's take another couple minutes unless it's an emergency. All right, juror number 5, you can sit right there in the nearest chair if you'd like, wherever you're comfortable. No. Let me say a few things first. You don't need to say anything at all yet. I want to start off by saying, and you can have a seat. All right, you're not in trouble in any way, okay? Things. The reason we brought you out here is because we can tell that it is difficult for you to hear this testimony and view these exhibits. And we don't expect jurors to be robots. We understand everyone has emotions. And I'm also not telling you how to react or, what physical things happen to you as you receive the evidence. I'm also not telling you where your eyeballs need to be at all times, okay? All I need to ask you is whether you're confident you can consider all the evidence in this case. And do you have a feeling as to that question?
This kind of stuff. So it's shocking for me. Like, I don't see any horrible movies. That's what I was saying, like at the beginning. I feel more like I love people, be kind with people. So when I see that, it really hurt my feelings. I'm sorry, probably.
I'm not asking you to apologize at all. You don't have to do that. All we need to make sure is that, again, I'm not saying how long you have to look at something, or how you receive the testimony, but just, are you able to, to view it, and however long you think it's necessary to consider all the evidence? Can you do that? You will try. And also, again, I'm not telling you that you have to limit your reactions. As much as you need a break, we're going to allow that. I would also say that during deliberations, you're going to have copies of the exhibits and some of these photos. And so if during the deliberations, issues that came up in this testimony are relevant, would you be willing in your deliberations to consult these exhibits and to look at them as needed or as you feel is necessary? All right, I'll turn it over to the state and then Mr. Garner.
Juror number 5, just to echo what the judge said, you said yes. Was there any hesitancy as to how confident you feel that you can look at all of the evidence in this case, consider what the defense has presented, what the state has presented, look at all the pictures, look at any other evidence that comes back with you, participate fully with your other jury members in the deliberation and consideration of the evidence?
Like,
is it hard to hear the evidence, or will you have a hard time?
Actually, it's just, I don't know. I'm really scared about this kind of stuff. I don't know what it is, but it's really so scared. And because I don't hear about nothing like that. It's the first time like I really watch something like that. I just don't watch it because all the time I'm kind of scared. So it just really impact me. And
as Judge said, that's understandable, and we are sympathetic to that. But when you go back there, when all of this is over, you just the 14 of you back there, can you talk with your fellow jury members, look at the evidence, read the law that the judge will instruct you upon, and apply the law to the evidence?
I know it's like something I have to do, and I really want to try to do my best.
Juror number 5. I just wanted to ask you a couple questions. And the prosecutor just asked you a question. I think I heard you say, that this was really hard for you and that you asked, could you be dismissed? I know that you've said the words that you will try, but we just need, again, kind of like on Monday, we just need you to be 100% honest with us. And our question is, are you able to sit through and look at this testimony that we're going through with these photos and deliberate based on all of the evidence, which includes some of this very graphic evidence? Are you able to consider all of those things?
Happy. I will be happy. I really try to do because I know it's something I have to do, but it's really hard for me. It's because I won't be nothing around like that. And it's really impactful for me.
And you're asking this court if you could be dismissed? You don't.
Because I see it now, and something I'm kind of concerned. It's like I'm going to have a nightmare after I leave from here, and I don't know how, because I don't see this kind of stuff. It's really impact me. Like
Thank you. And thank you for being honest with us. I appreciate that. That's all I have, Judge.
All right, thank you, Juror 5. You can step in the back, okay? I have to talk with the lawyers first, and we'll get back to you, okay? All right, what say the state?
It's sort of difficult. Your Honor, although she said she would try her best, I think the end comments is probably where her heart truly lies, that it is particularly difficult for her, and I don't know that she was in earnest. She may try out, and so.
All right, so and then I'm checking with the defense. I presume the defense is moving to excuse her and sub in our alternate?
Yes,
All right. I think an abundance of caution, I would agree with that joint request. As I mentioned at the outset, the evidence is what it is, and the jurors are who they are, and it being difficult at provoking a reaction, I don't think that is necessarily by the book going to be considered good cause, even if it's a struggle to get through it. But in this case, this is why we have an alternate. So we can bring in juror number 5, and we'll excuse her, and we'll resume the testimony.
After bathroom.
Yes. And I could go ahead and do this now if you want to go ahead and let Mr. Lewis go back. If you don't need him present for this. All right, so he's waiving his present as we excuse her, and then we'll go into recess until he returns. All right, juror number 5. I want to thank you for your honesty in talking through this with us. And again, I want to emphasize that you've done nothing wrong. And the reality is that not every case is for everyone. And that's why we pick alternates. And we feel at this time that we can't excuse you from your service. You've put in a lot this week already. I think you've fulfilled your duty, and you can be proud of the work that you did, okay? So what I would ask you to do is if you could go in the back with Deputy Scott, you can collect your things. And I would also say that there shouldn't be any interactions with the other jurors any longer, okay? We'll just grab your things and you can head on your way. All right. Take care.
Thank you.
It's just, I
That's what a $14 is.
Which in 1 minute, whenever he's back, we can bring him back. We're good? She left? Okay. That boy getting him some?
Oh, you missed it.
I think it was 38. See, oh, it was the young guy. 38, yeah. I think we can go ahead and bring him in. We'll just wait for the attorneys. Just bring him in. Yeah. All right, we're back on the record in case we ever went off. Mr. Lewis is back present. Jury should be coming back shortly. And Ms. Charles, you've been very well organized up to this point, so this isn't a critique, but perhaps because we can streamline things from here forward. Thank you, Deputy Scott. State may proceed.
While we put the phone back up, while you sort of describing the injury, you just go ahead and just plot the points without going back and forth. Yes.
So what I call gunshot wound number one. Right eye drop, tunnel doesn't stand, it went out. But the left eye drop was going pretty flat to slightly down.
What was the direction of this?
Okay, this projectile was, okay, like, first of all, let me explain what I mean. Okay, I don't know where anybody was at when this happened. Okay, well, he's laying down or sitting down. So what I do is I put him, we go back to medical school, there's this thing called anatomic position like this. This is how we learn anatomy. This is up and down and right and left. This has to do with his right, his left, his front, his back. I don't know what position he's in, but in his relationship, it's from his right, his left, slightly down. Okay, so direction. Okay. Next one is gunshot number 2. And this one goes in on his right ear, just a little bit above it. Okay. This, I said, this is an ear, let's say. And then it goes down steep. It goes down and it actually makes a lump. Doesn't go out, but see how that almost makes a lump that I can feel. And even if we shine light on this tangentially, you can see it. So that's number 2. And it goes through, breaks this bone right here. Goes through the back of his pharynx. If you stick your, you have to be in junior high to do this, but if you stick your finger back way as far as it'll go, back in there. So that's his airway. Once you're dilating airway, it can bleed, so it should be chunky. So that's one issue. This one's direction is right to left, downward, and slightly his back is front, not very much. Okay.
Doctor, what I want for you to do, I'm going forward, is just plot the most significant injury. So if we look at the next, so we don't need to plot every single injury, that's okay?
Do you want me to do?
There's the most significant ones on each photo that we're gonna go through. Then we get through the next one as well.
Yeah, I'll just do the ones that are just simple. This one.
Yes.
This one is comes across right side of us, just a grazing, which is, I can't really do a graze. You can see, but we'll do it like that. Okay, it's just above his mouth. And it's going right to left. Okay. 4th one is on his cheek, right here. Okay, and it goes through his cheek, It's kind of parallel to this one. It actually comes out his neck. This should be his neck. Yeah. And the bullet that I can feel is just right next to it, just behind it. Okay, so those are the 4 on the head. There's one on his chest, above his nipple here. And it's hard to say, but it's probably just, it's just flat like this. I think it's right to left, but it could be left to right. Not very specific.
Look at the photo on screen.
Okay.
Can you describe those wounds right there?
Okay, so if you want to go back one, we'll get to all of them.
Go back one.
Okay, go back one. Okay, so this was number 1. It goes in above his eyebrow and out the other side. This is number 2, which you can't see, it's right here. We'll have another one for that. Number 3 is right here. Number 4 is this through his cheek. And then the next picture is the other side of his head. And this is the exit, number 1. The lump I'm talking about is right here, number 2. Number 3 was a graze. This is number 4. And this is going to be number 7.
Picture?
Enough. So 5 is here. 6, 7, and 8 are right. 3 of them, they're near each other. One of them's kind of here in front, and it's going backwards like this. One of them's, and there's a bullet at the end of that one, back in the right side of his upper chest neck area. There's number 7 goes into kind of the shoulder. There it goes all the way across and comes out. This neck. So everything will get that mold. Right there. Number 8. He's a big guy. He's got really thick, broad shoulders. So this number 8 one probably won't work like on a man. But it's coming in here. But it's still going backwards because he's big. And so there's a bullet back there on the left side of it.
Doctor, while you're doing your analysis, was there any indication the body could have turned?
Okay, yeah, okay, here's the thing. It's really easy. I got 16 snapshots. I don't know if they happen in 16 seconds, 16 minutes. He can do anything he wants or is capable of doing in between these. I don't know. He could get out of the car run around. I can't tell how far apart these are in time, or what he can do in between them. These are just snapshots. Okay.
And any of these injuries you just described so far immediately disabled?
That's a really hard question because of a couple of factors. This one right here. And if I was just poking people with this, and I could poke somebody through their head if I was being, probably wouldn't kill them. They'd hurt like crazy and they'd fight. But a bullet isn't just a little rod going through people. Bullet has velocity, it has energy. It creates waves or concussive effects. There's a sinus right here, the frontal sinus, cold notes. Behind that's the brain, it's going past both lobes. It's possible this one would, through concussive effects, make him dazed or even knock him out for a while. It doesn't damage the brain. It wouldn't kill him. That one, the one that went through his pharynx, if it's bleeding, it choke on that. This one isn't going to do much, it hurt. This one's coming down, and it's kind of goes through this. A lot of important things in the head, it kind of scoots past the ball. So it's not doing very much. The one that is, let's see, this number 7, going close to the cervical spinal column. doesn't go through his spinal cord, but if there's shock waves, that could paralyze him from there down. And these other two aren't doing any problems. This one's not much of a problem.
What about
But
number
then
9?
Number 9 is the worst one. That would be, this is the one that would take him, that he would die before this other stuff's happening. And this is kind of complicated. It comes in his arm, right arm here. Okay? Now, if I didn't look real close, I wouldn't have noticed this. I wish I hadn't, but it goes into his armpit. And it's close enough to the surface that it tears it open. So that brings up sort of philosophical, what is an entrance, what is an exit? Is this an exit re-entry? Is it a tear? Is it like an upside down grazing wound or whatever? But for whatever it is, there's a hole in his arm here. And then it goes on in, I won't keep pushing this, it goes through his nearest third rib down here, gets his upper part of his right lung, gets 2 of the vessels in his heart, taking it up, 2 biggest vessels. The heart you've got 2 chambers that pump. One of the chambers pumps blood to the lungs, one of the chambers pumps blood to the rest of the body, and it comes back to the other side. And those 2 vessels within a couple of inches before they come out of the heart, both of them are violated. And so he's going to bleed to death very rapidly internally from that. Also crosses into his left lung and stops. And this bullet, what made it really interesting is you can see it on X-ray. And we took multiple X-rays and then we take some of these out and see the next, take more X-rays. This thing's moving around. And it's actually loose in the blood. I used to say for years, I said floating. It's lead, does not float, but it basically gets washed around the side of him. It's in his chest cavity, and there's over a liter of blood in his chest cavity. So this one I'm calling number 9 is the one he's going to bleed to death quickly for sure. These other things maybe happen, maybe not. Now, 10 and 11 are near each other. There are 2 gunshot wounds that are on right here. One of them goes in here and back out here, like this. And the liver sits right here. And so it goes in his liver and back out his liver. That's pretty bad. You have the small, large intestines, your bowel. The large intestine starts out, if we go backwards up, it starts out anus, and then there's a sigmoid, ascending, transverse, descending, appendix is here. It goes through this large intestine right here where it crosses. And so it extrudes stool in this abdominal cavity. That's not a big problem the first day after it happens. It hurts like crazy, but within hours, he's going to be infected, he's going to be septic. And if this was the only gunshot wound he had, he'd be more likely than not, he'd be in Grady Hospital for weeks to get this cleaned up. The other one that's right by it goes in kind of like this and clips his kidney, which is behind and lower than the liver. And this one goes into his lumbar back, which the vertebrae, there's 7 in your neck, and 12 in the, which we call thoracic, and then there's 5 in your back here, are lumbar, and the 4th and 5th one. The 4th one's usually on your waistline, 5th one's one down. It goes and hits those vertebrae, and stops there. It's not going very fast. I don't know if this would have paralyzed him or not. This one would be more likely to do it. This is again, could he walk after that? Maybe. Okay, so now we have 12, which is the one that's adults open, gunshot wound. This one went into his penis, went out of his scrotum, and then into his leg. Feel it here. Okay, this one he writes a left downward. Thanks. By this time in the autopsy, I limited time. If I only had one or two of these, I would have dissected this out and seen this got the femoral artery. It's going right towards the femoral artery goes right here. If it didn't hit the femoral artery, it hit branches of it, and they're probably
Look at the picture behind you. What was the purpose of that marker where you were just indicating?
Okay, so this one, I could feel it, but I couldn't really see it. It wasn't really a lump, so I didn't think the pitch would help. I'm circling what I can feel as a hard bump. That's the exit wound, not the exit wound, the bullet here. The entrance wound and the shot through his genitalia is coming like this. Okay, and then it's just where we start summarizing because there are 4 entrance wounds that I can't sort out what they do. Is what they do. All close to each other. And all of them are on his arm. On his elbow. So this, this, and this. Now, there's exit wounds. And there's 4 of these exit wounds. And there is problem here. There's a lot, there's 3 bones there. The humerus, 2 bones, 4. And these bones are shattered. And they're in pieces, and these bullets aren't slowing down very much. They can propel those and they become secondary projectiles. So they can cause exits because, much to my surprise and perplexity, that's going to be happening. One of these doesn't come out this way. There's a bullet you can see on his arm down here. Does it come out? So now I got 4 entrances, 4 exits, and a bullet, and nothing else around here. Makes sense. There's 2 ways it can make sense. One is that if one of these exits is secondary, so one of these entrances cause 2 exits, the bullet and the bone. The second thing is if your arm, if you fold it up like this, this happens in clothing a lot. One hole can make, or one exit can make 2 holes. So maybe 2 of those entrances are right next to each other in the crease. So that's the problem with my counting. The other thing is that this guy's built a little bit different. But the person who shot stocky, his arms up here. So it's possible that some of these went into here. So that's how I get 14. If his arms like this, 16, his arms here, it's 14. Or 15 if it's. So that's why I'm saying 14, 15, 16. But I think his arms, they have to be lined up just perfect to get both of them in there. I think he's about 16, but. Okay. Now,
Are those all of the
those are
injuries?
all the injuries. I didn't skip around a lot. The internal, there's
Sure.
more internal, but I think. So I got the worst one.
And Doctor, did you recover?
Okay.
From the side of the body?
Okay, so I recovered bullets from the X-rays. A good way to think about these. There's one on his neck on the right side. I call this neck down here. Of course, it's actually the chest, but there's one here. There's one in back here. And there's one here. So that's 3. Then there's some little pieces this one over here is missing pieces of its jack. I think they are together. I put them in separate boxes. A bullet expert can look at those pieces and say for certain whether they match each other or not, or whether they're different. So there's those 3. There's this one in his back. There's this one, and there's this one. So there was actually 7 bullets plus the pieces. So,
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Henniger. Nothing further from the state.
Any cross-examination?
I'm not yet, Judge.
Would you like us to remove this?
No, it's going to be very, very brief. Hi, Dr. Henninger. How are you?
no, fine.
Want to make sure I understand, and let me actually look. 'Cause for where you said between 14 to 16, is that 14 to 16? Can you just
Yeah, I mean, let me,
clarify that?
actually, I'm gonna stop it. Okay, okay, so it depends on what you call a gunshot wound. I should have defined what a gunshot wound is. Okay, so for me, a gunshot wound consists of 3 things: entrance, a pathway, and either an exit or a bullet. That's one gunshot wound. Now, when I'm facing this case, before I know, I open the bag, unzip it, I've got all these holes. There's a lot more than 16 holes in him. And you can have situations where, there's tandem, one bullet can cause 4 holes or maybe 5 in a weird situation. But so I have to sort all this out. And so when I say 16, I'm referring to, that's how many times I think the gun was fired. And some of the times it created 2 holes, some of the times it created 1. In one case, it created 3 holes and a bullet. So that's where I'm getting that 16. 14's if I assume tandem, so that 2 of these gunshot wounds could be a continuation. I'd be 2 less of the times the gun was fired. And that would be a complicated tandem gunshot wounds, 14 of them. So 14, 15, or 16 is how many times the gun was fired.
And like you said, out of all of these 14 to 16, you don't know which one, obviously the timing of what happened first, or which one could have made him disabled right away, or if he was still.
No, it's possible that that the stuff in his head didn't really knock him out or make him daze him that much. I don't know, it's kind of hard to say how much energy. So the thing is a bullet has a lot of energy that goes in. When it leaves, it has a variable amount of energy. I can't tell. Did it take a lot of energy with it? And that's a pretty big hole. So, if it's still going really fast, takes a lot of energy with it, doesn't do much damage. Whereas if it's these ones that were slowing down, the one that came to rest in his spinal column, it's going so slow that it didn't even dent it. The one that went and broke his arm, it flattened it. So the damage is proportional to the energy, which is proportional to the velocity, actually velocity squared for purists. But so it's hard to say on some of these, but it's possible. I mean, I guess one extreme would be that he suffered some unconsciousness, spinal cord dysfunction in 2 places, and bled to death quickly. The other side of this is that these other things were kind of dazed him, or they hurt and whatever, but didn't really do that much, and then he bled. And this is one of the things that the people make television shows don't like, but you can live, it takes minutes to bleed out. And so you always remember your first cases. When I was up in Minnesota, this guy got shot in the heart, and there was snow everywhere, so they had a blood trail, and he ran like a half a mile, was in the process of beating this guy up that shot him, and he died. And we get him back, and he's got his heart shot, and I'm like, and he was a college athlete, a really tough guy, and that's kind of the other extreme, a few minutes. So he's somewhere in that extreme. He could have survived for a couple, 3, 4, 6 minutes, whatever. I mean, this athlete could probably run a half a mile in 2 minutes,
Thank you, doctor. That's all.
Yeah.
All right, any redirect on those points?
No, Your Honor.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dr. Henniger. All right, if we could have the state kind of move that to the side. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state rests.
All right, members of the jury, the state has rested, meaning it's presented all the evidence it has for its case in chief. At this point, there's something we have to conduct outside of your presence, and then we'll be back with you. This should maybe be 10 to 15 minutes. All right, any motions on behalf of the defense?
Yes, Judge, we'd like to make a motion for directed verdict.
You want to state the grounds?
Yes, Judge. Judge, we're gonna move on count 2, the charge of criminal attempt to commit murder, that we don't believe that there is any evidence from which a jury could rationally or reasonably find Mr. Lewis guilty. And I want to point the court, and I'm gonna actually have counsel find the citation. It's Stapleton versus State. It's a 2021 case out of the Court of Appeals. I don't have the citation on me. We just looked this up. But that case deals with some facts that I think are similar here. I think at best what the court has heard is that Mr. Lewis said to Miss Gore, "You're next." But there has been absolutely no evidence outside of that he had made any substantial step or made any steps towards committing a murder. And so I don't believe that they can meet the burden. I don't think there has been any evidence of a substantial step other than words. There has been no evidence, obviously, the video surveillance stops, and there is no evidence of gunshots or really anything other than him. We don't even know that he was pounding at the door. We don't have any evidence of that. And so I don't.
Are you saying there was no evidence that he went and retrieved another firearm as the
No.
state contends?
Correct.
All right.
There's just no evidence of that, other than the state saying it. And so I don't believe that there is any evidence on that count specifically that a jury could find Mr. Lewis guilty on count 2, the criminal attempt to commit murder.
Yeah, let's take these one at a time in case you have other counts you're challenging as well. Ms. Charles?
Your Honor, the defendant doesn't have to actually discharge a firearm to be charged with criminal attempt to commit murder.
Well, let me start with the question I asked about the theory was that he then went back to his car to retrieve a second firearm.
Sure.
And what evidence supports that theory?
There's multiple witness testimony that supports the same. We have testimony from Winnie who saw, based on her testimony, the defendant running back towards his sister. She actually demonstrated to the jury they had to at her sister, but for the fact that they took her into the house very quickly, he may have caused her a harm. We had testimony from her mother, who said that she was looking outside the door, she saw at her door through the glass pane. We have testimony from Gabrielle herself, who states after he had took his clip in front into the defendant, he turned to her and says, "You're next." The video clearly shows him running back to his car and running back up towards the house. There's testimony as to the distance from the end of the driveway to the house is it's a few feet. And so there is plenty of substantial that he didn't run to his car, jump in the car and leave after killing Mr. Davenport. He came back. More than that.
And did Gabrielle Gore? I don't think she testified that she ever saw him with a gun after coming back, did she?
She said running to his car.
Right. I just want to make sure I know which witnesses did see him actually retrieve a firearm.
It was Winifred Gore.
And okay, was it one or was it also CJ?
And then CJ saw him enter the car and retrieve something, is what he said.
Okay.
And we have within 20 minutes of the incident, he's coming back to his home on video holding 2 handguns. So I believe there's enough for the jury to draw together that there was substantial steps taken to take the life of Ms. Gabrielle Gore, but for the intervention of the family that night.
All right, Ms. Flack, do you have any additional motions?
No, Judge, it's count 2.
Okay.
That's all I have, Judge.
All right. The standard being all inferences in favor of the non-movement with attempt, very much the jury question would be intent. And if something counts as a substantial step in furtherance of that intent, questions of abandonment would come in play as well. But I think there's enough evidence here where a jury could find, with all inferences in favor of the state, that at the moment he makes that comment right after potentially shooting someone else, and retrieve something that at least one witness says was a firearm, that could be seen as a substantial step towards an attempt. So I'll deny the motion. And if that is the only motion, then I would think now we turn and ask, I would say that I would have a colloquy with Mr. Lewis, and I'd ask Mr. Gardner if he's prepared or isn't aware of what I would be about to do and generally what I'm about to ask him, if you need a moment for that.
We're ready.
All right, he doesn't have to stand. All right, so Mr. Lewis, I have to address a few questions with you directly. And if at any point you need to pause or confer with your attorney privately, feel free to do that, all right? Do you understand you have a right to testify? And if you want to testify, then no one can prevent you from doing so. And do you understand that no one can make or compel you to testify? That is, you have a right not to testify if you don't want to. And do you understand that it's not your lawyer, but you personally who decides whether you testify? Do you understand that if you do not testify, then I'll instruct the jury that your decision cannot be used against you? But if you do choose to testify, you're going to be examined by your counsel, and the state will also have the opportunity to cross-examine you. Do you feel you need any additional time to think about whether you want to testify? Do you personally want to testify or not? All right. I find that the defendant has decided to testify with a complete understanding of his rights. All right. Then is there any reason we shouldn't bring back the jury and begin with the defendant's case?
Brief comfort break.
Sure. Anything else, Mr. Gardner?
So you think we'll finish? I think that it may be, I don't know if we'll finish the rack. Or maybe that we finish the rack and then we have to come back tomorrow. Probably.
I think that's probably the most likely scenario.
For all in one day though?
Well, the only
because if we start now with the rack and we have to, when we come back tomorrow for cross, see, the state gets one up on me, See, they get to think about testimony, prepare. I mean, it's serious concern. So I think that in all fairness, that if we start tomorrow, we can, because it's testimony, they would only be one witness and then we would be doing closing.
I certainly recognize the strategical concern. What I would say is, if on a redirect, I wouldn't tie you as closely to having to confine it to the extent of cross. So if you want to make your direct more succinct and follow up later after cross, I'll allow that. But I just don't think we can burn an hour and a half here. And so, if, potentially on how long the direct is, the state may very well be required to then start their cross. But I'm just trying to make sure that we can also get to closings. We still have to have a charge conference, and I want to make sure that they have enough time to deliberate tomorrow. So I think, as I kind of warned yesterday, we're right in that range where we've got a witness available. I think we have to move forward. All right. Anything else? Let's come back and we'll plan to have the jury coming back in at 3:30.
It's coming to mom.
Folks, even when you're not on the bench, you still gotta, can use your phone in the courtroom. Y'all need to take a break as well before you jump out there.
You put those there? Okay, thank you.
Come to order.
All right, Mr. Garner, assuming you're not introducing any other stipulations or exhibits first, I would say we could go ahead and have Mr. Lewis make his way up.
She's watching.
All right, we're back on the record. All the parties are present in the council. If we could bring the jury back in if they're ready.
All right, for the jury.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Members of the jury, as I mentioned at the outset of this case, now that the state has rested, the defense has the opportunity to present evidence. They don't have to because they don't have the burden of proof. However, if they want to, they can. And so at this time, I'll ask if the defense has any witnesses or evidence to present.
Yes, Your Honor, we will present Mr. Lamontae Lewis.
You go ahead. You swear for that you get a court.
Yes, sir.
Would you please state and spell your first and last name for the court?
Lamontae Lewis, Lamontae, last name Lewis, Lewis.
And to the extent you can, sir, I would say scoot in as close as you can. The microphone might not pick everything up. All right, thank you.
I'm gonna call you Lamontae. That's what I've been calling you for the last few years. How are you, Mr. Lamontae?
All right.
So I'm gonna ask you some questions, and I want you to speak in the mic so that the jury can hear you.
Yes, sir.
So that the Madam Court Reporter can hear you too.
Yes, sir.
Lamontae, how old are you?
I'm 29.
Where are you from?
I'm from Atlanta.
What area in Atlanta? What part of Atlanta are
The Zone 4 area.
you? You attend school in the Atlanta area?
Yes, sir.
What school did you graduate? What high school did you
Westlake High School.
graduate?
Yes, sir.
Did you play any sports while in high school?
I played football.
Did you go to college?
I attended Georgia State University.
Are you an only child?
No, sir.
How many siblings do you?
4.
Are you older?
No.
Where did you rank it?
The second oldest.
Are all your siblings, they live here in Georgia as well?
No.
You have any hobbies
A few.
you like to do?
Make music, work, hang out with my family, and pretty much travel.
I want to ask you, going into adulthood, did you work prior to March 28th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
What did you?
I was a truck driver and I owned a few businesses.
Can you explain to me what businesses you?
Me and my brother, we had a pallet recycling company, and we were getting ready to start a logistics company. And I was in the market to open up my own club in Miami at the time.
Did you have, did you do anything else for income? Additional income?
Making music. I upload a lot of my music to Spotify, Apple Music, and Google Play and YouTube.
Spotify?
Yes, sir.
Pay you to stream music?
Yes, sir.
And how would you stream music?
I would use like multiple devices and pretty much make, like dummy accounts and utilize those to stream my own music or other people's music.
So you use devices, what type of devices did you use?
Preferably cell phones.
Lewis, who is Gabrielle Gore?
She's my son's mother, and at the time she was the love of my life.
You say you have children with Miss Gore?
Yes.
How many children?
2.
What are their names?
Haven, Christopher Pryor, and Lamont Giovanni Lewis.
Haven is your.
He was my stepson.
When did you first meet Gabby?
It was in 2016, around July.
Where'd you meet her?
I met her at my cousin's birthday party.
Remember what she was wearing that day?
Yeah, she was wearing a blue and white striped summer dress.
What attracted you to Gabby on that day?
It was more so of like her laugh and her smile. She had these big old pretty teeth. And that was pretty much it that like attracted me to her at the time.
Did you talk to Gabby that day at the birthday party?
Just briefly.
What did you discuss?
It was more so about, how old our son was, like what was she doing at the time for work, and, as far as like her son's father, their relationship.
Report to you the relationship or involvement that she had with the oldest child father?
Yeah.
Was it a problem for you that Gabby had a son when you met?
No, because, my father is not my biological father. He's my stepfather, but, he's had me since I was 2 years old. And so me seeing a child without a father is something that, doesn't bother me because I know that I can step up to be, that role model that he needs.
When you met Gabby, how old was
He was 3 months old when I met her.
When did you and Gabby start a date? When did y'all make it official?
We went on our first date October 15th, 2016, on my aunt's birthday.
Where did you take it?
We went to Tyndrum near Georgia Tech University.
Have you been there before?
Once.
Had she been there before?
No.
Did Gabby, she ever say anything special about that person? Think how it affected?
She told me that it was her first date that she'd ever been on since she was an adult. And so I kind of like took that to heart.
Monday, you love Gabby?
Yes, I do.
Why do you love Gabby so?
Not just because she gave me my first child. You know, I've always wanted to be a father. Even as a kid, you know, that was one thing that I grew up wanting, was to be a father. When they asked me what I wanted to be, I wanted to be a dad. I wanted to be a super dad. So it wasn't just because of that. It was also that I saw so much potential in her to be better than what she was. And so I wanted that for her.
During your time with Gabby, did you provide care for her in Haven?
Yes, sir.
What's special? Is there anything special that you would do for Haven?
It started one night when he had asthma and allergies. So it started one night when I was over there, and this was around the time he was like 6 or 7 months, and he was coughing a lot. And so she didn't understand what to do with him. So I took him in my arms and I took him into the bathroom and turned the shower on. And I let him breathe in the steam and I prayed for him. And he calmed down and started to sleep. And that was the moment that I fell in love with Haven.
How did you, with you not having any kids at the time, how did you know that would heal or comfort?
Because growing up, I dealt with asthma, and it was severe asthma. And it was, you know, something that was very trying for me, especially playing sports and trying to keep up with my brother, of course.
Say that's how you bonded with Haven?
Yes, sir.
Initially? Now, you said you provided for Haven and Gabrielle. You pay for parties, clothes?
Yes. You know, Christmas, his first Christmas, I paid for that, you know, because she was having issues with her job, and her son's father at the time, he wasn't in his life. And so I paid for that. His first birthday party, I paid for that as well. And, you know, I paid for daycare services and all of that.
Provide for Gabby as well?
Yes, sir.
So when was Lamont born?
All right.
Son Gabby, your second son.
He was born December of 2017.
At that time, were you and Gabby living together?
Yes, sir.
Where were y'all living?
We were living at her mom's house.
Were you living there initially?
Before then, yes.
Before the son was born?
Yes.
At what point did you move out? When did you move out of Gabby's mom's home?
A few months after he was born.
Where did you move to?
I moved back in with my mom.
Did you continue to stay with your mom?
No. No, once I moved back in with my mom, I, you know, started to work a little bit more because I wanted to get my own place so I could provide, you know, for my family. That's something that my dad taught me to do. And so that's what I went out there and did.
When you moved into your apartment, did Gabby and the kids move in right away?
It was probably like a month after that I moved in that they came to stay with me.
Is this in the one-bedroom apartment?
That was the 1-bedroom apartment.
Did you live somewhere else after that apartment?
Yeah, shortly after they moved in, we ended up getting into like we got into a domestic dispute. And so we broke up, and then weeks later, we got back together and we upgraded to a 3-bedroom apartment.
When was that dispute? Do you remember?
It had to be in September of 2018.
So y'all had a dispute. She said she moved out, then she moved back in. You got a 3-bedroom apartment. She moved back in.
Yes, sir.
And so, I know you mentioned that you had domestic dispute. Did you and Gabby often have domestic disputes?
Yes.
Can you tell me the dynamic of you and Gabby's relationship?
It was an emotional roller coaster. 1 minute we would be good, and then the next minute, it would be an issue somewhere, whether it be on my part or her part. And, we would break up, and then, weeks would go by, and then somehow we end up back together, and we start all over again.
So you said y'all were on and on.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, during that time that y'all were all on and off, y'all continue to talk again?
Yes.
You still provide for Gabby?
Yes, sir.
Y'all still continue to go on dates?
Yes.
Still continue to have relations?
Yes.
So let's go back to the domestic disputes. About how many domestic disputes during the time prior to the March 28th, 2010?
Probably about 5 or 6.
That's in September 2018, that was the first one, correct?
No, it was one before that. It should have, I think it was around like February when I moved out of their house.
This would have been after
My son was born.
you and Gabby have an abusive relationship.
Yes, we did.
Did you abuse Gabby?
I did. And it's not something that I'm proud of, and I do accept responsibility for it. And, I was arrested. That's on my record, and it's tainted my history. And it makes me look like a monster, and I understand that, but I accept full responsibility for it.
You explained to the jury love you have for Gabby.
The love that I have for my son's mother is a love that doesn't die. I still love her to this day. And, it's unconditional. Like, it has no strings attached to it or nothing like that. I just always wanted what was best for her, or what I thought was best for her at the time. And I still do want what's best for her and, our kids that we do share. Because I still do look at, her oldest son as my own child.
Let me ask you this. At times, would you describe you and Gabby's relationship toxic?
Yes.
What caused the friction? Why would y'all have a heated argument? Why would y'all abuse?
Um, it was some were from like extremities as far as like cheating goes. Some of them were from stress, you know, where you're putting a lot of financial stress on one partner where the other one is not, you know, taking care of their half of, you know, the relationship that you guys have. And so that was, the financial stress was a big one for us. And the cheating was definitely a big one for us.
Lamontae, did Gabby work during the relationship?
Um, she started working when we first got together, but after we got into a car accident, she left her job and she was out of work for a while.
Is it safe to say that you were the breadwinner?
Yes, sir.
Lamontae, did you try to control Gabby during the relationship?
No, sir. I just wanted what was best for her.
What do you mean, what was best?
Well, I saw so much potential in her, and to the point where if she wanted to do something, I was behind her in doing that. She said she wanted to go back to college and she needed supplies. I went and bought her an iPad. I went and bought her a phone so that she can pursue that dream that she had. She wanted to start her own photography business. So I went and bought a photo camera for her at a pawn shop just so she can start her business. And, you know, she said that she wanted to get back in shape. I was there for that. You know, we went and got our own Planet Fitness membership and we started to go work out together after I get off of work.
Lord, would you do anything to protect Gabby?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever fear for her safety or other people?
Yes.
You explain.
Um, she had a very abusive ex-boyfriend that came before me, which was Haven's dad, to the point where, you know, he ended up over there one day when I was staying there with him and he attacked her and I had to physically remove him from the house and he threatened to come back and shoot the entire house up. And it was kind of scary for me. And then after that, he attacked me at the birthday party that I paid for. And that was when she ended up getting a TPO right after that. And his family threatened to kill me. So I went and got my gun license.
Did the police show that day?
Yes, sir.
You have any family of yours there?
I had my mother, my aunt, and my brother.
Miss LaWanda Gore. Did you and Miss Gore, Gabby's mother, did y'all get along?
To a certain extent, but I think it was more so of her being, I don't want to say jealous, but I felt like, you know, she was kind of upset that we were moving too fast for her. And so I knew that that was an issue, but I still respected her and looked up to her. I admired, you know, her success in life because, you know, she moved her family from South Carolina on her own with her two daughters and she raised them. And she tried her best to raise her grandkids, you know, which was at the time it was Haven and Lamont. And she was a woman doing all of this. And so I respected her for that.
Let me ask you, go back to the relationship. You stated that it was on and off. You said that this dispute started after Lamont was born?
Yes, sir.
And so during this off period, during the off period or the on and off, did Gabby at times feel, y'all feel, did she stay with you? Spend the night?
Yes.
Let me ask you, so after the 3-bedroom apartment, is that the last place you lived?
No, sir.
Where did you move to after the apartment?
After the apartment, I moved back in with my mom, and shortly after that, I built my own house for, for my family, and she was a part of that family.
So Gabby and the kids moved into that home with you?
Yes, sir.
Y'all spend holidays in that home?
Yeah, we did. We spent our first Thanksgiving, we spent it there. And then Christmas, she decorated the door with the little wreath and the wallpaper and stuff. And she started to paint the boys' room for the little chalk and stuff so that they would be able to draw on the walls and erase it. That was, she helped pick out some of the furniture and everything.
You said you built this home so that your family could have a home.
Yes, sir.
Let's, Your Honor, can I take a moment? Let's go to March of 2020. In March of 2020, were you and Gabrielle still on and off?
Yes, sir.
Doing those off periods? How long would the off period be? Would it be long?
No, it'd be like probably about, the most was about 2 months.
You said even in those times you would continue to go on dates,
Mm-hmm.
continue to have relations.
Yes.
But what changed then? Nothing changed.
Nothing really changed.
Y'all get mad and like it's over, and get back together.
Yep.
So in March of 2020, you and Gabrielle together?
Yes, sir.
Y'all plans to go to counsel?
Yes. We had started going to counseling the beginning of that year.
Did she live with you in March? Was she living at your house in March?
Yes, sir.
And this is the house on Ebb Drive Circle, correct?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. You mentioned the cheating. At what point did you believe Gabby started cheating?
It was back in, I think it was April of 2019, I believe. I can't remember the exact day, but, that was when, I found out about a guy masturbating on her tablet. And it was a video of a guy in her room masturbating on a tablet. I said it was a guy that was masturbating on her tablet, and I had saw the video because I had got the video from my son. He was watching it on on her tablet because she gave it to him for him to play with or whatever.
So in March of 2020, y'all are together, y'all often or y'all same step.
It's the same, roller coaster at that time still.
So let me ask you, this relationship with y'all fight, make up, it was just, was it always, y'all always decide together to split up and get back together?
Not always. Sometimes it would be one leaving the other, but then majority of the time we would both agree to separate and then come back together.
So in March 2020, you and Gabrielle, what's the status of y'all's relationship?
It was kind of unclear at the time. We had agreed that we would get back together once she finished school, but we were still seeing each other. We were still going out together, planning birthdays together and planning trips.
Y'all text and talk every day?
Every day.
Every day. Monte, did you know Mr. Martin?
I knew him from the news, and I didn't know at the time, but I knew that I found out that he was related to one of my old classmates.
You and Mr. Davenport around the same age? Or you don't know?
I don't know.
At some point, how did you learn Mr. Davenport and Gabby interaction?
It was sometime after January of 2020, and she told me that he was a friend that she would go to the skating rink with. And, she said that he was her god brother.
Did you know his cousin CJ?
No.
Let's go to March 22nd, 2020. Did you ever run into Mr. Davenport?
Yes.
Where did you see him?
It was at a Chevron gas station.
Was he alone?
No, he was with, I think it was like two dudes and a girl in the inside of the gas station.
Did you and Mr. Davenport have words?
No.
Y'all get into an argument?
No.
Did you speak to him?
I acknowledged his presence, being cordial, that was about it.
Did you have any animosity or beef with Mr. Davenport?
No, sir.
That's your first interaction?
Yes, sir.
with him in person?
Yes, sir.
It wasn't much of an interaction, correct?
No.
Okay, let's move forward to date at issue, March 28th, 2020. You remember that day?
Not fully.
Do you remember what you were doing earlier that day?
Yes. I got up around like 5 in the morning, and me and my brother, we went to go recycle a few pallets, and that ended up probably around like 1-ish. And that was the first time that, me and him, we both accumulated, I think it was probably about 3,000 apiece for the day. And so it was a celebration. And so I wanted to go to a birthday party that one of my friends was having. And I also wanted to celebrate the success that I was having at my time, in that time of my life, as far as like, and I was going to use that day to reveal to my family that I was leaving Atlanta and moving to Miami so that I can open up the club.
Actually, on that day, did you talk to Gabby?
All throughout the day.
What did you discuss? What were the topics?
One of the topics was she was telling me about her being molested by her stepdad, and
March 28th, 2020.
I believe that was when we were discussing like how she felt, as far as like she felt like nobody was there for her, nobody was in her corner, and I told her that you're my son's mother, and no matter what goes on, I still love you, and I will always support you and be in your corner. And she reciprocated the same type of love.
Because she was more than just your son's mother to you, bro.
Yes.
Did you and Gabby discuss the children that day?
Yes, we did. She told me that she asked me to pick up the kids, and then she would come pick them up because I had to work the next morning.
About what time did you speak to her about picking up the kids?
I think it was around 3.
Did you have to call or text multiple times?
Yes.
Did she finally respond?
Yes, she did.
And what was the response?
She told me that I could pick them up from her mom and her sister. And she was telling me that she had bad service, so I would probably have to call more than once because of where she was at.
And did you pick up the kids that day?
Yes, I did.
About what time do you think you picked them up?
It had to be around 4 or 5.
Where did y'all go?
We went to the store first, and then we came back to the house so that I could finish cooking for the cookout that I was having for my family.
Do a cookout that day?
Yes.
Do you know where Gabby was at this time?
Yes.
At the time you picked up the kid?
No.
She didn't tell you where she was at?
No.
Did she tell you who she was with?
She told me she was with her godbrother.
You believe she was with her godbrother? Who did you know her godbrother? Who did you expect?
So I guess she never really said his name to me. It was just always a godbrother.
So you pick up the kids, you have the kids. About how long?
I was supposed to have them for about 2 hours, but I ended up keeping them for almost 4 hours.
During this time, you have the kids. Are you and Gabby communicating?
Yes.
What were y'all discussing?
We was discussing her feelings as far as like how she felt about the relationship that we were in and how, she was still hurting, from from our past. And, I told her I felt it is, similar.
Okay, so did y'all get into an argument via text or phone or phone call?
No,
No messages exchanged or?
not to my knowledge.
So you have the kids. Did Gabby ever come and pick? You said she was supposed to pick up the food?
Yes, sir.
Did she pick them up?
No.
Um. Did you take the kids back to her mom's house?
Yes, I did.
About what time did you drop the kids off?
I think it was sometime after 9 o'clock.
9 p.m.
Yes, 9 p.m.
When you dropped them off, did you say anything to anybody in the house, or did anybody in the house say anything to you?
Yes, I told her mom and I told her sister that Haven needed a breathing treatment because he had been coughing a lot, and she wasn't responding when I was asking about his asthma pump, and I didn't know where it was.
Did you have to contact them multiple times?
Yes.
Asthma pump?
Yes.
Did she ever respond?
She told me, I think she told me to just take him to her mom or something like that.
So you dropped the kids off. Did you stay there?
No.
You left the Diane Drive address after dropping them off.
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
I pulled up, I was headed home.
You were headed home, leaving from the Diane Drive address.
Yes, sir.
Did you see anybody you recognize?
No.
So at some point after dropping off the kids, you returned back to them.
Yes, sir.
Why did you come back?
There was Haven's Nintendo Switch. It was his Nintendo Switch that was going off in the floorboard, and so I was like, "Dang, I gotta go ahead. And since I'm still not far away from their house, I might as well turn around and go ahead and drop it off."
So you turned around and you went back.
Yes, sir.
Can you walk us through? So you get back to the house.
Yes, sir.
Was anyone there?
It was a truck, and it was a car that was behind like directly behind the truck.
Did you recognize anyone?
As just
vehicle?
Gabrielle when I was getting out of the car.
Can you explain what happens once you exit your vehicle?
When I got out of the car, I walked through, walked in between the truck and the car. And while I'm walking, I was calling out to her, but she was ignoring me. And so when I got closer to the truck, I just turned and looked, and I seen there was another man there. And I just got so overwhelmed with like this passion of rage, and my emotions were like, they were pretty much just all over the place, and I lost it to the point where that was when I realized that, you know, this God brother was not just, it was not a God brother. And a lot of stuff started to click in my mind, and something in me just broke at that moment, to the point where you see what happened on camera, and it's gut wrenching for me to even talk about it, because this is something that I have to live with every day.
How does it make you feel?
It hurts a lot. And, you know, being incarcerated this long, I have to think about this. And I turned myself in. And so I've been on 23-1 this entire time. And it's been very trying for me, because I have to go through the motions of actually living with this every single day. And I know that the family is hurting, because I feel their pain. And it's my fault that he's gone because of my emotions. And I can't take that back. And I'm sorry.
Lamontae, that day when you arrived at the home, headed back to the home, you plan to kill anyone?
No,
You have plans to kill Gabrielle?
no,
You have plans to kill Mr. Davenport?
no, sir.
Back when you pulled up, you didn't even know who was in the white truck.
I did it.
So you come overwhelmed with rage, emotion, you start firing. What happened in you? You've been sitting in court, correct?
Yes,
And you've watched the videos that the state has played. And you watched the video the night, March 28th, 2020.
yes,
And did you see on the video at some point you ran back to the car? Fire.
yes, sir.
What did you go back to the car for?
I was trying to put the gun down because I didn't know what to do. And I was scared. I, you know, that's something that I never experienced before in my life. A lot of people have it. And I was afraid. I can't take that back.
You need a moment.
Want me to take 5? There's the jury. You step in the
All right, you're.
Just kill me.
Why don't we, if you need to approach, I think you're allowed to talk with him, even if it's in the middle of a direct, and when we're on break. And let's see where we are in a few minutes. Just hold in place.
You know how to. You do, can I? Yeah. She's like, no.
All right, can we get the state back in here? All right, Deputy Scott, if we could check to see if our jury's ready. Mr. Lewis, do you need any more time to compose yourself?
I'm ready.
All right.
I think you are. Yeah.
All right, for the
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Deputy Scott, you could demonstratives from the witness stand. Ms. Garner, you may resume when ready.
Lamontae, after go to the car, come back up, what did you do?
I went to the front door, and it was locked. The only reason I went there is because my kids were in there, and I didn't know what else to do. You know, I just wanted to make sure they were okay.
Were you panicking?
I was very like distraught.
What happened after you leave you said window or door?
It was the door, but you know the window is next to the door. But I left the door, and as I'm coming back, I can see inside of the truck, and he's moving, and I end up shooting again, and it was crazy because I didn't know what he was doing. I didn't know if he was trying to shoot me or not. But when I went around to the front passenger door, I opened the door and he was there. And I looked in I could see into his eyes. And I looked down and I saw the gun in his left hand, and I took the gun out of his hand. And I tried to shake him to see if he was still breathing. And that was when his eyes like glazed over and he fell out of the truck.
Did you leave after that?
I went to the car and I left.
Where'd you go? What happened after you left?
The entire time I was crying, and I ended up pulling over and I threw up, and I just grabbed one of my guns and I just threw it. And I didn't know what to do. I just drove home and that was it. I just drove home, and then you see me on the camera.
No further questions.
All right, Ms. Charles.
No,
You've been practicing this for a couple of years.
no, ma'am.
This is the real deal, is it?
This.
Here, Your Honor.
What can't you
We
hear?
can't hear.
Hear her or hear?
Here.
Okay. All right. If Ms. Charles, you're free to move out the well. Just speak up. Or Mr. Garner, you can come closer if you need to.
How long have you been trying to testify?
I just found out that I'm supposed to testify like a day or two ago.
And you thought, I'm gonna put on a calm spirit, is that right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't have a calm spirit.
Where's the gun that killed Jamal?
I told you already.
Tell me again, where's the gun that killed Jamal?
I turned it in.
I may have missed it. Refresh my recollection. Where is the gun that killed Jamal down?
Did you check your records?
No. Where is the gun that killed Jamal Davin? That's the question you answer. I asked the question.
I threw it. If that's what you want me to say.
Won't you tell the truth? You threw it away.
Yes.
You want the jury to believe, you testified just now on direct.
Yes.
That you were so remorseful that you didn't know what to do. So you turned yourself in, right?
I went and got an attorney so I could turn myself in.
But you threw the gun.
That I threw one of the guns away. Yes, ma'am.
Why did you do that?
This is something that I've never been through before, and I didn't know what to do. And I was so angry with myself that I took it out on the gun and I just threw it.
It's interesting that you say those words. The truth of the matter is, everything that happened on the March 28th of 2020 is because you were angry. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You were angry because you couldn't get what you wanted. Isn't that also right?
And what exactly did I want?
You wanted Gabby to bend to your will. Isn't that right?
Objection, Your
No.
Honor. Assuming facts not enough.
Overruled.
You wanted Gabby to tell you what you wanted to know. Isn't that right?
No, ma'am.
And when she didn't, you wouldn't take no for an answer. Isn't that right? You were going to find out the truth. Isn't that right?
And what exactly was the truth?
You were going to use the children to get to Gabby that day. Isn't that right?
No, ma'am.
When Gabby didn't tell you where she was initially, you harassed her mother and her sister to find out where she was. Isn't that right?
No, ma'am.
And they wouldn't tell you, would they? And so you got agitated, didn't you? And the more agitated you become, the more angry you become. Isn't that right? And so you
Ms.
went,
Davenport, let's wait for an answer if you're going to have one. So
What was your question?
you were going to get an answer that day, weren't you?
I answered to what?
Where Gabby was,
She had already told me where she was.
who she was with.
She had already explained to me who she was with.
But that you weren't satisfied with that, were you? You wanted to know more, didn't you?
More as in what?
More information from Gabby. Isn't that right?
At that moment, it was more so about my kids.
You sat in court for the last 2 days, right?
Yes.
You heard the testimony of all the witnesses.
Yes.
You referred the kids back to their moms. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The kids were safe. They were with their grandma and their auntie. Isn't that right?
They don't know how to raise boys.
Is your testimony that Miss Gore, who's raised her girls by herself, don't know how to raise boys? Is that your testimony?
To my knowledge, I didn't know that she knew how to raise boys.
How did you know that she couldn't raise boys?
I didn't know.
You testified to your first time father, right? For Gabby.
No, I'm not a first-time father.
Oh, that was the first child that you had together.
That was the first child. That was my firstborn. Before that, I had 3 miscarriages.
So that was the only child alive at the time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So how did you know how to raise boys?
I got that from my father. My father taught me how to be a man. He taught me how to be a father. And he's not even my biological father. This is a man that raised me to the point where I knew everything that I needed to know on how to be a man and how to take accountability for my actions and be responsible for those things.
And taking accountability for your actions means in front of your children, abusing their mother.
I admitted guilt to those things. I did.
How do you claim to love Gabby so much when you repeatedly abused her?
There was abuse on both sides.
You sat in court and you saw the videos.
Yes, ma'am.
You saw the video of the prior difficulties.
Yes, ma'am.
April 19th of 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
With the handgun in your hand and pushed your mother out of the way to get to Gabby. Isn't that right?
I don't recall.
Let me refresh your memory.
And you don't care about this. Your baby is watching. You don't care?
pushed your mother out of the way, didn't you?
That wasn't a push.
What would you classify you using both hands to make that action? What is that?
That was creating space.
With a handgun in your hand. While she's telling you to go the other way, you were so determined to get to Gabrielle by that door, in front of the kids you claim to love, you push your mother out of the way. You didn't care your mother was right there, did you?
Objection.
I think we need to break that up a little bit more. And Mr. Lewis, when there is a pause after a question, you do have to provide some form of answer.
Understood.
You were so determined to get to Gabby that day, you didn't care about the numbers.
No.
And when you got to the door, you told her she needs to learn to keep her fucking mouth shut, didn't you?
That's what I said.
Why?
Because we were arguing too much. And it was, at that time, it was more so of verbal abuse on both of our parts. And me telling her to keep her fucking mouth shut is verbal abuse. And I've accepted my responsibility for that. We went to counseling for that.
Let's back up a little bit to your early testimony. At the beginning of your testimony, you said that you were the breadwinner, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You paid all the bills.
Yes, ma'am.
You did everything for Gabby. Is that correct? For the potential in Gabby. It was all what you wanted.
No.
It wasn't what Gabby wanted, was it?
I've never put an idea for her to go back to college in her head. I never put the idea for her to start her own photography business. That was all her.
But in your mind, you were paying the bill, and so you had the final say. Is that right?
No, ma'am.
You also testified that Gabby had a very abusive ex-boyfriend, correct?
Yes, she did.
And she told you about that, is that right?
I saw it.
And at the birthday party, it was your testimony that you got into it with the boyfriend and you and him had a fight of some sort.
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true that you threw the first punch?
No, ma'am.
Isn't it true that you were angry that he was there that day?
No, ma'am.
Isn't the truth that when Gabby told you to stop, you would not stop?
No, ma'am.
Isn't the truth that you knew Gabby was already vulnerable when you met her?
No. I didn't know if she was vulnerable or not. I was 24. I was 21 at the time I met her. I didn't understand the dynamics of the human brain, the human psyche. I didn't understand those type of things at that age. I was still young. We both were.
I don't interrupt you.
No, we both were still young.
But when you testified earlier, it was all about the things that you're successful. What you have going on. You heard the testimony over the course of the last few days that you had a jealous streak, isn't that right?
I heard that testimony, yes.
The truth of the matter is that jealous streak is what caused the incident on March 28th of 2020. Isn't that also right?
Is that what you're saying? You're claiming that?
I'm asking a question, sir.
I'm trying to, well, can you rephrase the question, please?
Isn't it true that the reason why Jamari Davenport is not here today is because you were jealous?
No.
Isn't it true that when you dropped your children off, you could have just gone straight home?
Yes.
Isn't it true that when you dropped your children off, you could have kept going?
I could have kept going, yes.
Isn't it true you didn't have to make a U-turn and come back around?
I could have.
Isn't it true when you got out of your vehicle, you were armed?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
I always carry a gun, no matter where I go. I have a carrier license.
Your testimony is that you're coming back to Gabby's house because you saw her just go by you, right?
Did you? I don't recall saying that.
You testified that you were going home, saw someone you thought you recognized, you turned around and got back to that.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
I don't think we got the full answer to that. Overrule. Answer the question if you recall it.
Can you repeat the question again?
You testified that you had dropped the boys home.
Yes.
You were on your way home, you thought you saw someone you recognized going past, and you did a U-turn and went back.
When did I testify that?
When you went to talk to your attorney, you went direct.
Objection, Your Honor. Mischaracterization of the evidence.
The jury will recall the evidence.
No, ma'am.
Why did you go back to the house?
To drop off a Nintendo Switch.
You testified that when you got there, you saw the truck in the yard.
The truck in the car, yes.
And you exit your vehicle, where was the Nintendo Switch?
In my pocket.
Oh. When you saw Gabrielle, was she hugging another man?
No,
Was she kissing another man?
no,
Was she otherwise embracing another man?
no.
What was she doing?
She was walking towards the car. I mean, walking towards the door.
You didn't know who that was, did you?
No, ma'am.
That could have been someone escorting her home, couldn't it? So the truth of the matter is, it didn't matter that this was Jamari Davenport. It could have been any man that you saw her with that night. You were angry enough, you were gonna do something about it. Isn't that right?
No, ma'am.
And you were so angry that you emptied the clip into Jamari Davenport.
No, ma'am.
And then you were so angry, you looked at Gabby and said, "You're next." Isn't that right?
No, ma'am.
And more than telling her you're next, you run back to your car. Isn't that right?
I ran back to my car, yes.
And you testified that you were panicked, didn't know what to do. Why didn't you call 911?
I was panicked. I was in distraught. I didn't know what to do, literally.
You get in the car and drive away.
And leave my children behind.
Isn't it true that the only reason your children are even in this is because of you?
In this situation?
So,
Yes.
isn't it true the only person with a handgun that night was you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Just a question.
That's mischaracterization of the evidence.
It's a question. Overruled.
Isn't it
But
true?
if you remember the question, you can answer it.
I don't remember that question.
Isn't it true the only person with a handgun was you?
Outside of the car?
Yes.
Yes.
Isn't it true the only person shooting was you?
Yes.
Isn't it true the only person who was angry that night was you?
Yes.
You testified that when you saw the video, and talking about the 2019 incident, you saw the video of something that was sexually explicit. Is that right? On Gabby's iPad or your son's iPad?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you choose not to sort of discuss it with Gabby outside of the presence of the children?
Because it was like instant when it was found and things like that. I preferred to address head on.
Where do you think you carried it?
Why do
Where in
I?
your body or in your car? Where do you
They're usually on me.
Even when you're just picking your children up from a park?
Yes.
You testified that when you went back up to that front door, you were concerned about your children.
Yes.
Why?
Because I didn't know if anybody else is shot or not. I didn't know if a stray bullet hit the house or anything. I didn't know. I didn't know what was going on.
Isn't she testified that she saw the light go out of Jamari Dow?
At the end, yes.
You watched him die.
Yes. And that's something that I have to live with.
How many times did you ask Gabby for her location that day?
I'm not sure.
More than one?
It was more than one.
More than three?
I'm not sure.
Could it be as many as 10?
I'm not sure.
How many times did you call Gabby back to back that day?
I'm not sure.
Could it be more than 5?
I'm not sure.
How many times did you FaceTime her that day?
I'm not sure.
Why was it so important to know where Gabby was? I'm sure he told you she's in Thompson, Georgia.
Because that would determine how long she would be.
Why did she need to get back?
Because I had to work the next morning.
And when Gabby came back, Gabby didn't live with you at the time, did she?
It was off and on. But that day, like that week, she wasn't there. She wasn't living with me that week.
You got a testimony that since December of 2019, Gabby went home to her mother's house. And
I
she
heard
lived at
that
the Diane
testimony.
Drive location.
I heard that testimony.
So if you had to work that day, you simply bring the children back where you picked them up from. Isn't that the easiest thing to do?
Me and her mother, I didn't really trust my kids around her like that. They weren't very attentive to the kids, as they should be.
So is it your testimony that everybody else gets it wrong and you always get it right?
I don't get it. I don't always get it right. If I did, I wouldn't be here today.
You told Gabby when we went for the text messages, it's already 8 o'clock. You should have been back by now. Why were you tracking her?
But she told me that she would be back at that time. She told me she would pick them up at 8.
So why didn't you just let it go that day?
Let what go?
The fact that she didn't come when she told she was going to come. You had to work, according to what you just testified. Why don't you just let it go and go home?
Because I just told you I turned around to drop a Nintendo Switch off. That was the only reason I came back, to drop that off.
How old was your child at that time?
They were 4 and 2.
Couldn't the switch be dropped off the next day on your way to work?
Why would I wake them up at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Did they have to be awake to you dropping a switch off?
No, I'm asking you, why would I wake up an entire household just to drop off a Nintendo Switch at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Explain to me describe to how big a Nintendo Switch is.
It's fairly small. It's fairly small. It's a handheld game system.
So if you're driving past, can you just drop it in the mailbox? Send her a text, hey, I dropped the switch in the mailbox?
That would run the risk of damaging it or being stolen. As you can see, people steal packages, steal out of mailboxes every single day.
You talked about having multiple businesses
Yes, ma'am.
and that you had multiple cell phones to stream from various accounts.
Yes.
How many accounts in total did you have?
I'm not sure.
Did every phone that you have go to a different account?
To a different streaming account? Yes.
And can you describe to me how that worked?
You create a email account and you log on to the streaming service, the streaming platform at that time, which was Spotify. And you create a dummy account and you basically set it up to be played, the music played. And that's it.
And how frequently did you do that?
That was an everyday thing for me.
You testified that the relationship was stressful, that there was cheating involved. Is that correct?
Yes.
But how could it be cheating if you're no longer together and you're broken up?
That was the dynamic of our relationship. You know, break up, get back together. That's just was something that we did.
But on March 28th of 2020, you were not together, were you?
Yes.
You told Gabby, we're not together no more, bro.
That was me being sarcastic,
She told you.
as always. You know, I'm always sarcastic with her.
But she told you. Why you keep asking her this question, we don't date. She wasn't being sarcastic, was she?
I'm not sure. I mean, you can't feel emotion through a text message.
So, truth is, Gabby was done with you, but you were done with her.
I'm not sure what the question you're asking me.
Gabby was no longer interested in being with you.
That's a statement. That's not a question.
Gabby was moving on to somebody else, isn't that right?
I don't know.
And you didn't like that, did you?
I don't know nothing about that.
You watch me review the text messages, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You asked Gabby to meet this N-word, didn't you?
To meet. Yes, 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 yes.
So you knew,
This God brother, yes.
so you knew she had moved on.
I didn't know she moved on. This is a God brother. When you say God brother, that's a close friend. That's like a family friend type of thing.
But is it right to put God brother in air quotes?
Because that's what she called him. I never knew his name. So I had to say God brother.
So the truth is you're being sarcastic then as well, isn't it?
When I said God brother?
In air quotes.
Yeah, because she never told me his name.
So the truth is you didn't believe Gabby, did you?
About the God brother? I didn't understand.
You thought Gabby was lying, weren't you?
No, I literally didn't understand.
In fact, she told you, you think I'm always lying. Isn't that what she said to you?
That's what she said.
So she knows you very well, doesn't she? She's been with you for a number of years on and off, right?
Yeah, over 3 years, yes.
And so she knows, based on your responses to her, you thought she was lying to you.
If that's what the conclusion for you is, yes.
But she put her foot on Do Not Disturb, didn't she?
I'm not sure.
You had the testimony over the last couple of days. She didn't want anything to do with you, did she?
I'm not sure. I mean, you can't say you love a person and then not want nothing to do with them.
You're broken up. That's like things, right? You don't want anything more to do with that.
Again, I'm not sure.
You testified that Gabby wasn't working, isn't it?
Yes.
Gabby wasn't paying her fair share, I think those were your words.
And those were not my words.
But she wasn't paying half.
She wasn't paying her half. She wasn't paying, I didn't say that.
That there was some financial stress, seems that was coming for it, you thought we paying for everything. Isn't that right?
I didn't say that either.
You heard the testimony that you would pay for a lot of things for Gabby, is that right?
Yes, I heard that.
You paid for a lot of things for the children, isn't that right?
Yes.
But then when you got angry, you take those things away, isn't that also right?
No. If I did, I would have never brought the Nintendo Switch back.
But when you get good again, you bring those things back, it's not what, right?
They are already there.
You remember recall when your attorney said to you, describe your relationship with Gabby, and your response, if I'm quoting you correctly, is she was in love with your life.
Yes, I recall that.
But when he asked you then to describe the relationship, you called her the mother of your child. You didn't call her by her name, did you?
Or Gabrielle? Why would I?
You said she's the love of your life.
She was at
But
the
then when I
time.
ask to describe the relationship, you don't say, I love Gabby. You don't say, I love Gabrielle. You call her the mother of my child.
That's an expression of love for me because she was the first woman to ever bring my child into this world.
And then you broke down crying, didn't you?
After saying she's the love of my life?
No, not necessarily at that point, but at some point in your testimony, you broke down, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
We didn't see very many tears, did we? And you know,
Objection, Your Honor.
You say it says badgering.
Argumentative.
Yeah. I'll allow this question, but I don't think we need to go too far down this route. Charles, so overruled.
how did you know CJ?
I didn't.
Did you know of him?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
Did you and Jamari not go to high school together?
No.
But you knew of Jamari, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Because everyone sort of hung out at the Cascade skating rink. Isn't that was the normal thing for everyone at that time to do?
I believe so. I'm not sure.
Then after Cascade skating rink, everyone would go to the Chevron and hang out there. Isn't that right?
I'm not sure.
And so this wasn't the first time you saw Gabby with Jamari, was it?
This was what do you mean? When was the first time?
Well, I think you testified that when you came to the driveway, you didn't know who he was at all.
I didn't recognize, the person in the truck when I was getting up until I got closer.
When you got closer, was the windows rolled up or rolled down?
They were rolled up.
Can you describe the condition of the lighting that night?
Yeah. I can't. I'm not too keen
Were the
on
windows
that memory.
tinted?
No.
Was it dark outside or light outside?
It was nighttime.
Was the door opened or closed?
What door?
How many seconds had gone by before you opened fire?
I'm not sure.
You didn't care to ascertain who was inside of that truck in the driveway, did you? You can answer.
I don't understand the question.
How many seconds had gone by before you opened fire?
Oh, I just told you I'm not sure. I don't know.
And the next question was, you didn't care to verify who was in the driver's seat before you opened fire, did you?
Did I care to verify?
You didn't knock on the glass, ask, hey, can I talk to you? You didn't see who was in there, did you?
I still don't understand the point of this question.
You walk up to a vehicle that's just dropped Gabby off. Is that correct?
Yes.
You testified that you don't know who she is.
It was a man in the car. Yes.
How do you know it was a man?
After the fact, because I just told you, I gave you my testimony as far as who I saw.
After the fact, he was already dead and 16 people was in his body.
In the form of a question, Ms. Charles.
Isn't it right that after the fact, you had already shot him 16 times?
When I verified who this person was, 100% verified who this person was. That's the question.
Yeah, you just testified you didn't know who it was.
No, you just said after I put 16 wounds into this person.
Prior to that, you said, I didn't know who was in there. And I didn't wait to check, confirm who was in there. You walk up armed with your Taurus 9mm.
And within 3 seconds, you open fire. Isn't that right, Mr. Lewis?
If that's what the camera is showing, yes. But I don't remember having a gun in my hand at the time.
That's different to what you testified to when your attorney was asking you questions.
I never said I had a gun in my hand.
Isn't it right? You said the exact opposite. You remember everything, but you just panicked. Is that right?
I literally said I don't remember everything from that day.
Isn't it true that when you opened fire that night, it wasn't about gas?
It was.
It wasn't about protecting your children, was it?
It was not about protecting my kids.
It was all about your ego, wasn't it?
My ego. No.
It was all about the fact that you had lost control over Gabby, wasn't it?
It was about me losing my mental.
It was all about Gabby being with somebody else that you didn't approve of, wasn't it?
You want me to answer that? What was the question again?
It wasn't about the person inside that truck, was it?
No, it was more so about the lies and deception, the manipulation.
So you're gonna teach her a lesson or lying to you, weren't you?
Objection, argument.
No.
Overruled. He's answered.
And the lies and the manipulation made you incensed.
Incensed.
And
It made me lose my mental, yes.
but you didn't know there was a legal fee in that truck. Never thought I'd say it.
All right. Can I have counsel? All right, members of the jury, as I told you, trials are unscripted things. We're trying to make sure we maximize your time. And I'll just kind of show you our mindset here. After the evidence is concluded, there's something that, again, the lawyers have to do outside your presence, and that can sometimes last anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes before closings can begin. As I understand it, there may only be 10 to 15 more minutes of Mr. Lewis's testimony. And so the question to you would be, or if you're willing to hang out for another 10, 15 minutes to get through that, then we can have you arrive late and we'll have already done that work before you get here, if you understand. So let me do this. By show of hands, is there anyone that needs to be out of here before 5:30, meaning now or earlier than 5:30? If not, we'll continue to 5:30. All right. Mr. Garner, you can, any redirect.
Monte, I just want to ask you some follow-up questions. Prosecutor asked you on cross if you were angry at something. At the INA. Yeah. Did you arrive angry?
No, sir.
You also stated that you became overwhelmed with emotions. In that time, did you think to go knock on the window and then see?
No.
Looked over, you saw, and what happened?
Yes.
He also asked you on cross about paying Gabby's bill. Did you expect Gabby to pay any bill? Or were you angry that Gabby didn't pay the bill?
No.
Did you expect her to pay any bill?
No.
Prosecutor also said that you all were broken up on that day. Earlier today, we saw a text message on March 27, 2020. Gabrielle texting you, "I love you."
Yes.
And just days before that, y'all were together.
Yes.
Where were y'all going?
We were at a birthday party.
Birthday party.
Havens.
What day was that?
I believe it was March 22nd.
March 22nd.
Yes.
You and Gabby were together.
Yes.
Where did y'all go for the birthday party?
To IHOP.
Actually, this because prosecutor asked you about the abuse between you and Gabby. You admitted that you did abuse Gabby. It was back and forth, right?
Yes.
Did you always call the police when Gabby
No.
attacked you?
No.
I have no further questions.
Any recross on those points?
Yes. I'm about to share my screen. I'm gonna share. Can you look at the screen in front of you or behind you? You're located in that video.
I'm to the top left corner behind the white car.
And you say you didn't arrive angry, you just testified on radar, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Help the jury understand, at what point do you become angry? I'm stopping the video at 2 seconds. Is it at this point?
Right here?
Yeah.
That was when I was calling out to her.
So you're not angry then yet, are you?
I was starting to get agitated right there.
Stopping the video at 4 seconds. Is it at that point that you're angry?
No.
Not yet. At this point, do we see Gabby on the screen?
No.
Where is Gabrielle at this point?
She should be on the walkway. Yes.
Heading into her home?
Heading towards the door, yes.
Okay. And is the door to the Chevy opened still, or is it now shut?
No, it's just closed.
Stopping the video at 9 seconds. Is it at this point that you become angry?
Right here?
Yes.
I believe so. I'm not sure on time.
Okay, so you don't believe so. All right, let's keep going.
I said I believe so.
You believe so? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. So what is going on right now that's making you angry?
This was, you said, you mean right here?
Now, Gabby's on the way out the vehicle. In the walkway going to the front door. What is going on now to make you angry?
This is me looking back and forth, I believe.
Okay, let's keep going a little bit more.
Back and forth.
We're now at 11 seconds. What are you doing at 11 seconds?
I can't really see. I don't, my eyesight is kind of bad. I see a flash though. I see a flash.
What's the flash of?
The flash is a gun being fired.
When you became angry?
I already told you when I became angry.
At what?
At what?
What was making you angry?
Oh, this
2 seconds that Gabby exited the vehicle and went to the front door. What was making you angry?
Oh, the entire situation. You know, our right here?
Yeah.
No, it was no. No, I believe not.
And then you come back to the truck. Isn't that right after the initial 2 fires? Why did you go back and put your hand into the broken glass?
I'm not sure.
Did you know at that point who was in the truck?
I don't know. I don't know anything at this point.
Now we're at 17 seconds. Your hand is still inside. Do you know at that point who's in that truck?
At this point, I don't have sense of self. They tell you in school that when you get angry, you are operating on 10% of your brain power. So I don't know what's going on at this point in my mental.
Was you arrived at?
No,
Didn't take much to get you to start shooting. You came prepared to shoot.
no,
Isn't it true that you came prepared to kill them? Didn't you?
no.
That ain't how it comes.
All right. And so, Mr. Garner, do you have any other or further evidence to present on behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor, defense rests.
Does the state expect to introduce any rebuttal evidence?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Lewis, you can stay right there for a moment. Excuse the jurors. At this point, members of the jury, the evidence is closed. And so we will begin closing arguments tomorrow. Let's plan for everyone to be back tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Can't promise we'll start right then, but we're going to do our best. From there, we'll move into closing arguments. And after that point, the case is yours, and we will be at your direction. For lunch tomorrow, I believe we will have arranged food for you. I'm not sure whether it's pizza or subs. It'll be one or the other. And so feel free to work through lunch. That's a decision you get to make. Or if you still want to pack your own pizza. All right. So we'll have pizza and drinks, and or you can decide to break like you've usually been doing. We'll just, again, the time is yours from then on out. As always, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any research about this case. Everything has to happen, and what you learn is in here. And if there are no other issues, we'll see you back at 9:30. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lewis, you can head on back to council table. All right, council. So from here, just FYI, I do prepare a written compilation of the charge and we send back a copy with them. And we will have compiled a collective, everyone's request together, maybe a few that we flagged as might be relevant. We'll send that out to you by email so you can look at it in advance. I would propose, just so we can get through it, and I don't anticipate any unexpected charges here, but I would propose we meet at 8:45 tomorrow morning to finalize the charges. And again, we don't have to roll immediately into the closings. If you need some time to set up your PowerPoint or get adjusted, we can do that. Does the state anticipate using the first closing?
First and last.
All right, and then there's an issue here with scheduling. Ms. Flack is saying that she has a conflict at 10:15.
9:30, just appointment.
Okay.
Here about 10:15.
10:15.
And
Okay.
I'll join on Zoom maybe a little before that.
Okay. Were you planning to, I mean, I know I'm not committing you to this, but was this a closing that the defense was splitting in some way? All right. And so what I'm hearing is if you're joining electronically, you don't have any concerns with the state presenting their first opening before you get here? All right. Then with that, is there anything else we need to take up before I see you tomorrow morning? All right. Thank you. We'll be off the record and in recess until 8:45 tomorrow morning. Ms. Charles, you've got the little tips here. You might want to grab those.
Lamontae, I'm gonna walk off. Right foot.
Some of the tips are down.
Say what? Something like that.
I'm gonna put this in and then I'm gonna come back.
Oh.
Someone needs.
Right there.
When I looked them up, because they were upholstery firms. Like socialism. Get all those years. Good Lord.
Sorry, okay.
But they were